Sorry, one moment, Commissioner. All right, Commissioner. Okay, Commissioner. Sorry about that. Ready for you to start.
Are we ready to go? All right, I still see the slide up.
Sorry about that. Hold on.
Great. All right, Emily, are you good to go? Can everyone hear me?
Yes, you're good to go.
Okay, great. Well, thank you, and good morning, everyone. I'm Alice Reynolds, President of the California Public Utilities Commission, and I'm the assigned commissioner of the Transportation Electrification Proceeding. I do want to welcome everyone to the second annual VGI Forum. I'm really pleased to have the opportunity to be here, and I want to start by thanking Emily, our host today, and thank you very much for organizing this forum. And then I want to thank everyone for attending either in person or individually, I think, or online, virtually. I think that everyone who's taking the time to be here today knows that California is really pushing forward with momentum. I'm seeing a note that there's no audio online. Should I stop, Emily?
No online audio?
Yeah, there was a note in the chat. No audio online. Oh, no, now others can say they can hear.
Okay, sounds like most folks can.
All right, great. I'll go ahead. Thank you for having an active chat. I can see it, and so it's really helpful to know if people can hear. Okay, I'll keep going. I just wanted to really recognize everyone who's in the audience and online, and it just for being a part of the momentum that we are building in California. We're really establishing cutting edge technologies. We're piloting VGI strategies on the ground. And we're designing flexible dynamic rates that we hope will really maximize the potential of every EV battery on the road. As you all know, EVs are now making up over 25% of light duty vehicle sales, and more than 3,700 medium and heavy duty EVs are operating statewide. So it's really clear that electric vehicles and VGI strategies will be a part of our future. So with that in mind, I really am particularly focused on how VGI can help keep costs down by maximizing the use of existing grid infrastructure and really minimizing upgrades where possible. And we know that managed charging has the potential to transform every EV that plugs into the grid. And so those vehicles really can become that smart, flexible load that puts downward pressure on rates and makes EV ownership more accessible and affordable for everybody here in California. So we are always looking for ways to keep costs down, especially in direct ways, because we know that any cost that's borne by ratepayers makes EV fueling more expensive, and conversely, every cost that's reduced makes EV fueling less expensive and more affordable for those folks who are looking to buy EVs or continuing to drive EVs, both light, medium, and heavy duty, all of the types of vehicles that we're really trying to encourage here in California. We're also looking to maximize any kind of non-ratepayer funding, existing initiatives. So things like dynamic rates are something that can be leveraged to scale VGI without the need for additional ratepayer support. So just kind of trying to maximize all of our options for the benefit of drivers and the grid. Um, so I am looking forward to listening in. I won't be able to stay the whole day, but my advisor, Khalil Johnson, is in the audience. He will be here, and I look forward to hearing the notes from the forum today. I'm really hoping that everybody can provide input in this, and hearing from the panelists. I know that I'm very excited about that. Thank you, everyone who's going to be here and participating. And I also wanted to note that the pilots that we have underway, the V1G and V2 pilots, those efforts, just wanted to call them out and recognize them. They're really critical for shaping what's next in California. So again, thank you all for your time, your energy, your insights. Looking forward to conversations ahead, and pleased that this forum is going to play a role in guiding our work in the transportation electrification. And with that, I will turn it back to Emily. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you so much, Commissioner, and we really appreciate you keeping ratepayers at the center as we think about VGI today. I'd like to pass now to Mike Delaney from PG&E, who will be providing some opening remarks on behalf of the IOUs.
I just want to share a couple quick things about VGI and PG&E's perspective on this. And one thing maybe for context and background, I'm Vice President of Utility Partnerships and Innovation at PG&E, and there's really three big things that our team does. One is we're focused on innovation and partnerships. The innovation that we focus on is differentially focused on accelerating electrification and driving load management, all in service of putting downward pressure on rates and driving towards a 100% clean energy future, which then talks about the other two pillars that my team focuses on. One is accelerating electrification, so the teams that focus on vehicles and buildings, and the other is load management. And when we think about load management, that's a way for us to drive downward pressure on rates, to do it in a way where we can utilize the existing utility infrastructure more effectively to serve our customers. All of that comes together with vehicle grid integration. And at PG&E, California in general, we are at the forefront of electric vehicles. We at PG&E have around 700,000, over 700,000 electric vehicles in our service territory. That's more than 1 in 7 in the United States is right here in the Bay Area and throughout PG&E's territory. We have an ambition to get to 3 million EVs by 2030. We are currently on track to do that. And then as part of that, we have an ambition to have 550 megawatts of vehicle grid integration. So that's dynamic rates, managed charging, as well as vehicle to grid. We currently have 55 megawatts of flexible load. We're looking to continue to get more and more onto our system and do it in a way as cost effectively as possible. We see vehicle grid integration as an essential tool for us to create the clean energy future that we want and deserve here in California, and that vehicle grid integration has two components to it. One is that it can increase the value of vehicles. It can make them a better vehicle than internal combustion engines. And that's because they can have more value to customers. They can be things that power your home in the event of an outage. They can do things like that. And so we see that this is a great opportunity for us to discuss how can we realize the value of vehicle grid integration and translate that into tangible, both experiential benefits for customers and affordability benefits for both the drivers and all utility customers. And then the other critical piece, which I alluded to, is just generally having flexible load is a wonderful way for us to drive affordability for utility rates and for all customers. And so as we engage today, I just invite you all to be part of the dialogue and think about how do we create more value and how do we drive costs down on VGI. There are wonderful things for us to talk about today. Thank you all for being here, and thank you for engaging in this important dialogue. And just once again, thank you to the California Public Utilities Commission for allowing us to be part of this dialogue today.
All right, thank you, everyone. Apologies, always dealing with some technical difficulties as we get through today. Hopefully everyone was able to hear the great framings that both President Reynolds and Mike provided today. So before we dive in and I pass the mic back over to the IOUs, I want to just briefly provide some framing as we start with our first panel, just thinking about where we've been as a commission with respect to VGI and providing the objectives for today's forum. So to ground our forum, I'd like to remind us of the definition of VGI that the commission established in D 2012-029. So this defines vehicle grid integration as any method of altering the time, charging level, or location at which grid-connected vehicles across all the different classes we see on the slide here charge or discharge in a manner that optimizes plug-in electric vehicle equipment and interaction with the electric grid. And again, you know, thinking about the framing that President Reynolds provided, we have net rent benefits to ratepayers really at the center of how we're defining VGI here at the Commission. So D2211-040 established three strategic focus areas for VGI that will be a key part of what we're discussing today. So these include rates and demand flexibility, with the objectives of ensuring that rates for charging and discharging are revenue neutral, developing rates and price signals to ensure EVs can benefit the grid and encourage third-party innovation, and ensuring that vehicles are a flexible load that can provide grid benefits and services. Secondly, we have technology enablement, which in order to further VGI, we want to ensure that we're able to enable technology adoption and reduce or eliminate barriers to deployment. And we see the role of the IOUs and CPUC as reducing and eliminating those barriers so that the market is able to deploy these novel technologies. Lastly, we have the pillar of VGI and planning with the objective of developing common inputs and assumptions for use across planning processes to ensure we're not over or under building grid infrastructure. So D2211-040 also established some forum objectives, which are really central to why we're here today. So the goal is for us to be providing a venue to be comprehensively discussing VGI topics that are cutting across multiple proceedings. So currently at the Commission, we have VGI topics being discussed in many different venues, including the the demand flexibility OIR, the high distributed energy resources OIR, the energization proceeding, work that's being undertaken by the interconnection team that we'll hear about more today, and work within the TE team as well. So we really want to ensure that we're discussing this topic in a way that cuts across all these potential silos within the Commission. Additionally, we'd like to explore the 3 adopted VGI strategic focus areas. And today's forum will really have a focus on the first 2 of rates and technology enablement. Additionally, we're creating an opportunity for strategic communication, information sharing, and discussion of relevant VGI issues here with stakeholders, and providing a venue for us to raise emerging or persistent issues that are coming up related to VGI. And again, lastly, to the extent that's feasible or relevant, there may be potential for us to incorporate learnings from the forums into some of our existing programming, whether that be through funding cycles, low carbon fuel standard, or other venues within the commission. So in terms of some of our panel today, we're going to start off shortly highlighting some of the VGI activities that are taking place in California. And we'll be hearing from the IOUs and CEC. So the objectives for that panel are for us to discuss the current state of VGI activities in California and identify enablement opportunities to scale VGI beyond its current state. From 10:30 to noon, we'll have our second panel on how do we value VGI. And our objective for this panel is to identify the role that rates, managed charging, and V2X can potentially play in realizing both quantitative or qualitative value from VGI. After a lunch break, we'll come back for part 3, where we'll be discussing how we can move from pilots to programs. So objectives for this session are to discuss some of the potential frameworks and considerations to understand VGI maturity and readiness to scale through potential different pathways, and identify key barriers preventing the transition from limited scale pilots and studies to larger scale programs. Lastly, we'll close off the day by discussing V2X standards and technology with an objective of exploring what the current state of some of the V2X offerings are, and we'll also be conducting a deep dive into some of the V2G AC progress, trends, and barriers in that space. So just some very brief WebEx and in-person participation logistics. We'll have questions addressed during several different question and answer periods. So at this, we'd ask that when you're sharing questions or comments today, it would be really helpful for us if you can share your name and organization before you're providing comments to assist us with note taking. For those who are joining us virtually today, you are muted on entry by default, but we'll have 2 options for participation and asking questions. So you can write your question in the Q&A panel, or alternatively, you can use the raise hand function, and we'll call on you verbally. I'll have the opportunity to unmute you. And we ask that you just please lower your hand again after you've asked your question. For those of us who are joining in person today, we'll ask that you'll come to the podium to answer questions, or to ask questions. All right, without further ado, I'd like to pass things back over to Brian Chen from PG&E, who's going to kick off our first panel. Thanks, everyone.
I'm also going to welcome my panelists up to join me. Then Emily, you'll pull up the slide.
Yes.
Yep.
One second.
We could advance one. And while that's advancing, good morning to everyone, those in person here at the CPC auditorium and remote online. My name is Brian Chen, and I'll be moderating today's panel on VGI activities in California. So over the next 45 minutes or so, we'll be hearing from the IOUs and the CEC on what we've been up to so far. And spoiler alert, it is a lot. We've been up to a lot. But really also importantly, really begin to tee up some of the critical themes that are necessary to achieve VGI at scale. So just so you know what to expect, I'll start off with a few opening remarks on behalf of the IOUs, pass it off to Peter from the CEC, share some thoughts from the CEC side, and then we'll reconvene all the panelists and kind of jump into the panel discussion. And as kind of Emily mentioned, lots of opportunity for Q&A from folks in the room and remote. There's certainly a lot going on in VGI world beyond just what the IOUs and the CEC are going, more so than we could ever cover in 45 minutes. So really welcome all of your participation as well. So I guess before we kind of formally kick this off, I want to introduce my panel, so I think we'll just go down the line. And like I said, I'm Brian Chen, Principal Analyst with Pacific Gas and Electric Company. Aaron?
Thanks, Brian. Aaron Dyer. I lead our Program Design and Development team inside SC's Customer Solutions Group.
Good morning. Nick Fiore. I'm the San Diego Gas and Electric Clean Transportation Innovation Manager. Nice to meet you guys.
And good morning, Peter Chen. I supervise the transportation team in CEC's Research and Development Division. So primarily work on EPIC and a portfolio of TE and VGI related projects that we fund out of EPIC.
Great. Next slide, please. So I think to start, I wanted to ground the discussion on why we need VGI. And I know I'm definitely preaching to the choir with this crowd in terms of why VGI is important. But I do think it's important to remember that California has set some really ambitious electrification and GHG emissions reductions goals. So things that come to mind on the TE side, Governor's executive order, 100% of new sales being ZEV by 2035 and 2045. We've got SB 350, 80% below 1990 levels by 2050. And CEC also has a load shift target, 7 gigawatts of load flexibility by 2030. And as I think we all understand, VGI is a vital tool within the toolkit and has a lot to offer in terms of being able to make progress and achieve these goals. It's also important to keep in mind that, we're not striving for these goals for the sake of just meeting goals and checking a box. We're striving for these goals because they are ultimately in service of California's prosperity. And in the context of today's challenges, as we've already begun hearing from President Reynolds and Mike, that means ensuring we are serving Californians with affordable and reliable electricity. So as we have our conversations, not just for this panel, but throughout the day, encourage you all to keep kind of these kind of guiding principles, if you will, in mind. Next slide, please. So next I want to talk just a bit what the IOUs are up to. You can see for yourself there's a lot up here, and I am going to spare you all from going through each one. I think Nick and Aaron, once we get into the panel discussion, we'll be double clicking into a few of these items. But for now, I think 3 takeaway items from this slide. Number one is the IOU's current VGI activities are overwhelmingly on a pilot and research and design basis. Really apart from our TOU rates and emergency load reduction program, it's really difficult to point to anything else that's on there that we can say, 1, has significant customer participation, and 2, we know that offering will be around within a few years. So again, overwhelmingly, a lot of these activities that you see on the screen are on a pilot and research and design basis. Number 2, pilots are time-bound and short-lived, as they should be. But I think the unfortunate result of that is when you actually do need something more enduring, and that's when, when pilots end, usually the most expedient regulatory path is to spin up another pilot to keep things going. And I think that's not a cycle that is conducive to scaling in the long term. And then message number 3, really acknowledging the ecosystem of non-utility and non-regulator players that are in the VGI space, many of you which are attending today here. A lot of good work is being done within the service territories of the IOUs, where other parties are taking the lead on those efforts. Next slide, please. So yeah, this is kind of, that placemat was kind of where we're at today among the IOUs. But we all know there's still progress to be made to really fully unleash VGI. So what's that going to take? If these 3 themes that you see on the screen seem familiar, it's because they are the different sessions that we're going to be having this afternoon. So we have three high-level themes here, and there's so much to unpack under each of these, which again is the purpose of the later panels. But I think for now, theme number one, we know there are a variety of services that VGI can provide, but how do we know which one or ones provide the most value? And how do we show that that value actually translates to downward rate pressure and affordability benefits? Technology and capabilities. There's a wide spectrum of maturity between different technologies and use cases, in particular with V2X. So what do we need from OEMs, utilities, and regulators collectively to be able to bring forth compelling customer offerings to market? And then last one here, scaling mechanism. Again, reiterating the point, a lot of the IOU's current initiatives are on a pilot basis. So, how do we take the next step there? Take our learnings from those pilots and R&D efforts and translate those into formal and more enduring program offerings. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Peter.
Great. Thanks, Brian. So I'll just jump right into it. And I structured the slide to look very similar to the previous IOU slide. I think it helps quite a bit with visual continuity. And I think it also shows how CEC's VGI activities complement those of the IOUs. You might even see some of the same items here because we're doing them in partnership with the IOUs. I think one key difference is how we've kind of color-coded each of the activities to reflect these four general categories of CEC work in the VGI space. The colors don't really translate very well, unfortunately, but I'll just walk through the different types of bubbles here. So first is tech funding efforts. This includes our EPIC portfolio of research, development, and demonstration type projects, as well as non-ratepayer funded efforts like Redwoods, which is funding deployment of EV charging automation products to respond to dynamic signals. And we also have these various charger block grants, incentive type programs as well. Like Brian mentioned, this funding by nature is time limited, either at the project level or by the program's funding source. And the intention of these efforts is to foster this ecosystem of innovation, do projects where we can gather learnings and incentivize some market movement. The next category here are analysis reporting efforts. So those are those three green bubbles at the bottom there. That includes the IPER report, which is kind of our venue for assessments, forecasts that feed into grid planning and energy policy recommendations. We have the AB 2127 statewide charging infrastructure assessment, and that's essentially our biannual assessment of how many chargers, public, shared, medium, heavy duty, that we need to meet our ZEV goals. And there's also this bubble on demand flexibility potential modeling. That's relatively recent work that we're doing that feeds into how we're setting the SB 846 statewide load shift goal, as well as SB 100 scenarios. We also have some work on standard support. This includes the V2G equipment list and also the recently released charge yard funding opportunity. That's intended to help support EV charging interoperability conformance testing by funding a industry neutral facility. And lastly here, we also indicate some regulatory authorities that we have as an agency over some elements of the VGI space. This includes marginal cost rates through the load management standards, device automation through the flexible demand appliance standards, which is exploring applicability to EV charging, bidirectional capability for vehicles. This was newly granted authority through SB 59 just last year. And I also included DSGS in this category, and that's an incremental demand response type program that CEC administers, and it has some incentive options for managed charging and for bidirectional charging. All right, so I wanted to complement some of the points that Brian made around these three themes for today's forum, and kind of frame it as, what are some important attributes of a future where we succeed in these three things and we have VGI implemented at scale. Many of these points were the same ones made in our second AB 2127 assessment that was published last year. But I'll just briefly go down this list here, and hopefully it can generate some discussion as well. So first here, we need access to appropriate value of VGI through rates and program-based options. You can break that down further. We need to understand the value of VGI, how to assess that value, and how to realize it through these different compensation mechanisms. We need broadly interoperable, reliable, and low-cost products and service offerings. I think these are key attributes to keep in mind when thinking about technology enablement, having customer devices work together and with utility systems in a reliable way, and have those technologies be cost-effective for customer, for the utility, for ratepayers, and for the technology providers to invest in development. We need VGI to enable and both benefit from cost-effective and timely grid connection. I think this speaks to the point that scaling VGI is contingent on scaling transportation electrification and vice versa. And VGI in the form of automated load management, flexible service connections can help energize chargers faster, and getting chargers deployed faster also increases the scale of VGI as a load flex resource. We need VGI performance to be measurable and be able to be fed into forecasting and planning. I think this was a point that Emily made early on. And this means we need data collection methods, we need analysis pipelines to get that data into resource planning processes. And my last point here is that we also need customers that are willing to participate, that are aware of options, and that alludes to things like easy enrollment, low cost enrollment, and finding ways to meet customers, drivers where they are with education support. So I'll stop there and turn it back to Brian for the discussion. Thanks.
Great, thanks for that, Peter. So, okay, I guess kicking off kind of the panel discussion, I'm going to go to you first, Aaron, but Nick and Peter, you're getting the same question. But kind of with the three themes in mind, value, tech capability, and scaling mechanism, with those themes in mind, what is SCE's perspective on how we're doing within each of these themes? Which themes are we hitting well with our efforts, and which themes do we need to devote more focus to?
Thanks, Brian. And so I think, as kind of that slide that you had earlier illuminated with the things that we're working on now, I think we've done a pretty good job in the state with sort of enabling technology development. I think that, both from I think we're probably further ahead on the customer vehicle side of this in terms of like how, vehicle capabilities are working, how the third parties that are participating in the space can, work with vehicles, control load either through the EVSEs, through the EVs themselves. I think we're probably a little bit behind on, at least speaking internally, on us being able to integrate those capabilities into our system planning and our sort of like grid, DERM systems. But there's a couple, pilots and activities that we're doing today, both through CEC EPIC funding and through just, other kind of like carve outs in demand response portfolio to kind of help integrate these technologies into that system capability. Where I think we are, probably, falling a little short, I think is on, as you also mentioned, on scaling. A lot of our activities to date have been in the, tens to hundreds of vehicles, at least that have been directly overseen by the IUs. I know there's plenty of third parties out there that have, enlisted thousands of EVs and sort of, some sort of, charging control system, whether that's just automated TOU rate avoidance or some other sort of like EV benefits program. But a lot of that hasn't really been like translated to direct coordination with the utilities and sort of our system controls. So I think kind of, the extrapolation of, what it looks like to do like, tens, hundreds, even 1,000 things to what it looks like to do 700,000, 300 million EVs like we're talking about in the future, that's hard to do that math at that scale. And so I think getting some larger activities going in the space would really enable us to see that and really demonstrate that these resources can be reliably counted on to behave the same way if you want to integrate those into system planning. And I also think, you know, it's going to be the whole topic that we have later today, right? Value of VGI. So clearly, we would need to have that panel discussion if we had figured that one out, right? That's kind of the point of that. And I think that's on both sides, right? Too, like, what is that value to individual customers? I think it'd be it's easier to monetize and calculate that. I think the value that, you know, spreads out to you know, all ratepayers, whether that's from just, you know, I think increased utilization and kind of downward pressure to actually, you know, specific localized, you know, benefits to the distribution network, I think is a little bit harder to assess. I think that's something that we're trying to work our heads around. And again, but I think figuring that out and kind of figuring out a way that we all collectively agree to value that enables us to do some of the things we want to do at scale. So it's kind of a chicken and an egg problem there too. It's like it's harder to scale things if we can't all agree upon how to value the benefits we're getting, but it's hard to kind of quantify the benefits if we haven't had scale to work them on. So I think that's kind of a framework that needs to be worked upon that kind of lets us all move forward in good faith.
Right. And how about for you, Nick, San Diego?
Yeah, thanks, Brian. I'd echo a lot of what Aaron just mentioned, and maybe if it's possible, if we could go back to that kind of joint IOU slide with sort of all of the projects out there, because I think it's kind of instructive to this discussion. Thanks. So, you know, it's scalability on the one hand, on the customer-facing side is, you know, it feels like from a technology perspective, and see a lot of, you know, vendors, auto OEMs, EVSE manufacturers, software providers in the audience, other partners that we often have these conversations with, right? It's, you know, the technology has matured, you know, pretty rapidly, even over the last couple of years. And that's on the hardware side, software side, et cetera, to where I think, you know, in some of these early pilots that you see up on the screen, we are seeing some pretty good use cases with respect to, you know, in discrete, you know, on an individual site basis, let's say, you know, some pretty good value. So, for example, even one that's not up here, our first VitaX pilot at SDG&E was with school buses, right, with Cajon Valley School District. We started those discussions way back in 2018 with Cajon Valley, and, you know, they've seen some good benefits from, you know, the peak shaving activities and some of the site level benefits from VitaX. But when you look at the export side of that, right, and kind of speaking to scalability, you know, we still have some work to do, right, with respect to compensation mechanisms outside of those kind of on-site benefits. So that's one discussion to be had, but, you know, perhaps the total cost of ownership there is worth it. And, you know, on the on-site side of things for certain use cases, and perhaps, you know, school districts is one of those. That's certainly one that we've seen some additional adoption of in our service territory beyond just those, you know, phase one kind of pilots with respect to that sort of school bus niche. And you know, because of the duty cycles of school buses, just to continue on that example for a second, that's like the tier 1A perfect example, right, that often people cite for, you know, VDX use cases. But kind of when we work our way down those individual, you know, potential installments and use cases, well, where we say, okay, well, what about freight? What about a municipal fleet? And it's just sticking on the commercial side for a second, right? What do those look like as we go down the list? Then we switch over to residential. It looks a little bit different, perhaps, right, on whether we're talking about managed charging, VitaX, et cetera. So I think some of this is, you know, I think we've made good progress through some of these pilots with some of the customer segment mapping and thinking about what value looks like within these discrete customer segments. But we still have some work to do with respect to the appropriate education and messaging, right, collectively as a whole, not just as utilities, to reach out to those customers and you know, let them decide for themselves, right, if these are which options are good for them. So some of that work, that's what we're doing on our on-campus pilot, for example, with Toyota, with our VitaX pilot on SDG&E's campus. So looking at the economics behind this, and, you know, moving forward, right, some of the, you know, perhaps less explored use cases around resiliency at a remote East County, San Diego, high wildfire prone site, a community resource center. You'll see the EPIC pilot up there where we're looking at integrating V2X with solar and an existing battery energy storage system that's on site there. So I think that would be another piece that I would speak to, that from an interconnection standpoint, from a interoperability across energy systems on an individual site, we've made solid progress, but I think, again, from a scaling it out to customers' perspective, really messaging it in a way that's clear for customers, gives folks certainty and allows them to kind of assess the total ROI. This may be right for some customers, may not be. But yeah, I would echo a lot of the comments that Aaron made as well about distribution system benefits, and still working on those as we scale. I think that's critically important with respect to DERMS and deploying these things at scale. So.
Yeah, so, from the CC perspective, and I'll zoom back to our slide as well, just makes it a bit easier. I think likewise, we're hitting well on efforts advancing understanding of VGI value, technology enablement, especially through our tech funding work. And that includes both in-flight funding opportunities as well as active projects that we're learning and addressing technology readiness issues in real time. And a lot of these projects, we hope to have results to share in the near future on things like VGI value. Kind of following Nick's lead, I'll share some brief examples here, kind of from the EPIC lens as well, since that's what I work on directly. So we have a portfolio of active vehicle-to-building projects with demonstrations planned later this year. Includes several commercial vehicle type use cases, different building configurations, and that should generate some useful data on real-world value of V2B for backup power, for your various demand flexibility use cases. Also under EPIC, we released a solicitation late last year. It's titled Enabling EVs as VRs. Can't speak to too much detail since we're still evaluating proposals, but I do want to say, we're excited about that solicitation and the project groups that we're targeting. I think it's very timely to some of the discussions that we're having today and even yesterday. It has 3 groups. One is focused on funding some studies to address VGI knowledge gaps that can get us some interesting projects that can advance modeling techniques around VGI and maybe lead to good knowledge gain that can inform policy programmatic actions to scale. There's one group on lowering the costs of bidirectional charging. I think this is one technology we've been watching very closely. It's been progressing the past few years, but I think there's still a need for innovations to bring down costs, expand product availability in the market, and that's what we hope to do with this solicitation. And then the third group is on sub-metering solutions to facilitate VGI, and that might result in some projects that develop, test innovative sub-metering approaches and maybe address some of the issues that were raised at yesterday's workshop. So we have a lot of exciting work in the pipeline on our tech funding space. And I guess in terms of where to devote more focus, perhaps we can do some thinking on how to make the most of these pilots that are underway that we'll fund in the very near future. Some ideas around, what are some clear performance targets? What's, good enough to scale? What are the indicators of that? And that way, we can direct our tech funding. We can coordinate with the utilities to find ways to move towards those targets. And then, when we're ready, CEC has a unique ability as well as government. We can pull levers in our control to help, establish the right market conditions for scaling. And I guess I wanted to make one more comment, kind of going back on EPIC. And, I see that program as a really important innovation space for all 3 of these themes. And there's going to be activity this year to develop plans for EPIC's next 5 years of investment priorities, which include, transportation, electrification, possible work on VGI. We're actively thinking about ways to coordinate more closely across EPIC administrators, which includes CEC and the 3 IUs. And, I think, to Emily's earlier point on silos, one other proceeding to pay attention to is perhaps the EPIC proceeding, and how do we strengthen that program's ability to translate to scaling in some of these other sister proceedings. So.
Great. Peter, if I could stick with you, double click on one of the things you mentioned, but it's clear the CEC plays a critical role in kind of the early stage R&D and demonstration projects. And you had alluded to this, but what do you see as the CEC's role beyond just R&D? Can you kind of elaborate more on those levers that you mentioned? What levers do you think the CEC has that are most effective to make the transition from kind of pilot stage to more formal enduring programs?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I think if you look at the figure again, it's really those three other categories, right? So regulations, analysis reports, and standard support. I think those are all levers we can pull beyond just tech funding that can support scaling. We have quite a few of these non-ratepayer funded charter grant incentive programs, like what we did with Redwoods, which was, kind of more direct deployment of kind of VGI enabling technologies. But we also have these charter block grants. It's more focused on getting charters out there, but there could be work we do in that space to set minimum standards for equipment eligibility, maybe just better recognize certain VGI technologies in those programs, and that can be more conducive to structuring incentives that align with our vision for VGI. SB 59, I'll mention this briefly. This is new authority for CEC to require bidirectional capability on vehicles if there's a sufficiently beneficial use case. We're still very early on in analyzing what we can do with this, and we're prioritizing other analysis, other regulations at the moment around reliability, plug and charge. But I think when the time comes, SB 59 is another example of potential regulatory tool that we can use to scale VGI. And then maybe one more example here is that the V2G equipment list. I think it's resources like this that have some potential to support things like streamlined interconnection, similar to what CEC does with our solar equipment list, and possibly product transparency with customers. V2G and V2X in general is a relatively new technology. I think there's potential in resources like this to be more transparent with customers about the capabilities of this equipment. And we're actively thinking about ways to continue building on that resource. So,
great. I guess on the point, the customer, talking, especially in kind of our world of SMEs, customer experience and how receptive are customers to VGI is kind of a big topic. So, Nick, I wanted to ask you, as we move towards scaling to customer-facing programs, how is SDG&E thinking about customer engagement? Like through all of your various pilot efforts, what are you learning about like what resonates with customers and what doesn't?
Yeah, I mean, I think, well, first and foremost, it's educating customers on what is all of this stuff that we're pitching or talking about. What is, and we get different narratives, right, from different customers because they're getting this information from different sources, right? So, it may be from a Super Bowl ad on, the one hand, and it may be from a friend of a friend who recommended this, or someone else in the trucking industry, for example, right? If you're on the fleet side, who maybe they heard through the grapevine that you can discharge energy from a Class 8 truck, right? So it's coming from varied sources. I would say one area that we've really been investing a lot of time in recently is integrating the capacity to have these discussions at a higher level and with greater depth with customers through our TEAS program, so the Transportation Electrification Advisory Services. So kind of cross-training right across our organization, the capability and just the level of insights and resources needed you know, on our website, you know, on the back end with our staff to be able to walk customers through just those various process points for making a decision, valuing, does again, total cost of ownership, return on this investment, how many years is the payback period, just helping customers walk through those different decision points, I think is critical. And then, you know, what we're working towards as well, kind of concurrently, is, you know, really simplifying the interconnection process and, you know, making that as streamlined and as transparent as possible and as easy to navigate as possible. So working really closely with our customer generation team, with our interconnection folks internally to make sure that all that is really clear as a process for customers. Because, you know, candidly, to date, right, again, this is back to the points on scale, these have really been relatively handheld projects by utilities, you know, not just in California, but across the U.S., even globally, right, where this has very much so been a bespoke process of kind of interconnecting customers. But as we scale that up, as we kind of identify some of these key use cases or key deployment pathways, what does that look like in a way that can be a little bit more automated, a little bit more seamless, both from the education side segueing into that interconnection process. I think those are critical kind of early engagement points, potential pain points that we don't want to be pain points, right, for customers. So
yeah, and I think one of the things that makes the customer engagement a bit tricky is, I think, like, it's a good thing that California has such a robust kind of VGI ecosystem with kind of a marketplace of third parties providing products and services. But that does mean kind of more chefs in the kitchen, if you will. So wanted to get San Diego, your experience, like, how do you think about, like, what is San Diego's roles and responsibilities versus kind of other third parties? And then Nick, or Aaron, if you can jump in after that.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, accelerating the ability for, right, in line with all of our electrification, decarbonization goals, right, accelerating customers' capabilities and abilities really to do what they feel is best, to do what they feel suits their various use cases, right? And so from our perspective, it's making things simple for customers, helping customers see the potential value or not in a particular technology and evaluating it and being a partner in that, and then making sure that, you know, the process of deploying it can be as expedited as possible and as seamless and painless as possible, right? So that's kind of it goes back to that, you know, customer experience side on interconnection, et cetera. I think that's really critical, making sure that that's as pleasant of an experience, right, as these things can be. And then also, I mean, this can be, you know, exciting for a lot of folks, right? Like, I mean, on the residential side, less so on the commercial, thinking about, you know, what does this look like from a backup power use case versus a you know, getting to a point where we're exporting, you know, under a rate regime, for example, for full V2G capabilities. We have some customers that want to do sort of the most complicated possible installation because they think it's really cutting edge and really cool. And honestly, we have to shepherd those early adopters and those first adopters along and make sure that that's a good experience for them, learn from those experiences, and integrate those into whatever we roll out to scale, but kind of noting that those early experiences, those first adopters, they're going to be a different type of customer and a different level of engagement and a different sort of level of excitement and being kind of fired up about this technology than maybe your folks after those early adopters, as that curve kind of tapers off and changes as we get to more mass market adoption. So the messaging may need to change, right, and adapt. So I think we have to be flexible as well. And so we see ourselves as having a role in terms of having, you know, a pulse on the market, a pulse on customer needs, customer demands, and shifting our educational materials as well and messaging to kind of suit that too.
Yeah, and I'll echo up what Nick said there. I think the really important to recognize that the level of engagement that a customer is going to want to have with us is going to be very different based upon both, the early adopter new technology person. They could be a handful of energy geeks out there that are like sending pictures of their new heat pump to their friends, like me, or there could be most people that just say like, I just care my water was hot and that my air conditioner worked and that I could drive my car. The same thing with like different commercial sectors, right? A commercial customer who's like used to like dealing with their utilities, like a big operational cost for their business, may really want to get into the weeds and roll their sleeves up and deal with this sort of like load calculations and like what their energy balance is going to be. Like residential customers, I mean, we talk about on our team is, internally, it's like most people don't want to think about us. And like, you don't want to think, I want to worry about my utility, like if my car is going to start in the morning or if I can get to work, that sort of thing. And we're asking them to kind of like bridge that gap now. And so the things that we're really good at, right, are things like system planning and, really making sure the grid operates in a safe, reliable, and resilient way. And a challenge with, those are kind of three stools, and you can kind of solve the three legs of the stool. You can kind of solve for one at the expense of the other. And so trying to balance those is really kind of the core part of our job and integrating these resources into that. But we might not necessarily be the best folks to, think about actively, engaging or managing some of the relationships with these devices, but we are the right folks to like, how do we manage those devices to achieve the system benefits? And in this, I think, varies from device to device. We talked about demand flex and load flexibility. Again, nobody thinks about their hot water heater as long as the water is hot. Like people have some relationship with their air conditioner, that say like, you don't want to be hot, you don't want to be cold. People have a very emotional attachment to their EVs, right? I'm just trying to imagine, even for those here in this space, like if you said, hey, utility, you just take control of my charging, like what? You're gonna do what to that now? I mean, I think there's a lot of people that would be very resistant to that idea. But like signing up for an app, with your automotive manufacturer, clearly you went and you wanted to buy that Ford or you wanted to buy that Tesla or that GM because like that's the car you want. It's like you're going to say, cool, I will sign up for their app. Integrating with those folks and making sure that we can do whatever they're doing, because that gives benefits to you, right? You can like you can remote start your car, that's cool. Like you can like set your charge times, that's cool. How does that get integrated into the system planning? Because that's a relationship that customer wants to have, but then we need to work with those players that are like embedded into these like really expensive and sort of emotionally connected like devices to make sure they're doing things that like actually fit the system profile needs that we have. So I think that's where our role kind of really fits. Like how do we leverage these devices in a way that integrates into what the customer is expecting to do. It doesn't really interject us in the middle of a relationship they've got, but then puts our perspective both behind the scenes, kind of manage the loads of these devices and achieve the right benefit.
Sure. And I guess how do you translate kind of that thinking into your actual implementations? I'm thinking maybe with bolts or cider.
Well, so I'm glad you brought that up because I think, I was happy to see on that chart, we don't need to go back to, there's sort of like 4 efforts right now that are sort of grant or, CEC funded right now. I guess both is a pilot study through the DR proceeding. So we have kind of 2 efforts that have, kind of a timeline on our end that are really working on accelerating our DERMS development to support these these resources. Then there's sort of 2 efforts that are being, grants that were received, from third parties. It was called Revved Up. Now it's called Smart Charge. I'm going to get it wrong, but I think there should be an announcement coming, I think, this week that's going to be made available for customers starting on May 1st, which is really a grant that WeaveGrid received to enroll about 3,000 customers into a managed charging kind of directly managed charging program in Southeast LA to kind of support distribution level benefits and customer cost savings. And then the CEC bidirectional energy grant. Those are really focusing on the customer side of it, right? Like how do the customers get engaged? What's their process look like? But it's, again, they're grants. They have a timeline expiration. And I think to kind of something, Peter was saying, and, how do we maximize the value of these grants? Like ideally, like those should be kind of, merging as they end, right? Like or as they kind of come to conclusion. Like we figured out how to like integrate our technology with these. We've kind of figured out the customer experience, like what do you need to do to get customers to let you do this? And as they come to a conclusion, they just glide into a long-term, like, activity, whether that's a program, whether that's some rate plan, whether that is a, behind the scenes operation, like whatever the results of those are, it's sort of the seamless. But, if these are 2 to 3 year activities, let's be honest, like we should have been probably already planning what that off-ramp is today. And right now, I think we're kind of waiting on the results of these things to start that planning process. And so there's going to be, to your point, kind of the short-term timeline, maybe something that'll hopefully get, fleshed out a little bit in the kind of programs to pilots panel later this afternoon. Is like, what are sort of those like tools we can do to like compress that and speed this up so that we can kind of take the lessons that we're learning from these, customer side activities the lessons we're learning from the utility side activities and like continuing the momentum rather than kind of like stopping to evaluate and then restarting the whole process over again.
Continuing the momentum. I like that term.
Yeah.
I know President Reynolds had mentioned like we're making tremendous momentum in California, so we need to find a way to keep it going. I do want to move to Q&A. I guess before that, I want to see if my panelists have any kind of last remarks they wanted to make.
I did just want to hit on one thing, and sorry, it's, thinking about the customer experience, and I know it's not great news, but I think, not disparaging the actual particular activity, but I think, we've both had some reports come out recently about our first phase of our dynamic rate pilots, right? I think that we're lackluster, to say the best, I think, in terms of results. That's maybe a polite word for it, and that doesn't mean that's necessarily a bad policy, but I think what it means is that there's something missing at the customer side that these customers weren't wanting to participate in this, correctly. So whether that is, the mechanism not right, whether it's too confusing, whether it's just, the education wasn't correct to the customers and the benefits, whether just something there is like whether we, and people that were here yesterday, sorry, you heard this spiel over and over again from me yesterday, was that, the value to the utility, the value to the grid, and the value to the customer have to intersect, or they're not going to it's not going to happen. I can make all kinds of sense for the, the system planning and sort of the policy perspective, but if you can't get the individual customers to see the value for them or the reason to participate, they're not going to do it, or they're going to actively resist it or fight it, and it's not going to be an ideal system. So I think those are some lessons to pick at there, is how do we improve that customer experience, both in sort of the expanded dynamic pilots, the expanding, LMS system. How do we do this in our other programs and activities so they're actually getting the desired customer behavior to facilitate the things we're trying to do?
One additional call out on here is just some, and a big thanks, I think is worth having a big thanks here to the CEC for their efforts on, Redwoods and Epic and these technology pilots. I wanted to call out too, just collaborating, the piece here that's maybe critical beyond, that I think is actually going quite well and that we just need to make sure we continue doing, is collaborating across industry, collaborating with partners, keeping open channels of communication. And so just wanted to call out the Redwoods projects that we've been in conversation with, basically all of the recipients of those grants, and have been collaborating in terms of, partnering on deploying any VGI related activities there. And I think the same is true across, PG&E and SCE. So I think that collaboration will be really important because, you look at, the amount of funding and the amount of devices that's, really being put behind that, and it's significant, right? We're talking about thousands of new V2X devices and chargers, right, being installed and at sites and in people's homes over the coming years, and so that's going to force us to really hone our processes, right, in a more streamlined way, I think, as IOUs as well. And so I think that's just really, really critical that that we've got that coming down the pipeline. And then we are working as well with, and I know that there's various CCA pilots out there, but just wanted to call out that we've got a partnership with San Diego Community Power, one of the CCAs in SDG&E territory, and looking at their pilot on managed charging and seeing where we can, derive some learnings there with respect to customer behavior distribution benefits as well. So just a point to say that the open channels of communication, dialogues like this, right, but just that ongoing, work across the sector is going to be really important moving forward. So, right.
Good, Peter? Yeah. We'll take some questions up to the podium. Turn the mic on, please, and a reminder, your name and your organization.
Good morning, Rudy Hallbright, PG&E. I think folks know me for the most part. And thanks for coming and talking about what you guys have been working on and what you see. I've been in the trenches and seen a lot of the same challenges, so I'm with you on that. So my question, what it's about is we've been working on this for a while. The VGI decision, it's almost 7 years since that came out. One of the mandates that we had gotten at the time is, we've done all these pilots. What are we going to scale, right? And so here we are still talking about pilots. And I can imagine some of the people in the room are thinking, this is not where we wanted to be. potentially, and it's been hard. There's been a lot of barriers we've faced, but looking at our 2030 goals, you know, we've got less than 5 years left to hit them. At the pace we're going, we're going to miss. That's my opinion, right? I don't know what we'll do. But let's say we achieve them. So we're in 2030, we've achieved or exceeded every climate-related goal California has. We've done our part. So what happened? What did we do differently? What breakthroughs did we have? What did we push for each of us to have done that as a utility, as participants in California? Because I think it would take something different. And I'm curious to hear what you all think would be necessary to create that level of transformation and achievement.
Maybe, Nick, do you want to take a first shot? What's SDG&E's ideal state?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the value proposition, it's going to have to, you know, dramatically improve in a timeline that's much faster than what we're headed today, right? And in terms of proving, not just proving that out from a pilot perspective, right, but from a customer standpoint, like people realizing that, like there being a mass adoption sort of moment and some aha moment, not just with current EV owners though, right, but with respect to, I mean, we're going to have to continue to grow, you know, EV market share, right, as a percentage of all vehicles. Like there's going to have to be a continued increase, you know, in downward price pressure, right, within the market. I think on both on EVs and on this equipment as well. On the let's just talk about the V2X side of things for a second. I mean, it's you know, cost prohibitive today for customers to do many of the things that we're talking about, you know, for your average customer. And that's on the commercial and residential side. So I think you will see those costs of, you know, total cost of ownership of these devices and installation, et cetera, coming down. But I think it would have to come down pretty drastically, pretty quickly in order for that scalability to happen by like the 2030 date, right?
So what did we do that made that come down?
So some of that, right, is from an IOU perspective, that's tough, right? I mean, there's not much we can do to push that, right? But I would say, you know, one thing that we can do is certainly back to the education and outreach part of this, right? Is, you know, hopefully these market forces will take hold, right? And there can be downward pressure on the prices of these devices, and you know, we can play our part, right, in getting the word out about these things, and you know, not being a friction point in terms of people actually interconnecting and adopting them. But yeah, it definitely relies on on industry and you know, downward pressure on the cost of these systems.
And so, yeah, you asked a great, easy question. I'm glad we're solving the 2030 problem in this morning session. You know, I think from individual customer bases, I would echo a lot of what Nick said. It's sort of getting out of the customer's way, right, and sort of enabling the tools that help them manage their bills and their costs, because that's going to be a big driver. If it's cheaper to do this, people will just do it. Period, full stop, right? That's like a commercial customer, residential customers. If there's an economic reason for them to convert, they will do it, and you can just like let it go. It takes off by itself. But that means kind of get out of their way, right? It means on the interconnection side, you know, I've heard, you know, some of our executives say, like, how do we get to the point where we can, like, not care what a customer connects behind the meter, as long as we can make it, like, safe, like, you know, so we can ensure there's grid safety, but, like, we're, like, less concerned in not treating every, you know, interconnection like a power plant, which is, like, tenable for, you know, big 50-megawatt power plants, not tenable for, you know, 5 million EVs getting interconnected, you know, at the pace they're going to get to. We're not there yet, but it means we probably need to take a look at some of our processes and how we deal with these things as utilities for customer-side devices. And then on the grid side, right, I mean, this is something that I think is a kind of a problem regardless in the energy transition space. Like, we're always kind of looking for, like, the best, you know, solution, the ultimate, the penultimate solution to what we're trying to get to, right? And we have a lot of tools that are working. And we're going to probably need to use all of them, like, to get to 2030, right? It's like, rather than, like, sort of continuing to iterate to get to something that is, like, a perfect, like, 2045, 2050, 2060 solution, what do we have now that we can be using? while we continue to unlock better improvements. And I think that's kind of a ingrained like way of thinking that we might need to change a little bit, both as utilities, you know, in permitting process, you know, in how we interconnect, how we do system planning with like the tools that we have, like kind of like, and, you know, balancing that obviously with like maintaining the grid, you know, safe, you know, reliable, you know, dependable. Relaxing some of the way that we think about things like is really challenging, but I think we're going to need to start looking at how we can do that with the tools we have, and rather than like piloting a bunch of new tools, like if they have some benefit, use them. Let's keep finding out better things, like keep adding more tools to the toolkit rather than keep looking for the right one.
And can't help but jump in here, but you know, I really think kind of the understanding the value of VGI is kind of the cornerstone. So in terms of like your question, like what can we do about it? Like, to me, I think absent knowing what the value of VGI is holistically, like what is the size of the pie, it's kind of hard to have the conversation of how do we allocate that pie across customers, providers, the IOUs, if we don't know the total size of the pie there. Yeah.
Definitely.
So,
I mean, I hadn't planned to ask this, but I have kicked off a working group to look at resource adequacy for VGI resources, specifically for V2X. At PG&E, and I'd love to have more participation from any and all who would like to contribute and be part of that conversation, because I think where I'm coming from is that it has to be more cost effective to use transportation resources that have the same battery technology, LFP, as stationary batteries. It has to be cheaper, and the only way they get valued is RA. And so we need to figure that out as part of this. And so that's what I'm trying to figure out with a lot of help from people who are much smarter than me. So
thank you for that, Rudy. Emily, do we have any questions on the chat before we go back?
Not seeing any from online.
Okay, we'll take another one from in the room then. Yeah. Just line up, you can line up behind the mic.
So thanks, Rudy. Great question. Proactively looking back, 2020 hindsight basically allows us to introspectively understand what we could do better. And I especially want to compliment CPUC for looking toward a future where VGI is integrated into the overall grid planning activities. But I'll ask a question here that is, I think, a gap, and would like perspectives from each of the IOUs, as well as what we could do in the EPIC tranche of funding to close this gap. And that is the challenge the customer faces with respect to understanding its ability to interface with grid dispatch. We have DERMS and we have ADMS programs that are currently in flight. There's unfortunately not a link among those two control domains that's linking price. So we have CalFuse, we have GridX, we have the ability to begin the dynamic rate processes to allow the best benefit to be delivered from VGI, but it's not linked from a control perspective. So I think that's an important aspect. Where could we do that? So I want to amplify the fact that we've got Charge Yard as a solicitation on the street now, and we'll see responses coming toward that. What could we do to exploit Charge Yard's capability to create a uniform utility-centric testing facility where VGI communications can be explored and confirmed and validated? I'd like to hear thoughts on linking ADMS and DERMS and how we can coordinate a statewide level testing facility.
Yeah, so I guess I can try and go first. I mean, I don't like to speak on behalf of the IOUs as it relates to their DERMS timelines, but yeah, I mean, you know, that's the vision for Charge Yard, is it becomes this resource that industry can use to address some of these barriers with interoperability, working with, you know, disparate industry with a lot of different players, and supposed to ease that. So yeah, definitely if there's, you know, a gap there, I think it's worth exploring. You know, in terms of what we're doing in EPIC, you know, we are interested in both, you know, these managed charging, kind of grid dispatch approaches, as well as rates. You know, we have these partnerships with SCE on the two projects here. You know, one of them is the revved up project with Weave Grid, and you know, that is taking more of a, you know, dispatch approach. It involves this kind of distribution level optimization technology that they have, and it is a little bit more of this active charging approach. There's still this big question of what the value of that is and how much of that should go to the customer. And that's what we're hoping to learn from projects like that. And I think that the DERMS integration piece of it, yeah, I mean, I think oftentimes we kind of think about that afterwards. It's something that the IOUs are working on. But having more, I think, transparency into that piece, maybe talking back to the point on, you know, what are the key metrics for scaling, you know, what capabilities do we need in DERMS to support some of these unique use cases? When will those come online? What can we do now to kind of prepare for that? So, yeah, I'm very interested in following this further and curious what the IU panelists have to say.
And maybe make it brief. We're about to go to break.
Yeah, I think John knows the technical people that we should be asking that are on this panel right now at SC. I do know that the sort of like merger and sort of the interconnection between ADMS and DERMS is on our, you know, development roadmap for the ADMS and DERMS systems, part of kind of what we call internally our Encore project. I'm not the expert to be able to speak to how we're doing that, but I know that is, you know, a gap that we recognize as well, but it's sort of in the next, you know, 3-4 years trying to figure out how to kind of bridge those systems so that we can have them talk to each other. But that's that kind of the extent of what I can talk to it as well. So.
Yeah, no, likewise, I'd say our intent is with these pilots, right, where we're able to integrate the learnings, right, to inform what we're doing in the future with DERMS, actively engaging, again, not the engineering expert to speak in depth on this, right, but integrate those conversations, right, within our distribution planning teams, electric distribution operations, those folks as well, right? I mean, we've talked a lot about interconnection and customer generation on the one hand on the customer experience side, but equally, right, super important to integrate those conversations internally. And I would say, yeah, we're very open to those ideas from a testing interoperability standpoint. You know, we've got our integrated test facility in Escondido, and we've done testing with EVs and EV charging there over the years. So like certainly open to those conversations. And I would say, you know, important to, with any of those types of efforts, right, kind of outwardly share learnings, you know, statewide and nationally, you know, where we learn things just so we can accelerate this process.
Great. Okay, I want to call our Aaron and Peter for part of the thing. I hope, you know, through this discussion, teed up some of the topics. Again, like we're really just scratching the ice on each of these three themes here, and kind of we'll go much deeper on later sessions with respect to each of these three themes. So we are going to go on a break, and we are going to reconvene at 10:30.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Okay, so for presenters, definitely speak into the mic because sometimes if you're far away, find that inside voice and then push to turn it on. All right, so this panel is focusing on how to value VGI. It's a big question, and as we always talk about value streams and use cases. So in this session, we'd like to delve into what do exactly we mean by that and how do we do it? And this is where technology malfunctions, just to get us all warmed up. Try this. All right. Yeah. I guess WeaveGrid is going first. Maybe we can skip to not WeaveGrid. Is there?
Folks have patience. I think having Philip and Chinzia start would be great.
This is great because I was literally just telling the team that I thrive in awkwardness. So I'm really living my best life right now.
Would it help for us to do intros while things are getting sorted?
That would be great. I'm your moderator, and my name is Danielle Weissman. I'm the Clean Transportation Business Development Manager for San Diego Gas and Electric, an investor-owned utility, focusing on policy, regulatory compliance, and new program development. You do? Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. Philip Kobernick. I'm the Associate Director of Energy Programs at Peninsula Clean Energy. We're San Mateo County's Community Choice Energy Program. I oversee our EV portfolio.
Hi, everyone. My name is Achintya Maduri. I'm a Senior Analyst with the Retail Rate Team at CPUC, and excited to be talking about valuation.
All good. And I'm Matthias Bell. I lead market development at a company called WeaveGrid. I think whenever we're talking about VGI and how do you value it, I think it's useful to say where else you've been as well. It's been about a decade at RMI. I worked at Power. I spent time at Xcel Energy on EV programs and rates.
Hi, everybody. Dan Fletcher from Decibel. I'm the head of ecosystems. We make a home energy station that enables VGI.
Russell Vair, Vice President of Vehicle Grid Integration at the Mobility House, software company working on EV charging and aggregation.
And I'm David Almeida, and I oversee our clean energy transportation strategy at PG&E.
Well, I know we have a lot of people on this panel, but I think it's really helpful in having a comprehensive discussion because each person on this panel represents sort of a different cross-section of that ecosystem of the marketplace. So we've got the CCA, the Community Choice Aggregator, which is a load-serving entity. So they procure energy and other services. We've got the CPUC, our regulator, from a rates perspective and bringing in sort of where the CPUC is thinking and where we are, as well as the vendor community that includes software and hardware providers serving residential and commercial customers, as you'll hear, and then the investor-owned utilities that also have a key part in this. So today, I've posted the questions that some of the high-level questions that we want to explore. I'm going to have each presenter sort of introduce themselves and frame their individual perspective from their vantage point, and then we'll go into a panel discussion for about 40 minutes, and we'll have time for audience Q&A at the end. So please think of your questions and so that we can hear more from you. When I think, from my perspective, when I think about valuing VGI, vehicle grid integration, the electric vehicles, the electric vehicle supply equipment, these are all distributed energy resources, DER. As a utility, we tend to be technology agnostic when it comes to DER, but it's important to have these conversations to understand the nuances of each resource and how they perform, what their role, what are the individual traits that may be unique that we need to be accounted for, and especially when we talk about the value of that resource. I look at things in terms of a wholesale marketplace and a retail marketplace. So when we're talking about valuing a resource, we have to think who's paying, where, and how. And in the energy market, there are two forums. At the wholesale level, those wholesale contributions, the marketplace exists with CAISO, with the California Independent System Operator. They operate the wholesale marketplace, as well as the transmission planning process. So when we look at sort of transmission system costs and the value and the cost of energy, they operate that market. And we have known projects. We rely on the CEC Zyper forecast. And there's opportunity at the CAISO level. There's for DER providers, the DERP mechanism. So DER providers could aggregate individual DERs and sell services in the CAISO market through those aggregation tariffs. At the retail level, we have, that's really sort of the bulk and the focus of this conversation is really looking from an investor-owned utility perspective. We sort of operate the retail marketplace. That's our focus area, that's our jurisdiction with the CPUC. And so we do that in the form of rates. Largely. So when we look at valuation mechanism, compensatory mechanism, and the costs, it tends to be reflected in rates. So we've got, when we look at valuation, we're largely focusing around what is the cost to serve, what is the value to ratepayers, to consumers, what's the value to the prosumer, to that EV service provider or the individual customer. And that's going to be an important part of our conversation, because I think we look at the cost of the service and the value it may be to the ratepayer or to the customer, and they may not be the same. When we talk about time of use rates or some of the pilots that you'll hear about today, there's sort of the cost and the value that is very quantitative and maybe finite, but a customer's willingness to participate, especially when many customers, they're not in the business of energy. It's just sort of an added bonus. And so when we look at complexity, we may need to pay them above and beyond what maybe the direct concrete value of the services in order to incentivize that shift in behavior. So those are important considerations. I don't have a position that I'm trying to push, and I'm not saying it's good or bad. It's just a sort of a variable that we need to account for in each use case. So with that, I'm going to hand this off to Achintia Maduri, who is the rates senior analyst with the California Public Utilities Commission.
Yeah, thanks, Danielle, and appreciate the context setting. So before I actually dive into the slides, I think it's really important to understand that when the CPUC approves rates, which we do for the investor-owned utility companies, and those rates are approving recovery of an authorized revenue requirement, which is these costs are authorized to be recovered. They're not guaranteed recovery on these costs, but there's a set amount of revenues that we're going to bake into the rate design so that if customers behave as expected, those revenues will be recovered by the utility to cover both past costs that, that paid for by the utility company and need to be fairly collected. And fairness is a very key aspect that I want to focus on. Fairly collected from all the ratepayers, all the customers of the utility company. But there's also, since we're not guaranteeing a revenue recovery, right? That there's an important element that there are avoidable costs, right? And when we talk about these avoidable costs, some of those are these wholesale market costs, right? But from a retail customer's perspective, it's really important to emphasize that whatever wholesale market costs are borne by the utility company or the load serving entity in the case of the CCA would need to be recovered, right, one way or the other. And so the only avoidable costs are, there is a portion of costs that are considered avoidable, and we can talk about those, but that tension is very real. And when one set of customers doesn't pay for their fair share of costs, and those costs are on the books, they have to be recovered from other sets of customers. So this notion of sort of like incenting behavior maybe above cost comes with the trade-off that somebody else has to pay for it. And that's something that's going to be a tension throughout that I think we should acknowledge before going forward. Okay, next slide, please. Oh, thanks. So a lot of the focus that I'll be talking about is on demand flexibility. And I think I want to emphasize that the CPUC's focus on demand flexibility, our retail rates team focus on demand flexibility is agnostic to the technology. But the core principle is if we send prices that are appropriate, that convey the true nature of costs as they're caused to be incurred by the utility company to loads that have the ability to flex, those loads will be able to flex their demand, leading to a reduction in peak loads, which can lead to lower energy prices, which can hopefully also lead to reduced infrastructure in the long run. But again, it's important. Infrastructure costs are long-run costs. Wholesale market costs, yes, they're avoidable in the near term. But I think this principle, we believe quite strongly in, and so there's a demand flexibility rulemaking that's been initiated to consider the type of rate guidance that needs to be adopted for enabling demand flexibility through rates. So as part of this rulemaking, the Energy Division staff put out a white paper with what we call the California Flexible Unified Signal for Energy, or CalFuse, which is a framework. It's just it's a general framework for how Energy Division staff believes that dynamic prices could be offered. This isn't exactly necessarily what the CPUC on how dynamic rates could be made available to all customers, and some of the elements that are necessary. So the first element, or the sort of three core pillars of this rate design or this framework, are price presentation, ensuring that prices, in sort of a real-time fashion, are made available through an easily accessible portal to customers. And we're working with the CEC on that. CEC has done a lot of work by enabling the MIDAS platform. So that's one example of what standardized price access could look like. Then we have a very strong focus on rate reform, so ensuring we have real-time energy prices. These are conveying the wholesale market price through the system operator. Also conveying real-time capacity prices. So this, again, like capacity, infrastructure, there's what's in the ground and then what may need to be put into the ground unless the demand changes. And that's what we're trying to avoid through providing real-time capacity prices. RA is sort of similar to that on the generation side. I mean, there's sort of this tension. RA is not exactly long-term generation capacity, but it's analogous. Then the sort of the fourth element of rate in the CalFuse framework is bidirectionality of prices, meaning that enabling devices that can export to be paid a just and reasonable price for energy that's exported to the grid, commensurate to the value of avoidable costs that the utility company would experience through those exported resources. The last two elements were staff's ideas about how to manage some of the dynamism of dynamic prices. So this idea of a subscription and having transactive energy. I'm not going to go too far into those for right now. Again, none of these have been officially adopted by the CPUC. This is just Energy Division staff framework, which is part of the consideration in the demand flex rulemaking. So again, I think I've kind of talked about this, but we have to ensure we're developing guidelines to ensure that dynamic rate applications that will be filed by the utility companies are going to comply with the CEC's load management standards, and these standards require hourly marginal cost rates to be made available to all utility customers on an optional basis. Also, a core goal of this flex rulemaking is to ensure that the guidance ensures participation or allows for participation by both bundled and unbundled customers. We're not trying to limit participation to only the IOU customers. We want to make sure that CCA customers who do receive distribution service and transmission service from the utility companies are also able to participate in these dynamic prices. And then we also ensure that alignment with our core rate design principles, which is how we want to emphasize economic efficiency, but also ensure that all incentives are cost-based so that we don't have unfairness in who picks up what costs are not recovered from a certain set of customers. And so then I was really excited in the last panel when people started talking about the pie, because I feel like this is something that I talk about a lot with people in various aspects that are not as familiar with the general rate cases. But we do have a process for setting what the size of the pie ought to be. Each utility company has a different valuation for various elements of the pie, and this is not meant to be any particular utility company. This is just a rough estimate that is based on recent general rate case filings. But, and that 40 cents at the bottom, so this whole pie represents a 40-cent rate, so this is for residential customers. It's on the high side, but that's actually, unfortunately, not very far from where we are. So if you were thinking about an average 40-cent rate, right, just 15% of that is CAISO wholesale energy prices. So let's say that, you're able to avoid or shift your usage to the lowest price hours and you pay zero cost as far as the wholesale market is concerned. How much of the rate could you reasonably avoid and not cause costs to be shifted onto other customers? About 50% of that 40 cents. Similarly, now you look at these peak marginal capacity prices for generation, transmission, and distribution. These are, in our general rate cases, the utility companies present what they believe their marginal costs are. These are what they believe their long-run costs for expanding their systems are likely to be. And again, if someone were to avoid paying for any of that by again shifting their behavior, so they avoid all the hours that cause potential upgrades to happen either on the distribution side, on the generation side, or the transmission side. That's about 20% of the total retail rate for a residential customer. So that, and these are what are required to be included by the CEC's load management standards, right? What is remaining? Unfortunately, a lot. And I think this is something that we have to figure out. Like it's still possible to shape those costs in a way to provide incentives to load flexibility, but I think that that's where the balancing act happens, right? Because it may not be reasonable to provide the remainder of those costs to customers that are exporting to the grid, because these aren't really sort of, technically speaking, from a general rate cases perspective, avoidable costs. So the ACC, which is, I think people talk about as well, the avoided cost calculator, will come out to the same. It's about, we're talking about 14 cents per kilowatt hour is the average value of the avoided cost calculator. So, yeah, I think I wanted to make sure that this, pie chart, which again, not for any single utility company, it's just illustrative, but it is directionally accurate, is sort of in front of mind as we talk about valuation and what is possible through rates or even other mechanisms, because fundamentally rates recover all costs, whether you use a different framework to sort of monetize those costs, like if the utility company has borne them, will end up in rates. And our goal through dynamic rates is to ensure that we put all those costs, when they're avoidable, into the dynamic price at bare minimum. And that price, at least, is bidirectional. So that's sort of where Energy Division staff's proposal has gone. And sort of as we consider rate design applications, as the Commission considers guidance, which in hopefully a forthcoming PD, I think that this will be sort of, the Commission's perspective will be laid out. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, the last thing, it's just, this is sort of showing the regulatory timeline for retail rates in California. We've authorized expanded pilots in Edison and PG&E service territories. There's a 150 megawatt target. There was a recent filing by PG&E saying that they've already enrolled about 50 megawatts of customers in their ag pilot, in their ag sector for this pilot. There's a PG&E's V2X pilot that has been launched, which is a bidirectional rate based on sort of the CalFuse framework. There's San Diego's dynamic export rate pilot program, which is a generation-only export rider. And very soon, actually, two of the utility companies have already submitted applications for opt-in hourly rates, and I think the third will as soon as a PD is issued in this rulemaking. And then by 2027, the CC standards require that all IOUs and CCAs offer rates or similar programs to all customer classes. And of course, we have the 2030 load shift goal of 7,000 megawatts. Okay. All right.
And I just want to make sure the audience understands sort of when we talk about these dynamic rates and the export rate pilot, there's sort of two sides of the coin, the yin and the yang. There's the export side and the import side. So currently the IOUs have dynamic export compensation rate pilots. So we're testing out a rate design to pay electric vehicle customers for exporting their energy to the grid. While in the future with the dynamic rate, with the demand flexibility, we'll be designing rates that deal with just the import side, their energy consumption. So it's sort of two sides to the coin for customers.
Just to add on to that, I guess, the PG&E pilot is both import and export.
Thank you.
Yes, and Edison's and, well, yeah, so I'll stop there, and then that's specific for V2X customers.
All right. Good morning, everyone. I'm Philip Kobernick again from Peninsula Clean Energy. I'm going to go through a bunch of slides in a couple minutes here, but I've got two takeaways for everyone to process over the next few minutes. The first is residential managed charging, and I'll talk about our pilot, is challenging, and I'll talk about some of the ways in which our pilot found some of those major challenges in engaging folks on at-home managed charging. And the second is, but there's a curveball, and I'll throw that at the end. I think a more valuable way that we could achieve wide-scale VGI benefits through EV charging, and then really the value too for us as we see it, VGI is important, and there's a lot of really great benefits that we can have, but the most important thing is to accelerate EV adoption. That is first and foremost. We are way behind our goals, and so I'm going to be ending on ways that we can maybe do both at the same time, both accelerate EV adoption and then help to manage those loads in a cost-effective way. Okay, let's dive in. Whoop. Okay. Whoop. Sorry. There we go. I think most people here know what CCAs are, but it is my duty as a CCA employee to make sure that everybody knows what CCAs are. So we are a public agency, so our load-serving entity, as was mentioned before, we serve San Mateo County and the community of Los Banos and Merced County. But again, we're a public agency with a mission to provide clean, affordable energy to our community. And Peninsula Clean Energy was formed about a decade ago, so we're going to be coming up on our 10th birthday or anniversary, coming up pretty soon. The way it works is, as a load-serving entity, we work in collaboration with the IOUs, PG&E in our case. So we generate clean energy, it goes to the grid and to customers. A helpful metaphor that I've heard is, if it's like you're eating at a restaurant, we're the chefs in the kitchen that's making the meal, meeting the farm workers, and serving all the food, and then the utility brings it out to you, like on the grid, and then collects the bill, and then the customer enjoys the food. So that's kind of the nature of how CCAs and IOUs work in California. Hopefully that was helpful. Okay, so let's talk about our managed charging pilot first. So I'll get into the details on what it is and what the results were. But before I do that, the main goal that we had here was, how do we shape load in advance of our clean energy targets? So as a load-serving entity, we have pretty much carbon-free energy on an annual basis now that we're providing to the community, which we're extremely proud of, and we're working to get to 100% renewable energy in the next few years. But we also want to get to 100% renewable energy on an hourly basis, which is a really ambitious goal that has been very challenging to achieve. And one of the ways that we are looking to do that, of course, is by mitigating some of the times of day that it's really hard to serve with renewable energy, 6 and 7 p.m. Most times of the year. And so the goal of this pilot was, well, we see a lot of EVs that are going to be coming on board and maybe plugging in at the worst time of day. And so that's what the intent of this was in service of our 24/7 renewables goal. So that was kind of our guiding vision for why we even did this in the first place. Okay, so what did we do? So we did a year-long test using telematics-based managed charging. I'm so glad that it got a lot of airtime yesterday. If people want to talk telematics, let's keep getting into that, because this is just such a great, interesting area with a lot of potential. We focused on residential customers, like I just mentioned, and that's charging during the evening ramp-up hours, so 6 or 7 p.m. as the sun goes down and load goes up. And we tested a bunch of different incentive types and amounts, including some lucky folks that were paid up to $40 a month to participate in our managed charging pilots. And so what are the results? Well, so these are some of the major takeaways here. So the first is that recruitment is a real challenge. We kind of went into it thinking, wow, people are going to want to love to do this. Here we are with this wonderful whiz-bang new pilot program, and people are just going to be, chomping at the bit to get at it. And we saw 4% enrollment. And not for lack of trying, we sent several emails out to a target group, and I should also mention we're collaborating with researchers at UC Davis who are also looking at this and will be studying it further. So we took a pilot group, and then we sent them some emails, and people open our emails. We get like 50% open rates on our emails. So, I mean, if you were working at, I don't know, a company, a utility, I was thinking of someone that sells widgets, whatever. If you're selling watches or something, a 50% open rate on your emails is unheard of. So people open our emails, but we got very, very low enrollment. And that group that got $40 a month didn't do substantially better than our 4% average. So even if you offer people a ton of money, at least the way we approached it, was not very successful. So we got 700 people. We were originally aiming for about 3 times that amount. And we tried different messages, saving money, leaning into cost savings, leading into kind of altruistic-based messages of helping the grid or helping the community, and didn't see a substantial difference across those. For those that did join, we saw major self-selection bias. People on the EV2A, that's the PG&E EV opt-in rate, were highly oversampled. They were about a quarter of our audience that we sent emails to in the recruitment, potential audience, but they were 3 out of 4 who joined the actual experiment. So I think people get that. That makes sense, right? So if you are an EV nerd, you will open an email from your CCA that says, would you like to try this new EV technology? And we'll go through the process of enrolling and syncing your car and all that stuff. People who are less on the EV nerd spectrum will say, well, no, they're going to drop off at some point in that. And so what that meant was that the people who joined are already doing exactly everything we wanted them to be doing already for the most part. So the high value people, the people that plug in, they don't think about that, they just go about their lives plugging in willy-nilly, those are not the people that we got. Those are not the people who joined, yeah, exactly. And so as a result, we saw very little on peak charging. As a result, we saw very little peak potential. So, people that don't factor in this kind of human element could risk overemphasizing the value and potential of these managed charging programs. So you kind of have to factor in some human psychology here. So essentially, our peak reduction was bupkis. We saw basically nothing because there was no load to move during those evening hours. Now we did see, I meant to say timer peak, sorry for the typo. We did see reduction in timer peaks, which you'll see on the next slide. That is when the off-peak hours begin. For the EV2A rate, it's midnight. That's when all the cars all start turning on at the same time. We saw effective reduction in that, that's what I call timer peak, but no reduction during the evening ramp up. And so this is what that looks like. So there's the main well, let me start with the lines and I'll tell you what the main takeaway is. So there are 3 lines here. This is household energy data. So we were able to sync data from the car and the telematics we're getting with their actual meter data. And so we're looking at actual meter data here over a 24-hour load curve. The vertical axis is average in kilowatts. So we used 2 controls, and that's kind of important here. The orange control, the orange line, that's people who have no idea what's going on. They weren't invited to the participant. They weren't invited to participate. They're pure control. We were just looking at the energy. They have no idea. They were never invited. And the red is the control of the group that was invited to join, but just to have the energy monitored. We didn't do smart charging with them. You'll see these people are different. The people who join an experiment, even if we're not changing their load, look different than people who don't join. So the people who are interested in opting in and doing these things, they use less energy overall. I think about 10% less energy than other folks, and then they're timing their energy usage. And then the blue is people that were smart charging. So they look very similar to the red control group, meaning the value that we saw during on-peak was very low. But if you look at the midnight hour, there is somewhat significant timer peak reduction. So that's really helpful for distribution utilities. And saying we can actually, pretty significantly reduce the impact of everyone who would otherwise just be turning on at midnight. Now, unfortunately for us as a CCA, we don't have to deal with the distribution utility impacts directly, but for the IOUs, I think this is where the value is in that midnight hour, certainly. Okay, so here, one more thing that we learned in our pilot is we got home charging speeds. We could see how fast people are charging at home. We've also surveyed drivers and asked them what their home charging setup is, but people don't really know how to describe the speed at which their EVs are charging. So we got it independently. We just got it from the cars. And drum roll please, level 2 charging is not the norm. So it is often treated as the norm that every EV driver needs to have 6.6 kilowatts of level 2 charging at home. And we at PCE really disagree with that notion and have found in the data that the community also does not see that as the norm. And I should mention, the folks who we targeted are Silicon Valley-based EV adopters who had an EV in 2022. So not someone who just got an EV, early adopters of EVs in the heart of Silicon Valley. You might think these folks all have Apple Watches, not to paint a stereotype, but are tech savvy, maybe not wrong, but have installed fancy home chargers at their house, right? Not the case, at least not everyone. That's actually a minority of people who have installed a fancy home charger, and less than half are charging at full level 2 charging speeds. About a third using the charger that they already have in their garage, a level 1 outlet. So I think that was a real key validation in some assumptions that we had. Okay, so here's the curveball. And these are the last few slides. What is another way that EVs can provide grid benefits? By right-sizing your EV charging. And for us, that's level 1 residential charging, especially at multifamily, where we're putting in dozens or hundreds of these chargers all at once. And I think the core message here from a VGI perspective is if you build your charging to the right speed in the first place, you don't have to undo that with managed charging later and try to mitigate the grid impacts. Level 1 charging is between 1.4 and 1.9 kW, depending on your vehicle settings and all that. And that's much less than 6.6 right out of the gate. You don't have to enroll them in a managed charging program. You don't have to set up complicated automated load management systems or make sure that they're commissioned correctly and all that stuff. Those are all important. I don't want to take away from the importance of all that stuff. But for resi charging like this, if you can set up at the right speed to begin with, you don't have to figure out the problem later, is my main point here. And so PCE, in our EV Ready program, we provide incentives and we provide design assistance to the community, mostly for multifamily properties. We're putting in lots of level 1 charging at these properties. So I have a couple examples here. The left is Orange Charger, and then the middle and the right are Go Power EV. The one in the middle is actually pretty interesting because it actually does have VGI functionality built in. Customers can choose the price that they want to pay to charge and how fast they want to charge, prioritizing speed or cost. And that picture on the right, that's 144 level 1 outlets at a condo in Millbrae that it just got turned on last week. That's a huge project. And so we're really excited about that. And then a couple of key points here. The way we're doing level 1 is really affordable. Talking about VGI value here, when we design these systems and give rebates, folks are putting in level 1 charging at $2,500 each. That's a fifth the cost of a level 2 charger in the Cal EVIT program, which is averaging about $12,500 each. So put another way, we can do 5 times more at the same budget. And there was a comment this morning about how do we get to 2030. We have 1 million chargers to install in the next 5 years. The state has installed less than 200,000. We need to 5x that number. This is 5x the number of chargers with the same budget. So that is one of, I think, the takeaways on how we can go big. Okay, last point. Some of the biggest multifamily projects in the nation are happening in this program right now, and they're happening through level 1 outlets. So we have, I'll just skip these. The last one, 200 outlets happening right now is South San Francisco. It's at a rental apartment. We're pretty sure that's the biggest in the country. If someone here from Orange Charger can correct me if they've done bigger, please do so, but I'm pretty sure that's the biggest in the country. And the way we're able to afford that is through these types of chargers. Okay, that's my email. And if you want to see our managed charging report, it's a quick read. That's the link. And please do so. Okay, thanks.
Hi, good morning. Everyone, thanks for the opportunity. We're from Jackie and I are from Mobility House, software aggregator and EV charging platform in Europe and US. And I put together a few slides to talk about how we look at VGI from the end customer value, kind of some of the comments that were made on the last panel about how do we get this to scale. It's to really make it cheaper and how do we get the customer engaged. So I have an example from kind of passenger cars and fleet cars and how we're looking at that. An example from Europe in terms of what we're doing, this is a slide showing different types of rate designs with, a standard flat tariff that everyone's familiar with on the left, where no real value from load flexibility or shifting when we use energy. And at the opposite extreme is a dynamic hourly rate, which completely exposing customers to the wholesale market, which creates some risk. What we've implemented, there's retail energy choice in parts of Europe, and so we've come up with this rate that's a hybrid of that with a flexibility bonus. So almost like gamification where customers are rewarded if they provide flexibility on their EV charging, and so they have a standard tariff that gives them a bonus for it. And so how we've been able to do that, this is a visualization of what we're doing with telematics-based smart charging in Germany, and this is just showing how we are able to kind of in this wholesale market app kind of use case, we're able to trade energy based on that load flexibility because we can register to participate in these energy markets as an aggregator. and then we can kind of create value from that load flexibility to generate revenue, and then we can pass that to the customer through a retail energy rate. So this is just kind of showing how that works, and we've been able to recently take that a little bit further from smart charging to bidirectional charging. So we launched with Renault in France last year. They have a AC bidirectional car, the Renault 5, that's started sales last year, and then customers can purchase that car from the dealer, get their charging station installed, and sign up for a retail energy rate. And customers on average would maybe earn about 35 euros a month. Some customers earning as much as 50 euros a month is they've shared. So I think that obviously this is not something, I'm not proposing that we should have retail energy rates or wholesale market access, but I think the point is that if you can have transparency in the value and a way to access the value, you can then, I think industry can figure out ways to then bring that to the end customer. And so the reason why customers would bother is because there is a value for them to do so. So I think that's just what I wanted to kind of show as an example of how to bring VGI value to a residential customer. The way that we look at it for a fleet customer is almost flipped. So when we're talking to fleet customers of installing charging, it's really about how do they reduce that upfront cost of installing charging stations. It can be very high expense. So the VGI tools that we're kind of selling to fleet customers in that case is more on automated load management to find ways to reduce, the customer side infrastructure investment. Also starting to work on flexible interconnection where you can reduce the time for some of these projects by creating flexibility on the utility side. And then the conversation goes into, are there ways to reduce OpEx through things like V1G? Obviously, commercial rates usually have a lot more ability to kind of create value from managing that load, especially demand charge management, but also, of course, time of use rates and dynamic rates. And then we see kind of bidirectional charging or vehicle to grid as this additional value stream that can be added on top of it, where it can enable new use cases like islanded backup power or potentially, revenue streams from things like demand response. So, just wanted to do a quick overview of kind of some examples of how we're looking at this from the customer side. Who's next?
Click it one more time, we'll find it.
Oh, is that it? Oh, no, you're up next, right?
Yeah, I think that's
Emily?
we're missing his slide.
Oh, there's
VGrid. We just switched over, folks. I think we're good. All right, bye.
I would like to do this.
Can we get the next slide, please?
The remote is not working.
Try to take the batteries out.
Yeah, I heard that.
If you want to.
Do they blow on it too? Little Nintendo style?
Maybe there's
I'm not sure.
It only works in the car.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. This is like a test in front of a crowd. Can he pull this off? And no guarantees. Oh, it's buzzing. That's good.
Not that good.
Well said.
Hold it 1 second.
We're going.
I thought that was great. End-to-end interoperability.
Somebody, I can also narrate next slide too, if that works better for time.
Just one moment.
Everyone's excited. This is dramatic pause.
You're good on your feet though, so.
Natasha, you mind just, sorry, you can just go with it.
Yeah, that works just fine, and I'll just say, Brian, next slide. So, but like, kicking things off, Matthias Bell, lead market development at VGrid. I should say Amanda Myers-Wisser was supposed to be on this panel. Unfortunately, she couldn't make it today, but wanted to say hi to everyone here and really appreciate the opportunity from CPC and Energy Division to speak at VGI Forum today. When it comes to VGrid, thank you. That's fortuitous. Many of you are familiar, in this crowd, I see a lot of familiar faces. Many of you are familiar with WeGrid. We're a software platform that seeks to support higher levels of transportation electrification through managed charging and VGI. We work with three primary stakeholders: utilities, where we work with utilities like PG&E and SoCal Edison, and many other utilities around the country. And so certainly want to bring that California perspective to this panel, but there's a lot of great work happening outside of California too that want to be highlighting that perspective while part of today's discussion. We work with automakers. If that slide was up, you'll see a nice little picture of some cars and chargers. We've partnered with, we're all like, is that my alarm going off? We partner with automakers to bring them into programs, but through direct authorizations. We were talking about that on telematics yesterday. But over the past couple of years, we've been working more closely, starting to build software for automakers, and recently we announced several different major global M's backing WeGrid from an investment perspective. And lastly, while we're talking about stakeholders, all this grid value is really important. I really love it when people bring up the EV drivers here too. EVs aren't in front of the meter flexible resources. They are literally people's cars, and everything we need to be doing as part of this discussion needs to be keeping that front and center to that point around making sure that this is an affordability tool, but one that still encourages people to buy EVs and drive EVs. Going to the next slide, Brian. This is not the 101 audience. Many of you know a lot of these details, but I also appreciate that many people have been looking at these kind of forecasts for a long time. And I think while there's been ways where some people said, oh, this is, maybe we'll have all EVs on the road next year. And I think many of us in the room were saying, no, that's not going to happen. That's not how automakers look. These forecasts have been really sticking, and that's really impressive and amazing. And I think we've always been looking at these and saying 25, 26 over the next decade, that's when all this stuff becomes really important. We're here, y'all. I appreciated Rudy's comment earlier. This is the time to really be thinking about how do we scale a lot of this work that we've been talking about and piloting over the past couple of years. Next slide. Do you mind trying to click there? Oh yeah. You don't. We're back up. So when we talk about benefits, I really appreciated Cynthia's point of view here. We spend a lot of time in these forums over arguing of what's that percentage on the right? Is it 50%? Is it 90%? Is it 10%? I think for this discussion, it's really important to look at what's on the left. Thinking about things from a cost causation perspective and a allocating cost perspective, EVs are different. New EVs coming on the grid, when we think about this from an affordability or a cost causation point of view, we're so used to thinking about things from what's going to hit system peak. And yes, EVs do touch system peak, but really importantly, EVs disproportionately impact the distribution system. And a lot of us come into this world with backgrounds in load management programs, rates, resource planning. We talk to the folks at the distribution teams, but many of us don't come from those teams. They will say, like, yes, that's substations, Matthias, but that's really our feeders, our circuits, our transformers, and that's an issue we hear from the California utilities. But it's not just California utilities, it's utilities across the country that are trying to think about what the impact is of EVs on revenue requirement and how to lower that over time with VGI. There's a lot of good solutions. I think California's done incredible work in terms of putting demand response, energy efficiency, time varying rates to enable the loading order to happen where we put demand side resources first. All that good work, and I'll say, like, I'll add dynamic rates to it, really, really great for addressing system peak issues, really great for shifting things off peak. None of those things are particularly strong tools for addressing what I was talking about from a cost causation perspective, those downstream distribution assets, and how do we, yes, upgrade those over time, but upgrade them strategically in a smart way while making sure we're maintaining affordability. I think, interesting, okay. Some folks come at this like, okay, charts, bullet points, that's really useful. I'm a visual person, Matthias. Can you actually like explain what this actually looks like when you break it down from what's the feeder load and what's the EV load? And I'll say, yes, that's exactly what I've tried to do here. So look, that's unfortunate. There is, I'm going to, oh, look at that. Everyone look on the left and not the right. So I could say, imagine a feeder, but you can actually just look over here. So what we have going on here, we think about these things from system peak perspectives. This is your typical residential feeder. What you'll see here is, yes, it contributes to system peak, but the feeder is peaking outside those system peak hours. To be very clear, a commercial feeder, multifamily feeder, you're going to see that more often than not be earlier and align with system peak. This is where residential is different. And when you think about vehicles being added to the system, and this is data that we're pulling from another Western utility, a little farther north in California, on the top left, this is something we think about a lot. How does a bunch of unmanaged charging look on that feeder? Goes without saying. I think everybody understands. Most people are plugging in at night or in the evening. Most charging's happening at those hours. Yes, system peak, but hitting that feeder peak harder. Philip was talking about this. Time of use rates. Again, beautiful tool for bulk power. We talked about the timer peak, and this is exactly that issue. Unintentionally, we're creating a additional peak on the feeder that's actually worse than unmanaged. And yes, it's important to stagger that over the first 15 minutes or hour in terms of voltage, but you're still dealing with the loading, you're still dealing with the thermal issues. And so the question then is, well, what and how can we be optimizing? And yeah, I think probably some folks are like, okay, really small, can I see this, double click on this and what this looks like? Again, left here, that's a bunch of unmanaged EVs. Again, not the biggest impact on system peak, but it's there. Rates, again, really good at addressing that coincident system peak issue. Increases that non-coincident peak. Increasing revenue requirements, increasing cost to serve. Nobody wants that, right? Maybe somebody wants to see rates go higher, but affordability is such an important issue in California and everywhere. And so the question is, what sort of tools exist to address both those system peaks and non-coincidence? I'll say staggering doesn't work beyond those first 15, 20, 30 minutes. Some people have suggested back charging too, but that creates some issues with potential winter peaks down the road. What we're doing, and as an industry, I think is really important for us all to be thinking about this collectively, is EVs are a highly flexible load. The typical EV is plugged in for 10 hours. It only charges for 2. How can we address both that system peak while also over time addressing those non-coincident peaks? So everyone's fully charged by the time they need it, but we're doing it in a way that's addressing both those system peak issues and non-coincident peak issues. It's really useful to put this all in perspective because, yes, it's good to be looking at this EV load, but EVs aren't the only load, as we've been saying. I appreciated Cynthia's point there. We need to be thinking about all that feeder load, and of course, outside of VGI forum, what can we be doing to address the other non-coincident peak issues? And we should also be thinking about, from a loading and thermal perspective, what can we be doing to address that non-coincident peak as much as possible? So to kind of wrap things up here, I'll just say, put out a couple points of view. One is around cost causation, really important in this discussion, and I think it's really important for us to be mindful that EVs disproportionately impact the distribution system. I think second is the loading order. We've gotten great results out of that over time. We're going to need to put forward just and prudent and reasonable investments into the distribution system, but we should be thinking about this stuff from a loading order perspective too, and what can we be doing from a load management and VGI perspective first. And then I think third, we have to keep this stuff customer friendly. It goes without saying that this needs to be intuitive. This needs to be easy. If you're not getting high levels of participation, this stuff's not happening. So we need to be able to do it in a way that gets high levels of enrollment and done in a way that provides access to the significant grid benefits. And with that, I'll wrap things up. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm putting together the presentation today. I thought I'd start off with some of the things that need to happen to get at that value, and then talk about what some of the values are that can come out of VGI. I'm going to go quickly through this. So really the first thing, and our scope is completely residential. So in order to activate value for VGI at a residential setting, you need to have that distributed intelligence and control, what I call a counterpart at home. So someone that can communicate with the DERMS and someone that can also communicate on the pricing side. And then here we're talking about, there are a lot of things that people want in their homes. They want to be able to boost charge if there's more than one driver on a car. They sometimes want to have dual charge capability if there are two EVs in the house. They want to access blackout power if there are power interruptions. And all of those things can be expensive. So the message here is that the new trick that an EV can do that a regular car can't do is to provide these grid services to the network. If you're able to monetize those services, then it can allow these households to access these other things that make their lives better. So it's really a hand-in-hand thing there. Now this one here, our inspiration for this slide was a little bit from the aviation industry, and it really speaks to situational awareness. And so in order to trust the system, and in order to feel confident about letting your car be discharged when you might need it, you need to know what's going on with the EV and with the home. And so there's really no other way to do it than to have that access to that information in all the places where that household or that driver needs them, what we call here portals. Oops. So then the other part of the challenge in designing a home energy station that can work in any of the places that people might want to do these things across the country is it needs to be able to support programs in different jurisdictions with different utilities, different kind of rates, different kinds of methods for managing those rates. And so we obviously couldn't do all of that. So our strategy there is to say that we can host the parties that do those things in the different jurisdictions. And so to be able to do, this kind of thing in different contexts, we need to be able to support that energy program enablement wherever our customers are. And for the Seinfeld fans in the house, you'll notice Vandalay Industries, a fictitious company that we use to depict this kind of energy program process. I'm flanked by here 2 real substitutes for Vandalay in the slide. So the commercial aggregators that will stand up those programs, that do stand up those programs, can have their programs run on the Decibel platform with this enrolled energy program. So those are some of the things on the user side that have to be there for people to really jump on board with some of this stuff. But then, the other part is we have to acknowledge that we're living in a time of increased electricity demand. And so not only do we have to solve for today's situation, but we have to look forward to what happens when there's even more demand on the system, whether that comes from EVs or comes from AI or, name your poison. And so the need for grid flexibility, we believe strongly, and we've modeled this in the data that's available, is that if you're able to access those distributed assets, then that they can provide that flexibility service that can help to balance out this increased demand without having to do enormously more capacity development. And so what does that look like? There has to be benefit for the different counterparties to this transaction. And we say mutual, but there really are 4 or 5 parties that are part of a VGI cycle. So in this instance here, you can see the one household that has their home energy station is able to provide some of those flexibility services that the grid needs. And so the mechanism to do that has to include an incentive for the driver to go through that process. And this slide here, I think, is the main message of this is, wow, you know, there's a lot of energy available behind the meter. These DER assets represent a lot of energy. It's a little bit of a confusing slide in a way, so I'm just going to unpack it quickly. So on the left side here, when you're looking at the bidirectional case, our assumption is 12 hours, because the other 12 hours, the person is more than likely using the vehicle for, I heard this the other day, I thought it was so great, V to R, vehicle to road. So, so it's actually a car first. So, you know, there's half of the time, you know, we don't drive our cars nearly that much, but we've assumed here half of the time. 15 kilowatts in a bidirectional context, that's the power that the decibel can extract from the vehicle, and also the rate of boost charging speed that it can charge the vehicle at home. The battery case, it doesn't move, so it's available 24 hours of the day. And we, you know, the typical residential batteries are in that 10 to 15 kilowatt hour capacity range. And so, you know, that provides the up and down capacity, export and import. And then unidirectional EV, which the decibel can also support by having a dual charger, having an AC port as well. And so there again, it's a car first, and we use a 10 kilowatt avoided charge during the periods of most difficulty. So that would be, you know, a reduction. And then you see also these other devices, and part of the reason that I put those in there is that once you have the, you know, CSIP technical aggregator standard respected, which is completely harmonized with Rule 21, there's an awful lot to go through to get that certification for good reason. It's about security and about safety. But you don't want to have every single different kind of consumer device go through a parallel certification of your CSIP standard. Once you have that encrypted tunnel established to the home and connected up to the DERMS, it makes good sense for other devices to piggyback, and that's the way the standard is designed. So once you have that technical aggregator capability at the house, things like heat pump, things like water heater, albeit on a much shorter cycle, the only way that they pencil is if you don't go too far outside of their thermal range. So they're on a 15-minute cycle, but still represent significant energy. So at the bottom of the slide, you can see you got 30 kilowatts up and 35 down. So there's a lot of energy to be accessed that can help solve this problem. So that's it for my slides today. Thank you.
Thank you. So that's a lot to unpack. So I want to, thank you. I want to clap. So now we'll get into more of the question and sort of the bulk of the discussion. And really, we've heard a lot about managed charging, so this flexible load, and I think that's one use case. And then there's a variety of use cases for V2X, vehicle to everything, and that can be the islanding function, you know, for a vehicle to serve the home or serve the property. It could be vehicle to grid, which would be exporting and providing a grid service. So there's sort of a range of services at the wholesale and retail market that we can talk about. We've heard a lot about managed charging and the role of rates. One question that really came to mind for me is, you know, when we think about, and this came up in the sub-metering discussion yesterday, when we think about the potential savings that can be tapped, we have to also keep in mind that there are costs embedded with having third parties. involved, right? And having aggregators, having EV service providers, charging network providers, some of these to untap these capabilities, how does that become a wash then? Are we offsetting the value that's being provided, or what role do those costs, who should pay those costs, for anyone in the panel?
I can start with one idea, Danielle, that speaking for the residential potential participants, it really has to be automatic or at least semi-automatic for it to work for people. Nobody's going to play around with their stuff for a few kilowatts here and there. And so some of that luckily can be achieved through software. And then, you know, our philosophy is that our super users will want to go deeper and do more. Like Philip was talking about, you know, some of those folks are very motivated. And so we enable those things through the app. But for the basic functionality, I think it really has to be automatic for it to work.
So those users would sort of pay, let's say, a subscription fee. So they wouldn't necessarily be sort of a la carte for various services, but maybe they pay a subscription to the vendor, and the vendor does those functions. David?
Do you want to go? Well, you're a provider. Do you want to go? Okay, all right. Because I'm going to take it a bit in a different direction within that. Because I think the central question on that is, what is the value that's being provided, and can that value provide enough for a third party and the customer and the utility? And I think that the main thing that we need to focus on, and and I appreciate everyone's comments on this, on the discussion today, because it's really interesting to see kind of the perspective from, you know, CCA, who is much more in the wholesale market, right? And they're focusing on, all right, how do we reduce costs from our perspective? And then, you know, what, Matthias, I think you had more of a perspective on from the utility distribution system of like, all right, how do you provide value to that? But I think one of the things that we haven't really touched on is that we don't really have an existing tool right now to assess value for VGI. And Rudy, where's Rudy? Rudy, thank you. Rudy brought the passion earlier and focused on like urgency, which I think is really important because, you know, a few things that I heard was, Achinthia, you brought up the load flexibility target, 7,000 megawatts by 2030. We have 55 right now in our service territory, and one of the largest utilities in the country, and certainly in the state. So we have a big growth path that we need to go to in order to get to that target. And I think the central question of that of how do we get to that scale is how do we really assess value? I think we have a good mechanism on the wholesale side, right? Because there's existing tools and resources to do that. On the local distribution system, we don't. And that is something that I think one of the things that, you know, we've talked as utilities about, and others I'm sure have talked about, is that is something we really need to dive into in order to drive scalability for these programs. We need to figure out kind of what is that right value and how do we assess that value? How do we integrate that within existing planning processes that we have? And we have a lot of proceedings that are out there to do that. And so I think in order to answer that question of who pays for it, we got to first knock out that question of value.
And we'll go to Achinthia next, but I want to make sure sort of translate a part of that for the audience. When we talk about, when he says we have a really good sort of mechanism in place at the wholesale level or system-wide level, I think we're talking about the avoided cost calculator. For those who are or aren't familiar, the avoided cost calculator is the methodology that the CPUC and the utilities industry have established to value the cost effectiveness of distributed energy resource programs like demand response, energy efficiency, net energy metering, and it looks at avoided generation, transmission and distribution capacity, ancillary services, things like that. It's supposed to look at those holistic system-wide benefits, but it doesn't get into the granularity of avoided T&D at the circuit or distribution level. That's been very challenging. Right now, the CPUC is undertaking an avoided T&D study that will be reflected or at least considered in next year's update to the avoided cost calculator for 2026. So it's a question that we're grappling with, but we certainly don't have the answer to that now.
Thank you for the translation.
Yeah. I think I might provide a bit of pushback to that perspective, again, because I think my perspective comes from looking at general rate case filings from the utility companies. And the utility companies do specify what they think the avoidable value is, or what the marginal value is on a on a component by component type basis, right? I mean, you look at what is the marginal cost of avoiding peak distribution capacity. What is that in an annualized sense per kilowatt of avoided, peak distribution load? Similarly, what is the marginal cost of sort of just general grid upgrades, right? Like, so this is sort of what I would call secondary capacity, which is sort of the downstream of the main feeder lines. That too is, on the basis of costs incurred by the utility company, functionalized by load, functionalized by the nature of those costs, is presented in the general rates case. I'm not saying that this is perfect, but I think I just want to push back a little bit against the sort of argument that there isn't an existing process. I mean, there are many parallel processes that are happening. A process that happens when rates are made is exactly this. Like, what had the cost that you put into your books? What caused those costs to happen? How do you functionalize those costs? And then how should those costs be recovered from different customer classes on the basis of what they do to drive those costs? So we do that. I mean, that's how revenues are allocated, and that's sort of the whole point of the marginal cost methodology.
Can I ask a follow-up question on that? Because when we look at the avoided cost calculator, the ACC, that's a methodology sort of system-wide peanut butter for programs. What you're talking about are rates.
Right. No,
what's the interplay there? Where
there's and that's a fair question, right? I mean, because there is a linkage, but it's not one-to-one. And
do they go together, or can they be separate?
The inputs to the avoided cost calculator for distribution value do come from the general rate case filings of the utility companies, right? And so that is the source of the information that is being incorporated into the avoided cost calculator. The general rate cases are where the utility companies say, how much on a per kilowatt basis does it cost me to expand my grid system, which is sort of like the non-coincident customer load, basically, and which customer class has a certain non-coincident customer load. So that's how revenues are divvied up to customer classes. And that's how rates are made. I mean, demand charges, right, non-coincident peak demand charges are based on that valuation, which is how much is, the cost per kilowatt for just non-coincident peak demand for a customer, and that should be the basis for rates. I mean, that's our goal in rate making. When we say cost causation, we're asking the utility to provide work papers, and then, okay, maybe the CPUC doesn't always necessarily litigate the case. Maybe there's a settlement agreement, but that's sort of meant to be the basis for rate making. And so I think there is a valuation. I'm not saying it's perfect, but I think I would encourage people who want to, talk about valuation to weigh in on valuation, that's the right forum, because at the end of the day, that's sort of the forum where rates are made, and rates are representation of costs.
Yeah. Appreciate that perspective. And it's like a couple different ways the conversation should go. Like, there's a little bit about, Danielle, your question on participants versus utilities who should be paying for it. And in that case, a lot of us come from EVs, some more rates, some more distribution. I do think the efficiency world gives good guidance through the California Standards Practice Manual, sort of like pulling those knobs on participant cost tests. Total resource cost has been a big focus over time, and with affordability, looking at RIM more seriously are all aspects that we should be looking at in terms of this overall pie and how we should be evaluating these types of approaches. To your point, I really appreciate it when it comes to just like cost causation and revenue requirement. I think, again, Danielle, you mentioned the need for less tops down, peanut buttering over the stuff. EVs are showing up in greater volumes in some places more than others. Similarly, there's some feeders that are already constrained. There's others with a lot of capacity. We can't tell people in this area not to buy EVs, in this area to buy EVs. And I think that's going to be a really important part of this, is much more of the bottoms-up approaches. There are several different companies doing this and doing this well. What can we use as some guiding tools to say, yeah, this is just reasonable, prudent investments in order to give us the best picture on how do we reduce these revenue requirements over time, because I think everyone on this panel said affordability matters in some form, and that's what we need to be doing with VGI is, yes, it's a clean energy tool, but we need to be really thinking about it right now as an affordability tool.
Yeah, I agree. I think if we're asking who pays for VGI, we're kind of in trouble. We really need to think about like how does VGI put downward pressure on rates because it's a cheaper way to do it. So I think that it's like reframing the question is important.
One counter, sorry, not counter really. I wouldn't say, so I think you're right. Like there are existing mechanisms. There's a lot of existing mechanisms. I think the challenge though is, yeah, they're not perfect and we're in a different paradigm. Like when we're looking at deployment that, you know, when I first started in this business, I worked on one of the first VGI programs and I was excited to have like 99 customers enrolled. It was awesome, right? We have 700,000 in our service territory, and we are seeing now with that like level of scale, we can do a lot more with it, but we need to really understand, to Matthias's point, of like, what are those really local benefits? And I just want to push a bit on that to say the existing mechanisms through the general rate case may not provide us with the value at that level, and we don't know. Right? And I think that's the key. My key message here is we don't have like a clear, I think we should get to better levels of understanding. And that's the main point of it. And I think like, but the main point is I just want to say there's not any mechanisms. There's lots of mechanisms, but I think there's opportunities for improvement.
And I appreciate the utility representative providing that perspective. There's a bit of a role reversal between the regulator and the utility company. But I think, yes, that's fair. I mean, what happens in the rate case is not a perfect process by any means, right? I mean, it is a very top-down, it's a, you know, speaking of peanut buttering, that's the way it's done when, you know, for revenue allocation. It's, you take all these lumpy investments, you spread them out across the entirety of the service territory. But, you know, is there a different approach? Maybe. I mean, but I think this notion of just and reasonable, you know, is really important because that reasonable approach needs to be implemented in such a way that it isn't leaving, you know, others footing the bill.
So
one more counter. I just want to do it because I completely agree with you. And I think the utilities completely agree with you. And let's just like be super clear. We have some of the highest rates in the country, right? So like we need to figure out ways that we can reduce rates for all customers. So we're not going to do something, I'll speak for PG&E here, we're not going to do something on VGI that's going to increase rates for other customers. Just full stop. And so we need to figure out ways to do that. And that's where I want to like push us in the industry to figure out like what are the ways that we can like really value that. And we're doing things right now. We're doing pilots right now to figure that out. I just don't think we don't have it locked down, and I think we need to. So that's my comment.
I know we're spending a lot of time on value here, but I want to add a different angle. Yeah, sure. Of course. Yeah. Oh, that's good then. And then actually, I want to bridge to the topic of yesterday and then talk about like another value potential for customers specifically. I'm thinking of the millions of customers in multifamilies for this answer. So one of the things, this is going to go to sub-metering more. One of the things that sub-metering can do is really bring down, there's enormous value potential for drivers at multifamily properties. So in our program, we deal with multifamilies a lot. It's a main focus where we're trying to put in EV charging. We advise people on how to put fees in, because no one wants to give energy up for free, of course. We advise people for fees on what to set the cost at. And a lot of people take that advice, but then they'll go look at the market and they'll say, what's the average cost of the public charging network? 60 cents a kilowatt hour? Okay, well, it's going to be 60 cents a kilowatt hour to charge in my apartment. That is very typical behavior for what happens right now. And so what sub-metering could do, in theory, is remove that third-party actor from that price, maybe completely. And so if you're no longer just paying whatever the property manager wants to set for the price of charging, but you're paying for electricity on your own residential bill through telematics-based sub-metering, or maybe your smart outlet in our program becomes a sub-meter, if that enables you to do that, you could be, now you have a time of use signal, you could be opting into your EV rate paying off-peak rates, so it helps with the VGI component, and saving significantly. And if you're receiving a utility discount because you're enrolled in CARE, a low-income program, you're getting a 20% plus discount on top of that. So there's a lot of value potential in terms of figuring this out for customers to make sure that they're not paying inflated costs for EV charging.
Thank you. I know now I'm really going to be keeping people from lunch, so maybe I'll close the discussion portion of this to allow time for audience Q&A, because I'm sure people will have questions, and if you're feeling shy, just take the leap.
We also, Danielle, we also have 96 people on the webinar. So I encourage folks on the webinar to speak up and ask questions. It's not only questions for people in the audience.
Yeah. And can you introduce yourself and where you're from?
Can you hit the mic too?
It's on. David Myers, founder and CEO of Grid Tractor. Was in the sub-metering forum yesterday. I'm going to call Rudy's urgency and raise by an order of by 4 orders of magnitude. I have a customer meeting tomorrow morning. We are expending funds for vehicle to building, and for Redwoods, this is a customer who's all in on all of it, has a building, and has a question for one of several chargers that will add about 120 kW of charging on a farm in Helm, California, luxurious suburb of Fresno. And the question is whether to spend $24,430 more for a V2G 66 kilowatt charger versus 60. Now, we are already putting, all of us, a lot of money into this project. I don't have the answers right now for the next few years. That's just the customer share portion, should they do that. So while we talk about these things on kind of these longer time frames, how do we not waste the money that we're spending right now by having a customer make a decision? Well, there's no visibility on V2G, so I'll just stick with the simple unidirectional charger. Yeah, that's for you.
I'm not sure the question.
So it's for Achintia?
Yeah.
Well, Achintia and David. In other words, what can we do now to bridge the gap in terms of getting some sort of visibility into what we might do on how to value VGI, how do we value V2G for customers making a decision tomorrow, literally tomorrow?
Well, I will make an initial statement. I think it's important, those customer relationships, because getting your foot in the door with a customer is a big deal, as we heard about earlier. Getting customers to participate in some of these innovative opportunities can be a challenge when we're still trying to incentivize that one directional. So I think customer relationships really are going to be key going forward, is creating those positive experiences at the pilot level and then continuing to nurture that relationship with a customer to test new use cases and opportunities.
Yeah, and just to add to that before the answer, this is a customer that was among the first in the Central Valley with solar, first for demand response, did dynamic rates before the utility had a dynamic rates pilot, and now is jumping into vehicle to everything. So this is the kind of customer that we want to grab and hold on to, and it's also the kind of customer who is, chairman of the farm board and everybody listens to him. So how do we get this guy to go with V2G with some sort of visibility?
I mean, I think what I can say, at least speaking from my purview of, the rate world, is the CPUC has authorized some pretty ambitious pilots. And I think in those pilots, in the decision that authorized those pilots, there was an intent signaled by the CPUC that these pilots are not a precondition for rates, right? The success is not about prove it and then this will persist. It's just, let's get it started quickly while we're figuring out the appropriate, regulatory process, which even at all sort of expeditious speed takes its time. So I mean, but that's maybe not sufficient, but I mean, that's sort of the honest answer, right? We are doing quite a lot. We've authorized rates, pilots. We are considering, how to ensure widespread participation in optional rates when they're available. So that's sort of meant to be a signal that is a mechanism that we are, that the Commission is interested in pursuing.
Yeah, and I will also add one opportunity I've observed, sort of a barrier, is that the the CEC has issued a tremendous amount of funding for Redwoods grants with the intention of those to participate in dynamic rates. And one of the challenges I've observed, at least for us, DG&E, is sort of the regulatory mechanism for approving our dynamic rates limited the customer classes. And so we're sort of hamstrung as far as being able to offer those dynamic rates to customers participating in the CEC Redwoods grants. And I think that there would be an opportunity there to at least issue some sort of directive that allows utilities to open it up for certain, CEC funded customers.
Well, I mean, the utilities are always welcome to put forward motions. I think that's generally, that's an available venue for them, right? So I mean, not really. not saying, like, if there's some, we can work on making sure that within the parameters of CPUC decisions, things are aligned with, certainly, I think with other sources of funds, making sure that those are not wasted, that's very important. But, I think due process is still an important.
It can be a challenge. Because
it can be a challenge.
File a motion, the CPUC doesn't necessarily have to act on it, and if you have a 2-year pilot, it's not really efficient. So
fair enough.
Fair enough.
Hey, I think we're going to go to the next question, but one thing I want you to do is, let's connect afterwards. I think you already enrolled in a dynamic rate pilot, I believe, but there might be opportunities in some of the VTEX pilots that we've got as well.
I think the idea is, can we provide some sort of visibility that's not the exact prices, but this is, for example, forecast.
Okay, I see.
So we have so many other people. Okay, let's follow up offline after that. Okay, thanks.
Good morning, thanks. Nancy Ryan, mobility advisor representing Alliance today. We have for some time in our comments in commission proceedings stressed that there needs to be a greater sense of urgency on behalf of the commission about going from pilots with 10 to 100 participants to getting meaningful participation from the millions of EVs that we expect to have on the streets in California in less than 5 years now. So I very want to acknowledge the utilities in particular for really, coming forward today, Rudy especially, but many panelists as well, and recognizing that urgency. And I hope it catches on in this building. The question, or one of the things that stood out to me in this panel was, and I've seen this in evaluation reports from other programs, is that it's hard to get customers to participate, and it's even harder to get the right customers. And if we're going to have these, have mass market programs and rates that really do put downward pressure on rates for the general body of utility customers, then it's critical to get the right customers. And so I want to, also acknowledge something that Aaron said on the last panel, which is that, or implied, which is OEMs, automakers, are critical partners in that. And I think it would be helpful for any of, the panelists here to talk about how you've worked with automakers, these drivers are their customers too. They know a lot about how their drivers drive from telematics systems. How are you working with automakers to make sure that we get the right customers to participate and really get value for money for all customers? And utilities that aren't on the panel, I'd love to hear from you, at some other point during the day and chat with me about how, you can engage more effectively with OEMs, what I should take back to the Alliance's members. So go for it.
So with respect to the EV OEMs, a couple of ideas. One is that batteries do like to be cycled, and so that most of the concern about degradation of using the batteries in these types of cycles is off the table as an issue. And I guess the other thing that's a little bit more down in the weeds, but if you have a DC signal with very low ripple, then that is even more favorable to the battery. So serving the battery very clean DC power is even more favorable.
Yeah, and I will say, we definitely have partnerships with OEMs in some of our pilots, like GM and Toyota for SDG&E. But I will say that I think that what OEMs are a key partner because they're good at one thing, it's scaling, and you know, as they're embracing these technologies, definitely OEMs, to stay competitive on a global scale, they're electrifying. And so there's tremendous opportunity, and we already see it in the improvement on battery life and some of the technology innovations that they're able to do, partnering with other manufacturers and EV service providers, the charging networks, et cetera. So I think I'm less concerned about where the automakers and their role in this, and more concerned about sort of that sort of value chain.
I was just going to say, I've worked for automakers for 10 years on this topic, and very maybe cynical in terms of like direct engagement from automakers. And I think that aggregators like our company and others are the right way to help kind of bridge that gap between autos and utilities. But I think was shared on the earlier panel, having the automaker own the customer is probably the right way to go and scale that. So I think a lot of the conversations I've had with automakers is like, if this panel is still trying to figure out like what the value is, I'm telling you, like the automakers are so much further away of understanding what that value is and how to translate it.
Yeah, I'll add to that. OEMs play such an important role. We are doing things like in-app enrollment at certain utilities with certain OEMs, and I think that's a really promising channel. As somebody that used to work for a utility that now works with a lot of automakers, I don't want to underrate utilities as a channel too. We do beat ourselves up sometimes. A lot of customers do come to utilities though for advice, particularly on how much they're spending and how they can save. And so omnichannel marketing that relies on both automakers, I should say OEMs, because EVSE companies play a really important role here too. OEMs and utilities together are really important for enabling that scale. I think what's been tricky in the past is a really well-designed pilot that has 700 participants in is really difficult for an OEM to say, yeah, let's do the kind of IT upgrades to enable this to happen. It has to be at sufficient scale, which a lot of this we need to justify the value so that we can go bigger, which is going to make a lot of these costs come down because there are benefits to scale for all parties.
You gonna say something, David?
Yeah.
I think I'm good. I think it's been covered. I want to get to
There's a first.
Yeah, I mean, I think between Matthias and Danielle, I totally agree with that. And I mean, we can go into our history. We've worked with OEMs, you know, since the beginning of this. We're working with them very closely on VDEX. I think they play a very critical role in doing that. I think one thing, I've worked with Russell when he was at an OEM, and I think the clear thing that we need to figure out is like, how do we pull, like how do we work with all those stakeholders and really kind of tap into what they can provide, you know? Like OEM is not going to do something that is not going to be scalable. They're also, like, they don't know the VGI aspect of this, so we got to make sure we understand the value. We got to work with a third party that's going to be able to link all those things together, and we got to make sure that the customer, it's super simple to do it. And so all those folks kind of need to work together to do that. So, Zach.
Sorry, Zach, before you go, we have, let's go to the remote.
Oh, thank you.
We do have Claire Broom with her hand up. Claire,
Cool.
I'm going to unmute you, and if you want to.
And I'm also going to let Brian, you take the lead on telling us when we need to close this for lunch.
We're at 12:02 right now.
At 12:02.
And we have an hour of lunch, is that right?
I can hear some stomach.
Okay.
Please go ahead, Claire.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Great. This is Claire Broom with 350 Bay Area. I've found the discussion fascinating and illuminating. As one of the speakers mentioned, affordability, electricity cost crisis is a major disincentive for getting. We know that the main cost drivers of our electricity rates are spending on distribution, accelerating spending on transmission, and we know, as we've all talked about, a lot of load is coming. I think I want to reinforce the very interesting results from WeaveGrid, where there's enormous value by evening out overall peak load, and ideally with some targeting, right-sizing investments in distribution infrastructure. my question is, what is the CPUC doing to seriously look at right-sizing investment going forward? The ACC and the RIM analysis, GRC, are very short-term tools. We need to be looking at a system transformation that uses our ratepayer funds for meaningful, affordable electricity going forward. So I really, and it's not a study of different ways of looking at T&D costs where the study takes another several years. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Claire, for the question. I think I'm not sure how much I can answer that question. You know, certainly we, within the retail rate section, have worked on ensuring that rate reform is a pretty important strategy. We recognize the importance of, you know, right-sizing our load curve across, you know, across the system. And I think that aligns with some of the, you know, the values that you've identified, or the goals that you've identified. I think the question about, you know, long-term planning, I'm not the right person to answer that, so I'll have to pass on that.
Oh, gosh, great. Cool, I'll be super quick. Thank you so much. The level of conversation is incredible. Zach Wiggin with the VGIC. To the point about distribution value, I do want to mention there is quite a bit of data out there. I think in 2023, Kavala said, hey, we're going to have, I don't know, 50 billion, somewhere on that order of upgrade costs due to electrification. And then that was followed up by analysis from the Public Advocate's Office. I don't know if Richard's in the room, but there was a pretty significant haircut if we're managing load. And then more recently, a new analysis that said even a deeper haircut, is specifically if we're coordinating EV charging for those distribution system constraints. First off, I just think it's a hard pill to swallow to say we need to continue to analyze this. We've got that from Kavala, the Cal Advocate's Office, E3, Brattle, MIT, Opinion Dynamics, and a slew of other analysis that's happened over the years. In terms of translating that into value for the customer, Chintia, you discussed some of the CalFuse elements that include dynamic distribution pricing. And Matthias, I know that you all work on some programs in California. Is there a world moving forward where those complement one another, the sort of rates approach and the programs approach, or is this we need to understand which is going to be most effective and go full throttle for one or the other?
I'll go with the less polarizing response and say these things can operate really well together. We see that throughout the country of there are different things that really manage the bulk power system really well, whether that's customers on rates or using active managed charging to optimize charging against those hourly prices. Goes without saying, like, dynamic rates don't handle some of those downstream distribution costs that we've been talking about, and that's something that LBNL's highlighted. That's something Argonne National Lab has a new study out. There are significant costs there, and there's opportunities to reduce that. I think Argonne's study's suggesting $300 per car per year, just to put out a value to give a sense of what that can be.
I think that we need to look at rates and programs depending on the technology, right? Like, I think that where the technology's at with something like flexible interconnection versus telematics managed charging, that we saw kind of enrollment rates on a program, that, you know, some technologies we need to lean into hard for rates and others for programs.
Yeah, I'll just add for both EV and building electrification too, the other big hurdle coming down, I think programs need to really start focusing more and more on right-sized BE and EV tech. I mean, it is still certainly the norm right now that if you hire a contractor to come to your home and they see you have a 100 amp panel, they go, whoop, let's get that to 400 amps. So let's get that to, you know, something insane. And that if millions of homes do that, we're totally hosed. So we are focusing a lot of our programs on, for single family home electrification, on managing within 100 amps, both EV and BE, whole home electrification. I think that's where the programs can really, I think, shine, is by working with customers, contractors for resi and non-resi applications to right size first and then manage.
Maybe add one thing, that the wisdom of the CalFuse program is really in its hybrid makeup that the second component accounts for grid congestion and challenges to the grid network. And, you know, that kind of dynamism on the way the rate is set can give a much better value to the participant.
One comment. I think that it's not an either or. You know, we need both. We need rates, we need managed charging, we need bidirectional charging. I think those things interact with each other in multiple different ways. I mean, look, this is really complicated. VGI is super complicated. A couple of years ago, we did this VGI working group. We went through how many use cases? I think it was like 188 or 2,000. Well, it started at 2,000, and then it was whittled down to 188, and then I think it went down to something else. But like, I think that is indicative of like, okay, this is really, really, really complicated. So I think one of the challenges that we need to do is like, how do we simplify things in the short term and medium term to get like, to make progress and not, I think we need to also look at this to be like, it's not an either or. It's like, we got to look at those three mechanisms and how they work together.
I think at this point, yes, we will go to lunch. Brian, what will we resume still at 1 o'clock? Okay.
Session. Yep. So I am going to hand it over to Blake.
Sounds great. Thanks everybody for coming back, and I'm sure you're having more fun at lunch than you're having here, but hopefully this can be informative and engaging. Definitely want to make this a discussion between the panelists and also with everybody here. So first off, a thanks to Brian, to SDG&E and PG&E for helping to organize this, and for the Energy Division to helping to orchestrate and provide this opportunity for us to come here to connect in person here in San Francisco. I think one of my favorite parts about coming here is that most people here in this room probably have the same North Star of decarbonization, incorporating EVs into our system, having reliable, price-conscious energy available to our customers. You know, maybe how we get there and the approach is a little different. I really appreciated Rudy's comments and question earlier to the group, which I think really starts to get to this panel of like, how do we get to scale? And scale can sometimes help address those North Star 2030 goals or 2045 goals, and also do it in an affordable way. So really appreciate everybody coming here and being a part of this. Just wanted to introduce the panelists here. So we have first be Danielle Wiseman. Don't read too much into the wise part. No, I love Danielle. Everybody knows that she's great. She's great. From SDG&E, Amy Costadone from PG&E, Casey Donahue from Optiwatt, and Jackie Piero from Mobility House. So really, we're coming here to really stem off of our conversations earlier today. There's probably some overlap, but we're really wanting to look at how do we cross the chasm from pilots to programs. I think there's a number of comments about we're piloting a number of things, but we're not necessarily implementing them at scale. And I think a number of people here would agree that the technology and the EV adoption out there is getting to a point where we can do things at scale. The question is, how do we get to that next step? So we're going to have a couple presentations from each of the panelists, and then we'll go into like a moderator-led discussion and then a Q&A from the audience. So we'll kind of kick it over to Danielle.
Many of you heard from me right before lunch, so a reminder, I'm Danielle Wiseman, very wise. Please read into it and expect greatness. Clean Transportation Business Development Manager, so in charge of policy, regulatory, and new program development, so definitely very interested and focused on how we get the most out of our pilots and look for opportunities to scale them. Seeing pilots as investments more than spend, making sure that it's really prudent and targeted toward outcomes. When we think about pilots in general, as we run a variety of pilots, within our shop. We really look at this sort of four-pronged framework, starting with developing priority use cases. You know, when we look at seeking out CEC grant funding or making proposals to the commission, it starts with identifying what is the priority. There's many different things, use cases, technologies, capabilities that we can pilot, but which rise to the top. So we develop priority use cases to pilot, and then establish really understanding what the needs and value streams are, understanding where the market is, what's mature enough or ready to pilot, versus what is in the pipeline. Then we come up with good pilot designs, and we try to do that with a lens towards scalability. So when we look at what pilots we want to implement, what's the mechanism to scale those? And we can see that sometimes you'll see in a pilot that we run, maybe a tier 2 advice letter mechanism proposing to modify or continue a pilot, so that we constantly know where we're going to take lessons learned, grow from it, whether we need to continue to pilot with modifications, and then really think what is ready for prime time, what is ready for commercial scale. And then identifying key pathways to doing that, understanding what the funding sources are, what are the costs versus benefits, who should pay, what is the appropriate design of a rate versus a program versus some other mechanism. And then really understanding how it aligns with the market. When we look at pilots, a lot of the times we're looking at, well, is it appropriate? What is the role of the utility in piloting? Where is the utility necessary and should be piloting a concept or a technology versus what is best suited for other industry participants to conduct the pilot, and what is our role? And then looking at what those regulatory pathways are, because of course, being a regulated utility, how we pilot versus how we scale, what becomes temporary versus permanent, always needs a pathway. At SDG&E, we have a variety of use cases. Right now, I would sort of categorize 3 sort of high priority use cases. As you heard earlier today, Nick Fiore from my team presenting on a variety of pilots activities that SDG&E has undertaken. Right now, I think the big themes that we're looking forward to in the near term is focused around managed charging. That is sort of a very high priority use case right now. The way we're conducting that right now, we're focused on a pilot supporting a CEC Redwoods grant that Colusa received, so where the utility plays an integral role in partnering with industry to pilot a concept, and that is looking at managed charging. Then we've got a resiliency where we're looking with our EPIC 4 pilots, testing out vehicle to everything, understanding the role of rates, understanding the role of grid outages and resiliency for a community resource center and where there may be community benefits. And then our dynamic rate pilot, as I mentioned earlier, that is a rate mechanism that all 3 utilities are exploring. But what I want to highlight here is that each of these has different funding mechanisms. We're piloting right now. So there was an adopted pathway to propose and seek out a pilot, and then there's a funding source. So for us, this comes from either CEC, or, Redwoods, or EPIC grants, which are ratepayer funded, and our dynamic export compensation rate. As you heard, I think there's always questions, well, what are the role of rates versus what are the role of, when do we need programs? I would say, at least with the export compensation rate pilot right now, it is a rate, but it is essentially a public purpose program funding. So as we look to scale, we're going to want to really understand the costs, the benefits, and what's an equitable funding mechanism to continue to make these offerings going forward. At this point in time, I think when I look at VGI in general and mechanisms to scale, I see 2 real near-term, mechanisms to do that, and that is either through a low carbon fuel standard. We have the tier 2 advice letter mechanism to do programs and do a larger scale offerings as we learn from these pilots and see where there's high value to scale something. It's an excellent opportunity to leverage non-ratepayer funding mechanisms to promote transportation electrification and VGI use cases. There's still, the application is the traditional, that is the traditional mechanism for a variety of programs across the utility, not just in the TE space. The question is from a policy perspective, as we look at the need for ratepayer funding or other, you know, how we explore mechanisms, will an application be appropriate? What is, you know, where is there a policy appetite for particular offerings at scale? And that's still to be determined. I think that that's where we have to keep the pulse and keep an understanding of value propositions and where there is a tangible benefits for ratepayers to pursue an application mechanism. And then rate design, you know, rates, as we heard earlier, that's the normal way to go about a compensatory mechanism for services, whether it's the utility traditional service of load to a customer or even with a consumer as prosumer, providing services back to the grid, where is the role of rates? And so these are the mechanisms that we're looking at for scalability, but a lot of this is really going to depend on use cases to know which one to pull on. All right, I'll pass it to Amy.
Sounds great. Thank you so much, Danielle. Go ahead, Amy.
Hey, everyone. Amy Costadone. I'm a Principal Project Manager at PG&E. There we go. I'm going to kind of go quickly through my first couple of slides. Can you hear me? No.
Good.
There we go. I'm going to go quickly through the first couple of slides because I feel like you might know who we are and you might have already heard who the pilots that we're working on. So just a refresher, we serve about 16 million Californians. That's 1 in 20 Americans. And the number I have up there is an EPRI number, I believe, is at year-end 2024, around 820,000 registered EVs, and there's about 680 EVs in operation in our service territory. And then the graph in the middle and then on the right is just kind of illustrative of some of the challenges we're facing. I called out 3 of our top EV penetration counties with the highest EV adoption and overlaid a map there that shows constraints at the feeder level. So you can see that as we're talking about EV adoption and what that looks like in our service territory, we are starting to realize those very real constraints on our local grid. Again, I'm going to go through this quickly. I'm going to reuse a joke I used at Distribute Tech. I'm just telling you that now. We've been busier.
Different audience.
Different audience. I'm sure some of you were there. We've been busier than a stub-tail bull in fly season. So it was in Texas, so I figured I'd use one of my Texas jokes. We have rates both kind of in production, so EV-specific rates for residential and commercial customers. And then we're piloting our dynamic pricing, both through dynamic pricing pilot as well as using those hourly flex pricing rates that have the transmission, distribution, and what am I missing? Generation components in the rates as part of our V2X pilots. Managed charging, this is the area like SDG&E mentioned. You know, we think there's a lot of promise in the managed charging area. We have an EV Charge Manager pilot right now. It's in those 3 high EV penetration areas that I showed on the first slide. We're targeting up to 7,500 participants there, and that is looking at how we can use managed charging to smooth out the load on our service transformers. And then a number of V2X pilots, residential, commercial, microgrid, and soon to kick off a AC V2G pilot. And in looking at all this, right, what are we here to talk about? What do we need to do to scale? So the way I set this up, this is a framework we use internally at PG&E, talk about, these are kind of the 4 components. Like we think all of these components need to be present and all of these components need to be firing and operating all green in order for this to really scale. So we talked a lot today about quantifying grid value. We can see from our rates, I just kind of put some learnings up here. This was also touched on by PCE that we have about 90% of our EVs are on TOU rates. Those aren't all just EV TOU rates, but just kind of any flavor of TOU rates. And we see that about 90% of charging on TOU rates avoids peak hours. So there's not a ton of peak load avoidance there. There is some, it's measured. We have M&E reports that we do every year on those rates that quantify that peak load avoidance. But like I said, we're really focusing now more on managed charging and what we can do by managing our charging and looking at extending the life of distribution assets and not overloading distribution assets with managed charging. So opportunities there for quantifying grid value. This is a real mouthful in that bullet, but it's basically figuring out where, when, and how much we need on the grid and matching that with where it's net beneficial. So where is it most cost effective and how do we stack that, right? Like, what do we need? Can we do that through a rate? Do we need to do that through like a managed charging program? And what is the most cost effective way to do that? The second category we look at is tech maturity and capabilities. That's both internal at PG&E and just kind of the external market. V2G or V1G managed charging, it works. We've seen it, we've done pilots with it. We haven't tested out every model that's out there, but what we've seen and what we've seen kind of from other reports and from the industry is that is working, and we think that's an area where that piece is more prime and ready to scale on a shorter term basis. V2G customer cost for equipment and installation is an order of magnitude higher than V1G. It's more costly. There's not as much availability. And then kind of in the opportunities, it's also, we need to make that a more frictionless process with interconnection process. So just in general, with technology, we need to be able to integrate managed charging into our DERM system and our ADMS system, so we really can have visibility into what our grid needs are and what's on the grid edge. Billing system updates that we're doing to both support hourly flex pricing at higher scale, as well as new innovative rate structures like being able to support sub-metering or being able to support pricing, like we've kind of talked about some innovative pricing structures that we'd like to be able to do, like maybe a flat rate or all you could charge, or different ways to kind of create a better carrot for customers to sign up for managed charging. We need some billing system updates to be able to do that, and really focusing on an end-to-end frictionless registration process. So whether that's through the OEM app, like some of the other panelists have talked about, or a process through your utility webpage, we want to think about the whole experience, including understanding panel upgrade needs and an interconnection process, and not having those be surprises along the way, but knowing about it up front and trying to make it as simple as possible for customers. I've worked in the utility industry for a long time. We like to tell customers how the sausage is made, and we have to stop. I know I love doing it too. It's like, we have to stop, just make it really simple. Customer acceptance, without the customer, we can't do any of this, right? So we've seen from our managed charging pilots that's been successful, and we're continuing to do some customer research this year from both qualitative and quantitative, and understanding what's coming out of the pilots, and really working with our planning teams to say what is good enough. We touched on this in other panels. What is the efficacy of these programs, and what is good enough to kind of integrate this into operations and grid planning? And then the last category, kind of which we think through this framework, is the regulatory enablement. How are we going to submit this? How are we going to scale this? How are we going to show that it's cost effective for participating customers and all ratepayers? I think Danielle talked about this. You know, we see a similar way we could use our LCFS funding pathways. That does have some constraints around the types of customers that can participate, like 75 to 80% of that spending. I think in that ballpark needs to go to low income and DAC customers, which is awesome. We want to support that. It just might be a challenge with some of the EV programs that we want to scale up. And then also considering a standalone application process, which has its benefits. I think we can go into kind of more depth around what we want to do and what benefits we'll see there. It's also challenging just in the timeline it typically takes to go through that process. All right, so that's my spiel. Hand this off to OptiWatt.
Might not be next.
Oh,
Hello? Okay. All right, Jackie Pirro. I'm the U.S. Head of Policy for the Mobility House, and this is our title. Yeah, we're a 15-year-old company founded in Europe, have helped thousands of fleets there with charge management, with optimization of operational costs, but also capital costs, about 5 years old in the U.S., and building here. We've done a lot of both VGI and B2G stuff. I'm going to talk more in a minute about we are a direct participant in wholesale markets in Europe, which has opened up a lot of values and a lot of opportunities for vehicle grid integration there that just aren't here. Some of the things that we were asked to talk about was barriers to transitioning from pilots to programs. And, you know, as we've been talking today, it's funny because a lot of the barriers, I feel like, are actually just the structures within which we're working, that the California regulatory structures are not, they're not optional, they're not negotiable, and so we have to work within those. And it leaves us with much fewer tools. So much of the effort that I see is trying to figure out how to convey wholesale price signals to EVs. And so, you know, a lot of the rates, the, you know, DSGS, these various programs are trying to figure out how to do that when really it would be much more, not simpler, but probably more viable if you could have them passed via an aggregator, via an aggregation in the way that you see in deregulated markets. I understand that we're probably not going to do that here. I remember Enron, but the fact remains that, you know, we have tens of thousands of EVs that are in aggregations, not all from us, tens of thousands, you know, that are aggregated in Europe because you can have this communication via a rate that goes straight into the customer's hands. And I don't know if it was you, Daniel, somebody this morning was saying, you know, we have tens, we have hundreds of EVs that are getting put into utility direct programs. We have thousands that are being gathered by third parties. You have tens of thousands in Europe where the values are more accessible. And so if we want to scale, if we want to have full-size programs, how do we lean into that understanding that there's someone who is able to access those customers and have utilities be able to build around that? I don't have really an idea of how that's going to work, but you know, if we really are trying to scale, those are the things we should be thinking about. In terms of trying to say, you know, how do you design a pilot that goes into a program, goes into commercial operation? We're working in Massachusetts on a really interesting pilot in the sense that it's a very fast pilot. It's 2 years start to finish. It is a multifaceted pilot. It's not just figuring out how to do interconnection, recruiting customers, doing the operation, but it's also supposed to it has an implementer that's working in the project team. And they are also supposed to be teaching the state how to implement these programs and coming out with real deliverables for the state to use, making a roadmap for them, all in one pilot, 2-year pilot. And so, you know, I think figuring out how you get the most out of any pilot, and you know, we heard this morning too about we need pilots that are meant to be on-ramps, not discrete pieces of a process that need to be added to these. It has to be something that's meant to be a springboard into commercial operation, whether that looks like a program or whether it looks like a rate. So I think I've gone longer than I'm supposed to. So.
You're totally fine, Jackie. Hold on. And now Casey from Optiwatt.
Hi, everyone. I'm Casey Donahue. I'm the CEO and founder of Optiwatt. I don't come from energy at all. 5 years ago, I just wanted my Tesla to charge at off-peak times. So I built an app and launched it so that it would do just that I could integrate my rates and automatically schedule it at off-peak times. Obviously, we've grown quite a bit. So these days, we have 80,000 actively managed EVs on our platform. 25,000 smart thermostats. We have over 10 VPP programs in California, and we are part of the Redwoods grant that we've talked about. We scaled that program to 12,000 EVs in 9 months. Here's going to be the exciting thing there. We didn't pay a single, we paid 1% incentives. The rest of the 99% of those 12,000 EVs, we didn't pay a single incentive to. So today, from what I've heard from this panel and this forum, there's a couple things that are bottlenecks to our pilot to program scale here. One is cost effectiveness. So I'm going to talk about a different half of that coin, which is not how do we eke more value out of EVs, but how do we drive down customer acquisition costs. We've heard from a couple utilities that you guys are able to drive some through your own channels, but once you're trying to hit millions or hundreds of thousands of EVs, you're going to have to go out to market and educate and teach people and reach other channels. So I'm really going to talk about how to bring that side of cost effectiveness down. The other thing is scale. How do you scale this? How do you make the incentive dollars go further? How do you make sure we actually can get past those channels that we've tried tapping and into a broader ecosystem? So scaling with the current economics. When we started advertising in California, today we've spent millions of dollars, but we've had anywhere from a $7 customer acquisition cost to a $300 acquisition cost. And the thing that's changed is not how much we're paying incentives for a customer to join, it's the onboarding flow, it's the channels we're tapping, it's the location we're targeting. So when we talk about cost effectiveness, it's not just how much can we get out of EV. The difference between the cost effectiveness of a $7 acquisition and a $300 acquisition means you need wildly different things on the value stack side. A couple good points here too is, if you think of a company like Rakuten Rewards, they have 20 million active engaged customers. If you think of a company like SmartThings, they have 20 million DERs connected to their platform. Even though they don't engage with utilities too much, that would be the biggest aggregator. So if you think of incentive dollars, customers need more than just the $20, the $30 to enroll here. You need to stack other features, other values. They need deeper engagement with these companies, whether it's the OEM app or the utility app. Another reason and another thing preventing us from quickly understanding the distribution value that we've talked about is just having enough data points. The more you can find ways to scale and get funding and get approval without unlocking that next level of value, but finding a way to scale the customer base now to at least tens of thousands, if not 100,000, you're going to learn the data really, really quick on how to unlock the distribution value. And a few things stopping our ability to scale in the high acquisition costs. One is, so we're running a program with AVA, formerly East Bay Community Energy, and PG&E is running a program with WeaveGrid on a dynamic charging program as well. These two programs aren't in conflict with one another. What the management we're doing for the AVA customers would be synergistic with the management they're doing for PG&E customers. How can we start to stack these programs? How can we go to a customer in Alameda County and say, look, there's two programs here, and guess what? There's also some Redwood grant dollars. Here's this big pool of incentives, all three stacked. You're now going to comply with each of these vendors or each of these requirements and really start to show customers this value across all parts of the chain. We have a saying here at Optiwatt called click button, get paid. That's how simple we want to make it. They don't need to know about these programs or these grants, but what they do want to do is have a really simple, I clicked a button, I got paid, and now I'm in 3 programs, great. Single vendor lock-in, right? That's going to get us all. When you think of marketing costs get cheaper the broader you go. If you can run a United States campaign, it's going to be significantly cheaper than an Alameda-focused campaign. Finding ways to open up these programs so that aggregators such as ours or third-party entities can run these massive, massive marketing campaigns are going to have the cheapest customer acquisition costs here. And then I touched on this, but incentives aren't enough. I mean, $40 to do anything, especially download another app or do another thing, is going to be really hard. You need to stack other value. And the nice thing about other value, whether it's features, insights, rewards, it's scalable. It's a fixed cost, not a variable cost. Incentives are a variable cost. You have to pay that to everyone. You start to make some features, that feature can apply to 1 million people, so you don't have to build that feature 1 million times. So really think of what other ecosystems can you tap here that add more value to this offering than just the incentive alone. So here's what would be our ask. Open up all channels. There's some great channels we can tap here to get to those millions of users. Third-party aggregators, OEM apps, you have big smart home applications, you have the utility channels. If users want to come through a channel, let them come through a channel. It's going to be the cheapest way you can get that user connected. Provide more customer benefits, allow multiple participation enrollment, meaning just start to stack all these cool programs in California for customers to be able to access them all at once. I talked about this. The streamlined enrollment is critical. We have seen customer acquisitions costs vary by 2 or 3x based on one single step in the enrollment flow. So the more you can simplify and remove steps like having to add your meter, having to verify the account owner, or having to put an account number in, those things will drastically reduce your customer acquisition costs. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
A round of applause for the panelists. Thank you guys so much for sharing your insights. So I want to make this now an open kind of discussion between the panelists and myself. Anybody here in the audience, we will do a kind of a Q&A towards the end. And just a reminder for all of those online, very much want your interaction, your questions, send them through. We had somebody here. Thank you to Emily for helping to manage that, and she'll help pass those questions along. So definitely want to get the engagement from those out there that are attending virtually that couldn't be here with us today. We've had an internal kind of discussion at SC where we sit there and try to think about, what's the difference between a pilot and a program, and we talk about this whole, crossing the chasm from pilots to programs, and whether you want to kind of define a pilot or define a program. There's probably some similarities and some differences. My kind of question for the panelists would be like, what is it that we're at today to where we want to go? Like, what's that difference? If we say, like, we're piloting a lot of things today, but we're not quite have the programs that scale the way we want. What is that kind of difference that we need to get to that we're maybe not at today? It's kind of just open to anybody.
I can kind of start, and then I think Amy probably wants to say something, but I think the key difference to me is that with a pilot, you're trying to learn something. It's sort of, you're trying to learn and grow, and you're not quite certain a value or a capability or an outcome, and you want to test it. And so that's where I think right now we're still there. We're still in a place where we're trying to incentivize V1G. We're trying to incentivize EV adoption. At the same time, we're trying to tap into the full potential of what EVs can do beyond just load flexibility or taking a charge and consumption. So I think the challenge is really, I think, needing to hone in on priorities and focus our investment, focus our pilots where there's the highest value incrementally, not necessarily putting aside other opportunities, but making sure that we're focused on really scalability, not doing a bunch of pilots necessarily, but really trying to do really targeted and high potential pilots.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I would add on, I think one of the challenges is operationalizing it. Like you had a slide, one of your bullet points was around supporting multiple channels, which I really agree with. If we need to do that to be able to scale. Pilots right now are you pick like a service provider, WeaveGrid or NoptiWatt and EV Energy or whatnot, and you make the integrations work with that. We need a lot more IT infrastructure in order to make this scalable. Like we are going to need to get a service agreement ID from customers. That is our main, that's like our, that's our key in customers. And we have to make that really stupid simple because yes, I don't know my service agreement ID. And if I don't know it, I'm sure most other people don't know it. And that is a barrier in registering for these programs. So I think the determining which models we're supporting, like right now there's a lot of different models out there, and I think that's just the stage that we're at right now. And then figuring out how much we want to build our operations to support those without over-investing, but still being able to support the ecosystem that's out there and support all the vendors, and we're all working kind of towards the same end goal.
The way I see it as a business model predicated on acquiring customers and then enrolling in programs is a pilot's designed to kind of be shut down, right? So I can only invest so much in customer acquisition or tapping other channels or integrating with other channels if this pilot's going to be rolled down in a year. But once I can get optics into a long-term program What's the enrollment flow look like? What's the revenue look like? What's it all look like? Then I can take a 5-10 year long position where I'm willing to, find ways to acquire customers. Maybe they're really expensive, but I really understand, hey, through the longevity here, customers will participate and I know the economics. So for me, that's a bit of the difference between pilot program is like vendor certainty on what this looks like 5 years from now, not 6 months from now.
I think, it depends on what the objective of the pilot is. But if I sort of look at the way some of the pilots are happening right now, they're almost like a limited run of what would be the program. And so you have, for example, rates or incentives that are built on the avoided cost calculator, things that are sort of meant to be applied to a mature market segment, a mature technology, but they're being applied to a nascent technology that is right now overly expensive. And, I'm aware that we've overlearned the lesson of solar, of net metering, and are saying, no, we have to give fair market value to any new DER. But, net metering had solar go like this, and now it's kind of going into a shallower curve. What running pilots that try to insert a new technology up here at the shallower curve that's happening, it just hamstrings that ability to achieve economies of scale. And so I think one of the things about pilots should be that they should have as a goal something to encourage to be a little gentler on the technology or the market segment that they're trying to introduce. Because right now we're seeing pilots that are actually sort of looking and saying that the ACC isn't enough. It's not enough to encourage anyone to participate. Maybe there's no value to VGI. I don't think that's true. We're just sort of starting at the wrong end.
And I can appreciate it. And thanks for all the views. First off, Amy, I'd say I definitely know my service account number, so I don't know why you haven't memorized that yet. First thing we all.
I challenge you. It's like name that too. Name that service agreement.
Fair enough. So it seems like the idea of having scale and having something that's ongoing and enduring is a key element of where we want to be for programs. This may be kind of more geared towards OptiWatt and Mobility House here, but if either of the utilities have thoughts on it. We talk about, I think Jackie mentioned, 10,000 or tens of thousands of EVs in Europe that are already operating on a program. Is there something that we can learn from other states or countries in terms of what they are doing that we could try to implement here in California?
I think I kind of already gave my opinion, which is, go talk to those people and say, what are you doing? What abilities do those vendors have that's allowing them to bring those individuals, those EV owners into programs and into value streams? How are the value streams accessible in a way that they're not here? Zach asked a question about, we have all these studies that are showing there's all this value, but that value may be there. I'm not sure it's actually accessible in a meaningful way that would allow a vendor to be able to offer it or involve potential customers in it. And that's definitely something that we've seen is if you can get the value, the customers are there. It's just we haven't fully figured out how to convey it in California, I wouldn't say yet.
One of the interesting lessons we learned from ComEd out in Illinois was we had a 1,200 capped pilot, and we hit that in 24 hours, and we've never seen that before. And the reason we realized after looking at the customer data is because we had a ton of users on dynamic rates there. So we just saw a disproportionate amount of users who, once they were exposed to dynamic rates, were very, very eager to continue to optimize and enroll things into any sort of pilot or program. So, I know California's thinking a lot about dynamic rates, rolling that out. We saw probably the highest engagement by far we've ever seen just from a user base that has already been familiar with the concept.
Yeah, and I also, I guess I would be curious too, because if we have opportunities at the wholesale level, I think when we look at electrification, and a lot of times I think in this space, we tend to focus very much on the distribution grid. But I come from the integrated resource planning proceeding where I think, long term, how do we meet supply and where there's opportunity there? And I know there are vendors that are already playing in that space within California, DER aggregators who are aggregating and selling at the wholesale market level. And I'm curious, even if I'm allowed to ask a question, because I'm curious, especially for those vendors that you have this experience and a tremendous amount of insight that I think in California we're hungry to hear, where you've seen that work in Europe, and how is that not in place here, maybe to provide those transactive benefits at the system level?
So we one of the ways we got to a bunch of customers in California initially was through that wholesale market participation. So that really helped us accelerate it. Those, as we've kind of learned from EVs, right, there's only so much you can get from an EV alone. So I think eventually that does plateau. But just having it, I think of early on, again, not coming from energy, having an accelerant where we could earn revenue, get customers involved without needing to go through a utility sales cycle or process was extremely beneficial for us to learn and test stuff. So I don't know if that answers your question specifically, but that market participation has allowed us to iterate really quickly. And I think one of the things we really learned there was because we didn't pay any of those incentives to the end customers, that the revenues we were generating, our toggle that says support your local grid was really successful. And we didn't know if people would just leave that enrolled to then have their EV enrolled. But yeah, because we provided some other feature set, just giving the customers the easy button to support the local grid was more receptive than we thought it would be.
I think working with fleets in Europe, we definitely found that they were like, let's talk about the lower right-hand corner of the spreadsheet, and just being able to say, let's just look at what we can earn you. They looked and they said, yep. And really that was it. But, in California, I think the DERP pathway into CAISO isn't, I wouldn't say it's open in a practical way for aggregation in a way that actually encourages it. The PDR mechanism like that's better. That works. But I think if we really wanted to have aggregation into CAISO, we need to sort of see how they end up really working through the FERC 2222 more, and see if that ends up bearing fruit. But, as WeaveGrid was saying earlier today, the topic right now is about distribution infrastructure. And, we're having a conversation right now in the energization proceeding about, is there actually, tangible value to that, to being able to not just bridge to infrastructure, but avoid infrastructure upgrades. And, I think in the framing that we're using right now, everyone's kind of not sure. And so, again, I think if we can figure out how to give people an incentive in addition to time, like when it comes to upgrade avoidance, time is actually a huge motivator for our customers everywhere, not just California, but then also, soft costs. It really decreases soft costs if you can stay on schedule. And so, I think that there are values that we can see that haven't been fully teased out yet. But just looking at where the problem is, which right now is distribution infrastructure, and being able to say, what is it worth it to us to solve that problem, whether or not it arises in the ACC. We need to figure out how to incentivize people to work on that.
That makes sense. I appreciate that. So had a couple comments around like how LCFS can be a great funding source to pilot some initiatives we want to do, since it's a funding source we have available. I know at SE we definitely saw how comments out of the White House can change the price of those carbon credits quite a bit in 24 hours. And so it's not a real reliable source or consistent source. And so I'm curious, as we move from piloting initiatives to programmatic, ongoing programs that can help serve, grid services and help manage the grid. What do you think that funding source should be? Where would you advocate to try to fund the programs that are going to take us through 2030, 2045?
Well, I think it'll come down to some form of a standalone application. Like, I think the other areas are stopgaps until we can get to a place where there's an application that goes through the commission and the proceeding.
Yeah, and I think having LCFS is a tremendous privilege that is unique to this proceeding versus other proceedings I've worked in with other DER that don't have sort of this non-ratepayer funding mechanism. So I know, at least speaking for SDG&E, when we look at programs, we do want to maximize the value of LCFS and sort of reducing that pressure of some of the rates and programs that we do pursue, so that it can be as equitable as possible, knowing that industry does need some subsidies. If we want to see EV adoption grow and we want to incentivize VGI, we need to subsidize the market, just like happened with NEM, but of course there needs to be an off-ramp to make sure that it's equitable. So I think of pilots having an on-ramp to programs, but programs having an off-ramp for subsidies. I think with our electric vehicle high power rate, SDG&E's EVHP, has an interesting design in it that it's a subsidized rate initially, but the customer, there's a phase-in to cost over time, so that it should be self-correcting without the need for ratepayer subsidy. So I think models like that, where we can be creative, leveraging funding mechanisms to make sure that we're not shifting costs. And if there is some sort of cost shift, that there's an investment, there's a tangible benefit to ratepayers that they're returning that. So I do think that LCFS is a critical piece. I think, as David had mentioned earlier, we're not planning at this time to pursue full-blown applications for ratepayer subsidized programs. So when we look at VGI, I want to maximize the value of LCFS as much as possible, and then where we have rate pilots, dynamic rate pilots or import rate pilots, really look at, with a finer pen over time, how can we learn from the design of this rate and make tweaks for whether it's for customer classes or times of use, or design the structure of the rate itself to ensure it's as equitable as possible.
I think that makes sense. So it sounds like really leaning into LCFS can be a good funding source to jumpstart some of these initial projects. And I know from some of the panels earlier today, talked about, I think it was David from PG&E mentioned that we don't quite know exactly what that value is. Hence the whole defining the value of VGI panel this morning. It sounds like once we get further deployment and we find out that value, we can essentially look towards other sources or what the appropriate source is for future funding.
And I just want to add one final point. I think it's very important for us to define and understand and nurture the relationship of third parties, the role of aggregators and other service providers, gateways in the ecosystem, because those partnerships create efficiencies when it comes to acquiring a customer. It also creates efficiencies from a long-term DERMS and operations perspective if you're partnering with a subset of aggregators as opposed to a utility trying to dispatch millions and millions of resources. So there's a partnership there, and we need to also really lean into that and understand how that's going to work together efficiently.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. There's sort of a maturation of the aggregation and the third-party industry that it's ongoing, and figuring out how to integrate us into, I know a lot of people don't agree with this, but into the regulations, making sure that aggregators have codes that make us, not just lucky that a utility finds a good faith actor who is an aggregator who is going to try to work with the utility and with their customers, but try and make that something that's assured if you want to be working in that space. I think is really important. And I think also when it comes to, you know, taking us 2030, 2045, I think tech neutral programs for flexibility that value flexibility. You know, we're seeing Europe try to figure that out. I don't think anybody's figured that out perfectly, but that, you know, those are the Massachusetts values that everybody's really interested in. Those are not for EVs, those are tech neutral, but they're valuing flexibility in a place where it's really, really highly valued and needed. I'm just saying if you can provide it, you can provide it, great.
No electrons, no electron.
Yeah, I think that, I know that EV rates are important and shouldn't go away, but I think that's something that really needs to be considered.
Yeah, and I will say a thing to keep in mind that I think a lot of the times people don't necessarily understand because not everybody's expertise is in rates. Some mine certainly isn't, but really knowing that even though a customer is on an EV rate, some of these other opportunities, these value streams are tariff riders. So an export compensation rate pilot, you may be on an EV rate, but you can opt into some of these opportunities to generate value and offset your costs without having to shift, you know, your otherwise applicable rate, the base rate.
I think also maybe thinking about outside the box and looking for efficiency. And it's funny when I talk to people from other countries, they're like, California has this duck curve. Like, isn't that what V2G should be doing? Like, we're done. That's what we're going to do. And it's like, no.
Simple.
No. You know, I guess we have, yeah, it's this scary thing, but I don't know, we have generation for it. And, you know, but maybe going back and looking at all the studies that have said, how much does it cost to have EVs contributing to that ramp? Should we try and figure out how to make that work? There are just various places where we could find, again, a need for flexibility, not necessarily a need for vehicles in particular to be integrated into something.
And I think, Jackie, you made a really good point in the technology neutrality. Like, this isn't an EV unique problem to solve. EVs have particular values and use cases, but a DER is a DER at the end of the day. And these are things that other proceedings are looking at, like the high DER. OIR is looking at smart inverter operationalization. It's looking at distribution system operator business models, looking at how you integrate DER over time into a marketplace or into the system. So we should definitely be considering it here, but it's not a full, you know, we're not boiling the ocean either. So really making sure that the work that we do is aligned with the bigger picture so that customers are able to maximize the value, because for most customers, that they don't want just the EV value. They may have other resources behind the meter, and so they're looking at their total cost of operation, not necessarily total cost of EV ownership, but their overall energy needs.
Share of wallet.
Yep.
And I think it's going to be a continuum, right? And I think in the beginning, it might just be looking at EVs and EV aggregations, but to your point, from a utility perspective, from the grid perspective, it doesn't really matter, and we need to move towards just thinking about DERs on the grid edge and thinking about just managing at the whole premise versus these individual devices. So I think it's just a continuum. I think short term, it will continue to still be these device by device kind of programs and even aggregations, but over time, it'll be the whole premise.
In our ComEd program, the 1200, 700 added a smart thermostat. We weren't advertising or anything, but they just wanted to connect that to our platform. So a lot of synergies with multi-device enrollment all at once.
Yeah, there seems to be a tidal wave of EVs that people are purchasing. Maybe our cars are electrifying quicker than other devices, but that from the utility's perspective, trying to manage the grid, you know, load is load, and we need to find a way of doing so effectively.
I think also over time, you know, DERMS, there's still a lot to learn from DERMS, and each utility is pursuing. I know the other utilities, PG&E and Edison, just by virtue of rate cases, et cetera, are further along in implementing DERMS solutions, and it's something SDG&E will be looking at in the future. But as the utilities gain experience and are able to try out and learn from different use cases, leveraging DERMS and partnering with aggregators or different gateways and intermediary third parties, I think value streams will be unlocked, but those are significant capital investments that are needed to enable a lot of DER capabilities and value streams that we still need to overcome.
No, I think that makes a lot of sense. So I agree with some of the things comments you made earlier, Danielle, about that there's certain programs in the past for EVs that have been over-incentivized or subsidized for customers installing certain equipment. I think the comment Russell from Mobility House made earlier this morning about the fact that EVs don't necessarily have to be to cost the system, but they can add value to the system. And I think that's really where we need to kind of move, or hopefully gauge our discussion and try to work out how can we make EVs not a problem for the grid, but a solution for the grid. And I get really excited. Big numbers tend to excite me. And so when I see the CEC Redwoods grant and some of the scaling of numbers that come out, whether it be for OptiWatt or any other aggregators, pretty large scale that are coming from that. And I'm kind of curious as the pilot launches and as you start to bring on all these new EVs, where do you see the off-ramp to be? And we've kind of talked about this programs kind of being like an ongoing thing where these pilots are kind of launching or testing certain initiatives. Do you see an off-ramp, or what engagement with the utility do you think is necessary for that off-ramp to continue creating value for the grid or being a solution for the grid and not a problem for the grid?
Yeah, and I was talking with your colleague at SE early today about this. I think it's one of two routes. You either end up in a world where the utilities just expose their costs through dynamic rates and say, hey, everyone, go figure it out and comply. Or you keep the rate simple for customers, and then vendors and utilities together manage to that load. But, education's a big thing, and so once someone understands it's okay to give up a bit of control for the car, it's helping their wallet, it's helping the grid, I think, second time around, let's say we get to forget the collective number for Redwood's goal, so let's say we get to 100,000 EVs for that. I think those customers are going to be 10 times more likely to just roll over to what the next thing is, whether that's dynamic rates, whether that's utility managed charging programs. So I think this grant is going to be extremely effective in somewhat funding the education of managed charging as step one, and then those things snowball, because it's no customer shouldn't do it. I mean, it's easy. Your car's ready in the morning. Like, it's pretty brainless, but the education of getting people over that hurdle is expensive. And so that's where we see a lot of value in the grant, regardless of what flavor it takes after.
That makes sense. I think as Amy said, keep it simple.
Mm-hmm.
I think one last thing, and none of us can really do it, is it's the automotive OEMs. As they start to really see this as part of their ongoing relationship with their customer, as they take more interest and more agency in trying to figure out how to fold that potential lifetime program participation into the total cost of ownership of their cars, and they can start presenting that to a potential customer, that is something that I think will build more and more momentum.
I think that makes sense. So kind of one last question here before we turn it over to the audience for questions. I think from Rudy's comment earlier about, being afraid we're not going to hit our 2030 goals, whether it's GHG goals, EV adoption goals, California, I think, coming from Michigan, and people always tell me, California is the West Coast is the best coast, which now I tend to agree myself now that I live out here. And I love it. And it's like, I think we can lead in a lot of ways. And if we have these goals, these lofty goals for 2030, 2045, how many EVs do you think we need under management participating in dynamic rates or a utility program? It sounds like, Casey's mentioned there could be a variety of different methods for engaging those EVs with the grid. But what scale do you think we need to reach the goals that California wants to reach?
I have a spreadsheet on this on my computer, but I cannot recall a number.
Just like your service account.
I don't think, I think that, you know, I don't have an answer to that. I may have an attempt at that on the spreadsheet somewhere, but it's really about all of these pieces that we keep talking about. It's about understanding we got to figure out the valuation in order to scale. And then it's also about making it incredibly simple for customers to participate. And then I would also say, I feel like we're trying it all right now, which is great. That's the phase that we're in. I think we're going to see some consolidation, whether that's in use cases and how we're doing it, or just vendors in the marketplace or whatnot. But just, you know, we need to figure out which solutions are best for which use cases. And we don't know that yet. We're still working on that. So that is my long-winded answer of, I don't have a number for you, but I think we do have a pathway for getting there. We have bits in. I feel like when I look at that framework that I use around where are we in all of this, we're not, you know, the good news is it's not like red across the board. Like I actually have a matrix. It's like by, is it rates, is it managed charging, is it V to X, and by the different categories. Like there's enough green there. There's things that are moving that I do think that we can hit the 2030 goals that PG&E's laid out. I do think that they're really aggressive, but I do think it's possible.
I like optimism.
Yeah.
I think on a slightly more pessimistic note that
We love you, Jackie.
I think being realistic, we need to think about the fact that we, and most other states I'm working in, are now in a somewhat budget-constrained environment. And so utilities are being asked to justify any program they want to do, any, you know, fleet advisory they want to do. And that makes it hard because these things do cost money. And every time that we turn away from that, I think it gets harder to get to that goal. You know, the idea of EVs putting downward pressure on rates and that sort of thing, like we can screw this up if we do it inefficiently. And so we need to, I think the things that we need to focus on are the things that are making it hard to get the EVs into people's hands, energized and affordable. And one of the biggest things is getting them plugged into the grid, particularly when it's a fleet. You know, we have an entire proceeding that's based on this problem, the fact that it can take years to get a parking lot energized that took months to get plugged in. And so I think when it comes to VGI, the most important thing that we can be working on is not this idea of first we're going to connect it at its full capacity, then we're going to integrate it with, you know, services and that sort of thing. It has to be getting the damn things attached to the grid as quickly as possible. Everything we're doing right now to try and move on that path should be just on that, just mitigating the presence of EVs on the grid in the first place.
That makes sense. I appreciate that. It sounds like messages, don't mess it up, everybody.
And I was going to say something, but I completely forgot.
No worries. When it hits you again, you will
know that I am never at a loss for words, but I am at memory loss.
I was so brilliant.
It was so great. And I'm going to think about it when I leave.
Sounds good. So I've really enjoyed this conversation, and I could probably sit up here and talk with all of you for hours. I do want to turn it over for audience questions, whether it's people here in the room or online. It's another reminder to those that are attending virtually, we definitely want your questions and engagements as well. So feel free to throw those messages in the chat, and they'll get funneled up to us. Go ahead. And you start again with your name and organization, and then your question.
No, again, hi everybody. Margarita Parra with Clean Energy Works. We're a nonprofit organization that participates in proceedings. And I just want to make sure that we link all the conversations because we only see you guys once a year, every many years. So the big problem is we need to value those services. And we're doing pilots and programs to demonstrate that value so that everybody can access those services and be compensated, and there is value in the pocket of everybody. So my question to you is, what is on your way? What's in the utilities way right now to offer compensation programs to all your customers. There are school districts who want to buy electric school buses, but their utility do not offer a compensation program. I know some of you do, but not everywhere. So what is stopping you to do it right now? And if there is something that you can ask to change the regulations, I know there is no regulator in the table now, but what is the thing that you want to change to make that happen? Thank you.
I mean, definitely a regulated environment creates a challenge, and that's not a knock on the CPUC or sort of the due process. It's just, it is a challenge. So especially in an area where technology is evolving and it can be fast-paced and it needs pilots, needing to navigate sort of the regulatory frameworks for seeking approval for conducting pilots. Each of those has requirements, it has targets, it has per se reasonableness metrics and the need to prove outcomes and measurement and evaluation, and those can be a challenge. It's not, and for a good reason. We have a fiduciary obligation to make sure that that we're providing value and things are equitable and just and reasonable, but it certainly can be a challenge when we want to be nimble and be able to respond quickly and swiftly to opportunities or high-value use cases that need to sort of go through a lengthy 1 to 2 year process just to get something approved, and then another 1 to 2 year process to stand it up. When we do feel, I think we all feel this sense of urgency toward 2030. That's only a few years away, so.
Yeah, I mean, just to add some color to that, like it does usually take at least a year to put an application together, at least another year to get a decision, and then 1 to 2 years to stand it up, depending on the complexity of what you're trying to stand up. So
and that's an aggressive 3-year timeline.
I would say 3 years isn't the low end. I'd say it's usually 3 to 5 years. So I don't know. And again, I don't think that's not a knock against anybody. Like that's just what it is. I think, I don't know. I've been brainstorming on this, trying to figure out what is that right size solution. Like, you know I've run really large programs before, and we'll have stage gates where you'll say, you get approval for funding up to a certain amount, and then you come back when you're kind of leaving that stage gate and saying, this is what we've learned during this particular stage. We request this much funding to go forward to the next stage gate. Like, is there just another process that could be used? I'm just spitballing here, that could allow for the newer technology that we're working on, and just, again, maybe we do that stage and we find out it wasn't cost effective for this one thing, but we only had 3,000 customers. If there were 10,000 customers there, it would be like we would learn things and we could pivot from there. Seems like a process where you could kind of maybe do something like that could help improve just the timing it takes. There's just not a great scaling process between the pilots and a full-scale program. There's just not a great mechanism by which to do that.
And this is where I think coming here for times like this is great. I agree. I think the answer is like there's a regulated process we have to go through, which is there for a reason.
Very good reason.
For a very good reason. Yeah, exactly. I think there's also the idea of like, as much as I want to go exercise every day and for a lot of reasons don't get out there and do it, my body doesn't really care about the intent. It's kind of like the environment doesn't really care about what our intent was or what we tried to do or the process that got in the way. Like, nobody cares in the end. Sorry, not nobody. The environment doesn't care in the end. It's like, so we just need to make things happen. And I think the idea of like what we did with our freeways, decades ago, we can do big things quickly. I think I made the comment to Jackie earlier, there's, not to endorse a company at all, but just for what they did in China with the Tesla plant, they built it in like a year and we're manufacturing vehicles. Like humans can do things. And I think organizations are built with humans. It's humans that manage it. And so I think if we can build relationships in, events like this to move things quicker, I really challenge us just as a group. I think we all have the same kind of North Star or a similar North Star that I think we can work together to try to make things go quicker. Because I think the reality you're kind of pointing out, Amy, is things take time, and they have in the past. Just because they've done that way in the past, I don't think that means it has to be that way in the future. And I think we can do different and we can do better, which I think is what we all want to do.
Yeah. I agree.
Yeah.
Actually, I have a question for you guys. And we were talking about this in our prep a little bit, but I hadn't thought about it this way. You know, in the earlier panel that you did, Danielle, is really interesting about valuing VGI. When we're still at that stage where we're trying to figure out how to value VGI, what would the value be? Is it really even possible to do a cost effectiveness calculation of the kind of the rigor that you would need to do?
So there are tools out there, like there is the standard practice manual, and we've done that for some of the pilots that we've done. Again, we ran those numbers. This is what it cost. This is how many customers participated. These were the incentives we paid. This was the cost to vendors, et cetera. It wasn't cost effective. Again, this was for the first pilot we did that was focused mostly on resiliency and helping customers charge their vehicles ahead of a PSPS event. And the good news and bad news was that we did not have many PSPS events during that process, but we were able to measure the peak load avoidance from those customers that were participating, because we still shifted their charging to an off-peak time and managed within that customer's preference. So we were able to measure that, and the cost effectiveness wasn't great. The costs are really high, right? The costs were high and the number of participating customers was small, so it's just the numbers didn't look great. So a lot of it has to do with what is the math? What is the formula that we're using to calculate all of this? And that is defined in the standard process manual. It does focus mainly on, there's a lot of values that are captured in that avoided cost, but it is primarily focused on system.
And to answer your question, I don't think it's difficult, and I think it's going to be very use case driven. So the value of a service or a capability depends on the use case, and it depends on who's doing the valuation. You know, is the value proposition to the customer maybe for resiliency or vehicle to home or things like that, or is the value to customers, to the broader social, framework for a grid service? So I think it's going to be very use case specific and really needing to come to the table with as much data as possible. That's why the pilots are so important, because they allow us to gather data, even if, on consumption, on customer elasticity to price signals, the impact of different types of incentive mechanisms, what the interconnection process looks like, the customer experience, different customer classes, let alone, I think we can't dance around, and we'll talk about this later, is interoperability and standards, so reliability. The more reliable that end-to-end ecosystem is, the more value it's going to provide to consumers, and we'll be able to quantify that. So I think it really does need to be use case specific. So when we think at future programs, rates, offerings, we need to come to the table with the data to support why a particular approach or design is prudent and just and reasonable. And then I think there are mechanisms in place, like with our advice letters, that need to do analyses and then report back on what the impact is, and like with DVHP, or negative contribution to margin, and make sure that we're really looking at the impact of the rates and proposing changes to refine over time. It's with that growth mindset. We're not trying to get it perfect from the outset, but we're trying to design it in a way that's scalable and constantly improving and refining.
I appreciate that. So before we go to our next question, the only thing I'd add to that is I think sometimes some of the benefits, like say to build off of Matthias's from WeGrid's chart this morning about kind of moving those chargings from that on-peak time to off-peak times, and trying to create this new peak, and some of the strain that can put on some of our secondary transformers. It's like sometimes the benefits is bringing that down and you're putting less damage to a utility asset. But it's like, how much damage? The damage is kind of usually, how much overcapacity going for what duration of time and at what temperature, and then does the utility asset have time to cool down afterwards? And so how do you measure the benefit that you added to that utility by not having the damage occur to it or not having a strain occur to it? And so I think sometimes trying to quantify that in a way can be difficult. Something we're trying to do, and to Danielle's point, that's what piloting and putting forward programs can help us do, is help to start quantify those things, and then we can demonstrate the cost effectiveness of programs. Yeah, next question.
Sure. Ben Mothershead, PG&E. So there's been a lot of discussion about customer acquisition costs and how the need for scaling participation in order to unlock essentially a multiplier effect of this value that we can derive from VGI. And so my question is, to what extent do you think that we might find more success if we flip the paradigm from one requiring customer acquisition to more of an opt-out model that says basically, hey, as an electric vehicle owner, we need your help to ensure grid stability, to keep prices low. And that means we have, kind of a collective responsibility to each other, no different than, say, a smog test that's compulsory as well, to make your EV play nice with the grid. And, maybe this could look like at the time of vehicle registration, we had a menu of managed charging options. Say you're in PG&E territory, like here are the rates and prices and programs available to you through XYZ vendors. You can do those, or maybe you pay a fee if you want to fully opt out. But yeah, I guess I'm just curious, do you think that that sort of opt-out model could ameliorate some of the issues that we're seeing here? And eventually, once the technology is really stable, and reframe how we calculate, assess, and allocate the value of VGI and avoided cost.
I mean, historically, from we've seen, right, opt-out is way better than opt-in. You're just going to have way more participation. I mean, in what you're describing, you have to go convince the OEMs of that, right? They're the ones at the end of the day who are going to hold the keys to the kingdom of when I buy a new, pick your EV model of your choice, this thing is already attached and connected to the grid, right? Because somebody has to enable that for it to be an opt-out model. So if you want the car to kind of come with that pre-built in, the OEMs are going to be the final decision maker there.
Not the utilities or the CPUC?
Well,
I mean, as long as the technology is there through some conduit, I don't see why it needs to be through the OEMs necessarily.
Think about it this way, I don't have to tell the utility that I purchased an EV, so how could, how would you be opted in automatically if not by some sort of transaction and that's why I think, to his point, that would come from the OEM because they're the first hop in the chain with the customer.
The OEMs are also just straight up developing the software for the scheduling, right? So they would have the final say on who's overriding that at any given point.
And then there's an inherent risk. I think, again, it depends on the use case, right? A managed charging pilot versus, let's say, where you're providing a grid service to relieve congestion. There's a risk if you're automatically opted in, but you have not really committed to shift your behavior. And so you're opted into something and you don't operate as expected or required based on that transaction, you could overload the system. So I think it really sort of depends on the use case.
The fires terrify me in that use case, right? Of you need to leave, and yeah, it's not your 80% at 9 a.m., but there's a fire. So that's one thing that scares us and keeps us up at night.
I like the idea. I think we would still need a lot of customer choice in that. It could be a range of things from you're automatically opted into a particular rate all the way to managed charging, and it's bidirectional if that's the type of capabilities you have, right? So I think there needs to be customer choice along in there because vehicles are so personal, right? They're not, it's people have an emotional connection to their vehicles, and then the primary purpose is to get around and not
B2R.
Yeah, B2R. That's your first use case. So I think we need to offer customer choice in a spectrum of things.
Yeah, one thing I might add on that, I think customer choice is really important to always allow for that. I think something we've thought about is if a customer, and kind of Danielle's point, we don't always know who's got the EV. They don't necessarily have to tell the utility when they initially buy it. But if they engage in, say, any utility program that's about their EV, whether it's a used EV rebate, buying a new vehicle, or it's a charging station, it's some program, can we provide in some of the terms and conditions of those programs that they're participating in that they're kind of auto-enrolled is part of that incentive that they're receiving or part of that program they're participating in? Can they be kind of auto-enrolled in some other additional managed charging programs and things of that nature? I think the idea too is like hopefully we can manage these resources, and I think it's kind of what Mobility House and Opto try to do, where it's not really affecting the customer's experience, the mobility experience. Obviously, the ideas of having people needing to get away when there's fires is definitely important, but I think if we can manage that experience and then kind of auto-enroll them when they are engaging in whatever program might be, I think there's a way to do so while still having customer choice.
I also think that, like, and this is purely philosophical, it's not necessarily like a defined position, but in my mind, as I've thought through it, like I said, the role of those third parties that have the relationship with the customer, the EV-specific customer, I think of a world where you've got sort of a menu of, or a set of, whether it's approved vendors or potential, like if you're purchasing an EV or you're electrifying your home, like here are vendors that can provide this third-party transactive service for you. They can manage that for you, because most customers, I don't look at my bill, money in, money out, and I think I represent the majority of customers, so that don't want to navigate that. This third party can provide that service, and they can navigate, I think someone touched on this earlier, navigate the different value streams and stack them. I think the question still is, like, how does that, how cost effective is that for customers? But you have subscription options and things like that.
I appreciate that. I think we're coming towards the end, but Brian, do we have any?
We have a question from the chat.
Yeah.
Jennifer from Cal CCA. CCA served more than 14 million customers in California, and this number is growing. As we heard earlier today, CCAs don't have the visibility to distribution grid needs, yet many have EV programs, some which are deploying their own DERMS programs. To get the full value of V2G for all customers, there must be coordination between the IOUs and CCAs on the distribution grid needs. So the question, are the IOUs considering engaging with CCAs to communicate the grid value for EVs and DRs, and if so, how?
So I will start off with that and say, yes, we are communicating. I know in our service territory, I think of current EV owners, maybe 80%, or it's quite a high percentage, are also CCA customers. So we know this is something we need to crack and that we want to crack. I'll just give some background there. It's just that we need to be able to make sure that we're not sending the customer multiple conflicting signals to their EV or EVSE. That's what we're trying to work through, is how do we, if a customer joins both programs, then there's signals being sent to optimize kind of the generation part of their bill, and then there's signals being sent to optimize charging based on constraint of a service transformer. How do we make sure that vehicle's not getting two different signals, and then the customer wakes up in the morning and they're like, my car's supposed to be charged and it's not. So again, I feel like a broken record here, but I think a lot of it comes back to figuring out the value of that. Like, how do we divide up the value of what the CCA programs is doing, and then what the value is of the distribution related programs that we're doing, to be able to compensate all of the parties fairly. So in this, right now, you have two different aggregators in play and customers working with both of those, and just trying to figure that out. So the desire is definitely there to get it figured out. I think we just have to hash through how. Like, there's some, maybe in the long term, I think we've had conversations. It's either we use your system, you use our system, signals go through that, or in the long term, is there a stacking of signals that come in where the vehicle or the EVSE knows these types of signals have more importance than these other ones, et cetera. It just doesn't exist right now. So I think, to summarize, we want to figure this out. We are working on figuring it out. If you have solutions, we're all ears on how to do that. Yeah, we're continuing to talk about it and try and figure it out. I mean, it goes beyond just even CCAs and like load serving entities and UDCs, it's also like with the Redwood grants, you could have the same thing. You could have a party that is not either one of those sending signal to a vehicle, and it's like there's no one coordination point that understands all of the signals going to one vehicle.
Yeah, and I know for sure for SDG&E, we are definitely partnering or trying to partner with our CCA, at least just having those conversations to understand what are you doing, what are we doing, what are you capable of, what are we capable of, where are your priorities or focus areas versus ours, and is there opportunity there? So it's really just nurturing that relationship, especially I think it's extremely valuable in our service territory where we have sort of one large CCA and then another smaller CCA. Like it's just a different paradigm, and that's going to be unique to one utility versus another. But it's an aggregator, and it's an aggregator that's beholden to the public. And if they have a DERMS capability, and in the future we have DERMS capability, and they're going to partner with, like with their Redwoods grant, they're partnering with an EV service provider with a software platform. And so that's a really good opportunity for us to gather data. That's what we'd like to do, is understand the operational impact, see what is the impact, not just, I mean, they're testing out customer responsiveness to price signals for resource adequacy, and we also want to look at that, okay, hopefully those customers do enroll, they do participate, it's extremely successful, because the more successful it is, the more data we can gather and understand, okay, what was the voltage impact on a particular, or the capacity on a particular circuit? Is that data that we can use to then ideate around future offerings, future pilot opportunities, or future value streams? So I think maybe to end on a positive note, I think we feel like this overwhelming burden, like there's so much to accomplish in so little time, but I do think there's so much that we have accomplished over the last few years. I mean, I've been in this space for years now, and really seeing the progress over the last 2, 3, 4 years, and what the technology is capable of doing, and what the problems that the vendor community has solved. So we keep throwing an obstacle and identifying an obstacle, and then industry is really good at solving around that. It's just there's kind of a lot of problems to solve, and so we'll get there. It's just going to take time, and which is more to my point about around needing to focus. And I think you used the word consolidate around where are we targeting dollars and pilot concepts, so that we're maximizing the value and really giving those signals to industry.
I appreciate that. I know we're at time. Emily, Brian, do we have any other questions, or should we wrap it up?
If so,
Yeah.
Could we take one more question?
Sure, of course.
Chat? I'm going to unmute Noel and give him the opportunity to ask a question.
Big voice.
Hi, I'm Noel Chrysostimo. I used to work at the CPUC and CEC on this topic. I'd encourage folks to become familiar with prior preceding efforts on VGI valuation, to the attempt of avoiding very arduous and marginally beneficial use case valuation for the purpose of defining technology implementations that likely will not go anywhere with productive fruit at the end. Because of the literature, the voluminous literature out there, it's very important to not repeat mistakes, because the questions and discussion that were facilitated here were very similar to the same fora that CEC staff, CAISO staff, ARB staff organized in 2011 in preparing for the VGI roadmap published in 2012. And so if California seriously wants to make progress on this topic, it needs to make clear regulatory and financial recommendations to the utilities on using flexible connections, which is a pathway to expand the use of the grid as efficiently and with least ratepayer impact as possible, especially with grid component constraints and constraints on the workforce for upgrading the systems. The fact that it has been more than a decade and we're still asking these same questions on VGI is very worrisome to me as a staffer now at the Department of Energy, where back then in California, VGI was posed as the solution that we're talking about today. It's enabling mass adoption, keeping rates low, providing reliability. But what has happened in that past decade? Rate pressure is at an all-time high, while fleets and automakers are having trouble complying with emissions regulations due to the inability to fulfill monopoly obligations by the utilities. And so if we want to actually serve customers, we have to take that hard look and overcome what was asked by Clean Energy Works. What are the regulatory and financial barriers that are preventing utilities from implementing flexible connections, power control systems at scale? Because these questions and the proposed answers that I heard just in this past hour were largely the same from 2012, and that's not going to work. Happy to follow up and brainstorm.
I think we have to recognize that we have to ask these questions once and ask them repeatedly because conditions change. In 2011, we didn't have power control systems. We didn't have some of the VGI capabilities. We didn't have all the time of use rates. We didn't have dynamic export rate pilots. We didn't have electric load reliability program. We didn't have a lot of these valuation mechanisms. So we're asking the questions today. I think in the next couple of years, we're going to need to ask them again because we're going to continue to learn from these rate pilots, the marketplace, the maturation of technology and industry. We're going to need to ask it again to understand what conditions have changed and where can we move the envelope? Where can we take the lessons learned and do more or do better?
Thank you again for the question. I think it's a really important question. I think the idea of how do we make change happen quicker is really important. I think that's part of the reason we're here today. And I'm really challenging all of us, I mean, everybody in this room, that we do some things differently in the next decade than we've done in the past decade. And not even the next decade, but the next year. And hopefully we can come back a year from now and have material differences to talk about so we can help to address kind of the question that's being asked. And I think that's something we can do. I think that's really in our power. I mean, all the regulatory setup and all the challenges we have in front of us are something that we all have control over to change. And I think that's really just getting everybody on board and moving forward. Any other comments? No one?
I mean, I think we also can act more quickly when we see something that is true. You know, the first time I wrote something about load management was with Mark Mombaket in 2020, and we submitted it to the TEF. And, you know, we just sort of went around in circles about it for a while, and that dropped it. And, you know, now we have sort of this turbo proceeding on it, but this was so clear that this is something we needed to be dealing with 5 years ago. And how do we, you know, agree when something is a problem and be able to deal with it? You know, I don't blame the utilities on this because, you know, the way that you're set up, you're supposed to, the way that you're set up, you know, you have to say, like, you know, we have to wait for this to become something that we can react to and say, this is a problem, we have to solve it. But I think from the regulatory perspective, we should be able to look more forward and say, this is a problem that is coming. We see it. We know this is true, and we need to act now. Yeah, and you know, give the utilities that guidance 5 years ago, not now.
Some priorities and some ground rules and gave opportunity.
I appreciate that. So I think we're coming to an end here. Hopefully in the next year we can all get things done. So we can have more optimistic calls. Yeah, no pressure. And we can turn Jackie's pessimism into optimism in the future. That'll be our goal.
And really tap into my wisdom.
Yeah, exactly.
It's realism.
Tap into Danielle's wisdom.
It's desperate realism. I want this to work, but we got to acknowledge reality.
We'll transform you.
Thank you.
So again, I'm Blake Heidenreich. Thank you so much to Danielle, Amy, Casey, and Jackie for the panel, and thank you very much for the questions and being a part of this.
Okay, we are going to take our second 15-minute break. I'm going to update this time. Let's reconvene at 2:57. 2:57. We are back for our final panel of the day, and I'm going to hand it over to Zach.
Great. Hello, everyone. Zach Wigan with the Vehicle Grid Integration Council. I've done some of these panels on smart charging and on bidirectional charging, and I've always wanted to say something like, "Oh my gosh, last night my power went out, and I'd love it if I had a bidirectional charger." Last night my power actually did go out, and I was thinking, I was like, yes, I get to talk about this and kick off the panel with it. Also, I mean, it sucked because my power was out, and I don't have bidirectional charging. But in any case, I'm actually going to kick things off by handing it to Jose from the CPUC. He's going to set the table. He's coming in virtually sort of voice of God today, and he'll be presenting on sort of the CPUC's perspective on bidirectional charging, and I believe specifically vehicle grid AC or V2G AC. So Jose, we'll hand it off to you, and then we'll take it back in the room after that.
Thank you, Zach, for that great introduction. I'm the voice of Interconnection Guide. But anyways, so good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jose Aliaga Caro. I'm a utilities engineer working in the interconnection and distribution engineering section in Energy Division. Today, I will be presenting on the current state of the interconnection process for V2G systems. My intent is to give a general overview and provide references. Next slide. So let's start with V2G DC interconnection. As of today, V2G DC interconnection is allowed both in unidirectional and bidirectional mode. And by this, I mean that if V2G, if an EVSE system is capable of bidirectionality, it can be set to unidirectional mode. For bidirectional mode, the system must use the Rule 21 interconnection process, and it's treated like any other DER, and needs to meet all the certification requirements, including UL 1741 Supplement SB. I would like to make a note that there exists an exception for the Emergency Load Reduction Program. If systems are participating in ELRP, they may be certified to UL 1741 and not necessarily the SA or SB supplements. Next slide, please. All right, so moving on to V2G AC interconnection. In 2020, the Commission laid out a path for interconnecting V2G AC systems through the V2G AC interconnection pilot. Here, by pilot, we mean a temporary pathway to interconnect V2G AC systems. So it's not a pilot in the sense of the pilots that have been discussed early on in today's discussion. But we're stuck with that name. Anyways, so this pilot allows V2G AC systems to interconnect using relays. However, it also allows interconnection through mutually agreed bilateral contracts between utilities and applicants to use other means instead of relays. At the time the Commission laid out this path, no standards had been identified to make the interconnection process for V2G AC systems permanent. And therefore, the Commission would revisit the topic once industry standards had been published. In December 2023, however, during the Smart Inverter Working Group, UL presented on its QIKP process to certify V2G AC systems using existing standards. I will not discuss this in depth as UL will present on it later, but I just wanted to note that. Next slide, please. Okay, in this slide, I will speak about the regulatory path for V2G AC interconnection now and going forward. So Resolution 5315, which was adopted in August 2024, extended the V2G AC interconnection pilot until tariff modifications for a permanent interconnection process for V2G AC systems are approved, added to, and become effective in Rule 21. By the way, there is a typo here. My apologies for that. The second line should read for, not or. My apologies. Anyways, this provision will avoid any interconnection gaps between the time the V2G AC interconnection pilot ends and the permanent process begins. In this resolution, the Commission also was cognizant of the time it takes for industry to certify to standards. So it included language to allow time from when the Rule 21 modifications are adopted and when they become effective, which is not necessarily when they are adopted into Rule 21. So let's discuss the V2G AC subgroup from a few years back. The V2G AC subgroup was established in 2019 to assess the ability of approved industry standards to ensure safe interconnection for V2G AC systems. At that time, the V2G AC subgroup concluded that there were gaps in the existing standards. The Commission adopted the group's recommendation to reconvene the group upon completion of updates to applicable standards. Once those standards are adopted, the V2G AC subgroup may reconvene to review and assess the standards, and if industry standards are sufficient for safe interconnection, to develop Rule 21 language to interconnect V2G AC systems outside of pilots. Next slide, please. Having said that, as of March this year, the utilities provided an update. This shows the industry standards relevant to V2G AC interconnection. They are expected to be published by Q3 of 2025. And as I previously mentioned, once those are published, we will reconvene the V2G AC subgroup to discuss the standards and develop language for interconnection of V2G AC systems. Next slide, please. Okay, this slide shows the timeline to implement two possible interconnection processes that could be used to interconnect V2G AC systems. The top 6 arrows shows estimated timelines of the regulatory process to adopt an interconnection process using UL 1741 Supplement SC. The bottom arrow shows a timeline using UL's QIKP, which, as I mentioned, is available now. For UL 1741 Supplement SC, the timeline assumes publishing of UL 1741 Supplement SC in July and reconvening the subgroup 2 months thereafter. It also assumes 8 months, which is very conservative, for the subgroup to discuss the standards and develop Rule 21 language, and assumes a best case scenario to approve the utilities advice letters requesting Rule 21 modifications. For ULQI, I'm still on the previous slide. Yeah, thanks. For the ULQIKP process, which uses the existing standards, the process is available now, but to my knowledge, it has not been used yet. So the two interconnection options are expected to be available, and industry will choose which is best suited for them. Next slide. Okay, this slide just shows some of the relevant documents related to today's discussion for your information. It includes links to the CPUC documents. Advice letters can be located on the utilities websites. And that is all I have to say. Thank you. I will hand it over to you, Zach. And of course, if you have any questions, feel free to send me an email.
Thanks, Jose. And we're hoping you'll stay on the line if in case we have questions later as well. Cool. Thanks so much. And forgot to warn folks, it's the end of the day, so we just figured we'd get the most technical numbers and letters and acronyms and R2D2, C3PO, just keep that all for the end of the day, the last session. All right. So bidirectional charging, vehicle to everything, vehicle to grid, V2X, V2G, a lot of acronyms. We're going to walk through, from VGIC's perspective, how we see the standards and technology sort of a state of play, as well as answering a few questions I know we got already in the chat about bidirectional charging. First off, who is VGIC? Actually, maybe raise your hand if you're in the room and you're a member of VGIC or a utility partner, or we have an MOU with you or something. So pretty cool group of people if you want to join. So thank you all for your continued support of our organization. We're a trade association working to grow the market for these solutions. So why focus on these topics now? We have talked at length today about value of VGI, so I don't want to rehash it. I think this morning I asked a question, and in my question there was kind of a comment, hey, Brattle, E3, Kavala, all these folks have done studies. We actually have collected, I think our database is over 70 studies on the value of VGI. And one of them in particular I wanted to point out, this one's old. It's from 2019, which means the analysis was maybe a little bit older. It's part of a CEC project. And it shows some of the ratepayer benefits modeled for bidirectional charging. So as we talk about affordability crises and some of the real pressing concerns that we have in California, I think it's important to keep top of mind that bidirectional charging is a cool thing, and it's nice to have home backup power, or it's an interesting demonstration project, but it can be a lot more than that, and most importantly for ratepayers in California that are desperate for that relief on their bills. So three basic types of bidirectional charging configurations: parallel operation without export, parallel operation with export, and islanded operation. We have very intentionally not used acronyms here like V2G or V2B or V2H. We'd rather just say what we're trying to say and not get lost in people's different sort of preconceived notion of these. But for interconnection purposes, for technology purposes and standards purposes, these three configurations are really important distinctions. And if we're hoping to make progress on building the market, we need to make sure that we know where we're sort of falling when we're talking about different policy issues, because it's really easy to conflate a standard that might be relevant for one use case, but not so relevant for another use case, or an interconnection pathway that's relevant for one or not another. And thanks, Fermata, for that graphic, by the way. So there are also within those three sort of interconnection configurations of parallel export, parallel non-export, and islanded, there are also two types of systems. One is V2X DC and the other V2X AC. DC defining a configuration in which the bidirectional inverter is off-board the vehicle, and AC defining a configuration where the inverter functionalities are on board the vehicle. There was a question in the chat earlier about why bidirectional charging costs more, and I think that came up in the last panel. This is one of the reasons. There is additional equipment required. Especially today, most of the available chargers in vehicles are in the DC pathway, so you need that extra inverter off-board the vehicle, inside the charger, or co-located with the charger, and that adds cost to the system. There are additional costs, right, over the lifetime of a program or rate that a customer might be participating in, right? There may be some thinking about how we make sure that customer is made whole for their behavior change and eliciting a response, also for any impacts on their battery. We know batteries are very fickle, so some batteries actually prefer to be cycled more than they are being cycled right now. So there are instances where V2G can actually help to improve battery life over a current use case. But that aside, wanted to help answer that question we got in the chat about sort of why V2G can be more expensive, and it's some of this equipment costs. We do expect that equipment cost to come down over time. You get economies of scale, and we may also see more systems set up on the AC configuration, or V2G AC or V2X AC, and we'll talk about that in a moment. But today, most systems are DC, so I've listed a few here. Oh, please don't sue us. I didn't cite any of these pictures, but they're all members anyway, so that would suck. We've got mostly light-duty folks up here, but of course, it's the same picture on the medium and heavy-duty side with school buses or other medium and heavy-duty use cases where bidirectional charging might be implemented around the country. However, there is a mix of existing capabilities and products and solutions out there. This slide and the next two have been very popular in presentations we've been doing recently because it's a question we get like every time, like what vehicles can do this, what chargers can do this. So we've listed out on our accounting, and this, you know, my hope is it's comprehensive, but please come up and talk to us if we're missing something here. We've got Nissan Leaf with the Fermata chargers, with that UL 1741 SA certification in the California context that can participate in a few specific programs and rates where the commission has deemed that that's acceptable, given that they don't have SB certification. Ford and several GM products do have SB certification with an inverter that they use, and as a result, that Rule 21 interconnection is currently permitted under the standard Rule 21 interconnection pathway, as Jose mentioned. That was clarified back in 2020 through a decision, so just want to be very loud and clear about that. Like V2G can interconnect in California and has been able to for a while. And then Tesla also has a product, and that is eligible under the pathway, eligible today under the pathway that Jose laid out earlier, that AC temporary interconnection pathway or pilot, also approved in 2020 initially, and then the details got worked out later. And that Tesla configuration is unique from these others because they use that AC system approach as opposed to DC on the two slides ago when I laid out those two pathways. Right. What's coming up? We know Key and Wallbox are shortly going to be hitting homes around the country. Wallbox has opened pre-orders, so you can go online and order your charger now. Same goes for Decibel, and those have that SB SB certification. GM has additional vehicles coming out that will also be bidirectional capable, including the new Escalade. It looks pretty nice if anyone wants to buy me a birthday gift. And then Lucid as well has done some AC work. And then announcements from a whole slew of organizations on the auto side and charging organizations and others about forthcoming products and solutions. So the space is very exciting on the light duty side and on the medium and heavy duty side. One thing to note, apologies that I realize now the text is quite small, but currently any electric school buses in California that look to receive CARB, HBIP funding, or ZESB vouchers, must be capable of bidirectional charging. That is a requirement to receive that funding. So a pretty strong driver for bidirectional school bus charging in California. And then there are several existing EVSE with many more coming, a mix of SA and SB certified. And so those have those same sort of restrictions on charging, on interconnection rather. All right. So one of the things in the abstract for this session are what are some of the key barriers to scaling bidirectional charging specifically. As mentioned, you know, that upfront cost is high, the equipment is high. It's an relatively early stage of market development. We haven't brought down those costs through economies of scale or competition or what have you. So, you know, it is an important priority to figure out how do we overcome this barrier. There are certain steps in the right direction. That ZESB program I mentioned a moment ago, there are incrementally higher incentives available for bidirectional charging equipment for those school bus sites available through that ZESB program. And of course, Redwoods, which has been name dropped several times today, and I believe Peter presented on this morning, does support several bidirectional charging projects rather. There is a $800 interconnection application fee for the California investor-owned utilities for non-net energy metering devices, which is we looked across the whole country, and it's the highest in the country
by far. Mostly they're around $100, maybe $200. Even accounting for the California premium, because everything costs more here, that's pretty bonkers. So we would love to see this addressed. It was initially scoped into the previous Rule 21 proceeding. Currently, there is not an open Rule 21 proceeding, but our recommendation has been to ensure that's addressed in a forthcoming proceeding. Things that are in progress, and want to give credit where credit's due, you know, there is a need to further streamline interconnection, so while it is permitted, you know, this is a pain and a heartache for folks that are installing equipment, whether it be in the residential setting or a school bus or other site. Similarly, you know, there are these quarterly Rule 21 reporting requirements for utilities, but only PG&E is, reports or offers any sort of drop-down option for V2G. So we're able to track those sites in PG&E's territory, but there's no ability to do that in those other utility service territories. So in progress there. And then we have other slides that we've presented in the past of things like this with like a whole laundry list of barriers. So there are a lot of other things that we need to be addressing, but I did want to just drill down on compensation in particular, not to rehash what's been discussed already around rates and programs. There are some opportunities, right? You can manage sort of behind the meter use cases, demand charge management or time of use sort of arbitrage. But those are non-export only, and considering how large these batteries are, you're really missing out on a lot of the opportunity to support the grid and also to yield benefit for customers. SDG&E discussed their dynamic export rate that is only for commercial customers. It only has a few pieces of what we call sort of the value stack, avoided generation and avoided generation capacity. And it's also got this, I think Danielle mentioned earlier, this nuance where the charging is done under a time of use rate, but the discharging under this dynamic approach, which can make it hard for these to pencil in a given day. And then there are some other opportunities like DSGS option 3 and ELRP, which are quite compelling, but you know, we've sensed some motivation to move away from these programs, and frankly, that's something that we've been a little concerned about. These are some of the most attractive elements of doing bidirectional charging in California. So we just want to make sure we're not abandoning things that work quite well or overlooking the opportunity to drive this market forward. And then there's some other stuff on here too, but I think we're running out of time. Thank you. I'm happy to hand it off now to Scott, and I think one presentation or one slide from Tim from UL to talk more about standards, more numbers and letters and R2D2. So just buckle up for that. I guess we'll get them pulled up now.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me okay? This is Scott Pico.
Yes.
Perfect, thanks. So yeah, hi, nice to meet everyone. Scott Pico from Underwriters Laboratories UL Solutions. So we're going to go very quickly through an overview of UL 9741, some of the related EV power export standards. Next slide, please. So first, I just wanted to hit on a list of existing UL charging standards for unidirectional charging. UL 2202 is a standard for electric vehicle charging systems, typically your DC fast chargers. UL 2594 is the standard for electric vehicle supply equipment. So this is typically your level 2 AC EVSE type equipment. And then there's some component standards. UL 2251 is a standard for the plugs, receptacles, and couplers. There's also personnel protection systems, which is your ground fault requirements that are built into all of these charger applications. That's under that UL 2231 standard. There's actually an outline as well for wireless charging that hasn't been used too much, but that is UL 2750. The point I wanted to make on this slide is that UL 9741, which is the electric vehicle power export standard, references all of these standards as applicable for devices certified under UL 9741. Next slide, please. So what's the scope of 9741? It is for off-board bidirectional electric vehicle EV charging system equipment, or more specific for off-board electric vehicle power export equipment. So if the charger has the ability to export, then it falls under UL 9741 for that purpose. If it's just unidirectional charging, it's under the standards on the previous slide. To date, it's usually been utilized with DC electric vehicle power export applications, specifically for the vehicle to grid application that's been talked about today. But it's not restricted to DC. It can be used for other applications if it falls within the scope. Looking at that DC application, it's typically one piece of equipment that performs both functions of a UL 1741 grid support inverter, as well as an EV charger. And as virtue of being that kind of design, it includes the power conversion equipment. And if it's that V2G topology, then it has to comply with the grid codes, UL 1741 SA or the more up-to-date UL 1741 SB. That's all referenced via UL 9741 for utility interactive grid support equipment. So by being this kind of device that houses the power conversion and the grid interconnection requirements, it can house all the local grid code requirements and essentially act as a gatekeeper, if you will, ensuring that when the EV exports is going through this device off board the vehicle, that can ensure the power conversion process as well as compliance with the local grid codes. And last but not least, 9741 also covers other EV power export products and functions other than the vehicle to grid. So it really is a V2X type standard, dealing with things like vehicle to home only, backup only, vehicle to load, even vehicle to vehicle. And we'll go through a couple of those on the next slide. So you can go ahead, next slide, please. So brief history on 9741. It's actually been around for a while. It first came out in 2014 as an outline investigation. It was pretty limited in scope at that point. It was actually for a single military base installation, but it was expanded in 2021 to the second issue of the outline, which expanded it to the V2X option for all the different modes. And it also was updated to reference UL 1741 SA and SB in the most recent grid codes. Now the most up-to-date version of the standard, it's actually been published as a binational consensus standard, binational at Canada under CSA 348. That was published back on September 28th of 2023. And this is a standard that's been used since then, and it's really set up to accommodate the newer technology, looking at the updated electric codes like in Article 625 of the National Electric Code, and be able to merge with the utility electric requirements. And certifications are progressing in this area. Next slide. So this slide, I just kind of wanted to draw attention to the point that the standard does allow a lot of different configurations. It actually gives several different configurations in the scope section of the standard, configurations A through L. I only want to talk about 5 very briefly today because they correspond to the most popular ones, if you will, today. So the blue one, which is configuration B in the standard, that's the vehicle to load application where you have a standalone piece of equipment that has optional voltage conditioning equipment, where you can take AC power from the EV and export via receptacles for connection of external loads. This is typically a cord connected product, so this is not interfacing with your premise wiring. It's not interconnected with the utility. It's for cord connected loads only. Use case E, that is the DC vehicle to home backup power only option. So you're able to take DC power from the EV and convert it to AC via an off-board piece of equipment. And that is only allowed to occur when the system is islanded and separated from the utility, providing that backup use case. The orange option G corresponds with V2G DC with PCS enabled no export. So this is where local consumption is prioritized, even though you're operating in parallel with the utility and it's still a vehicle to grid topology. The I use case is your V2G DC application. So DC off the vehicle to the 9741 power conversion converter device, utility interactive only. And then last is item K, which covers a system that can operate in both the vehicle to grid grid tied mode, as well as a vehicle to home mode where the product can switch between modes, which requires compliance with the UL 1741 multi-mode requirements. So that way you have your backup option as well as your grid tied option. Next slide, please. So real briefly, just to kind of put some pictures to what I was just saying, vehicle to load, this is where you have the receptacle coming off the vehicle, cord connected loads, charging e-bikes, could be, computer, some general load use cases, but cord connected. There's a requirement for GFCI protection, personnel protection, overcurrent protection has to be provided, and there's some power limitations as well for harmonic distortion. Next slide. Vehicle to grid functionality. This is where the EV is operating in discharge mode. They can export via an onboard converter. But typically what's done here is DC is exported off the vehicle and connected to a offboard power conversion device as discussed. It can interface with additional distributed generation, in this example, solar, and the grid is always tied into the equation here, and it operates in parallel with the utility. Next slide. And then last but not least, vehicle to home functionality. This is where you have the ability to operate in parallel with the utility, but you also can have a transfer switch, or what's more commonly referred to as a MID, microgrid interconnection device, which builds in a switching operation to be able to separate the utility and bring the home up in an intentionally islanded operation for that backup power option. But when the utility is available again, it can reconnect safely and decide when to close the switch using the UL 1741 multi-mode requirements in combination with the 9741 safety requirements. Next slide. So graphically wanted to talk about how these standards partner together. In 9741, you have the 9741 electric shock and fire compliance. This is your basic UL 1741, or sorry, basic UL safety certification for electric shock, fire, mechanical hazards if applicable. That's all covered in 9741. If it's a vehicle to grid or utility interactive type EV power export product under 9741, it requires compliance with UL 1741 SB, or you can pick SA or earlier versions, but typically SB is selected. And then SB references 1547. So that's how you get the linkage from 9741 to SB. I just want to point out that SB does have about 27 pages of additional requirements in addition to the IEEE 1547 and 1547.1 standards. So it is important to use all three of these standards together when conducting a certification and an evaluation. Next slide. Going a little further with the graphic discussion, there's a lot of different safety standards for electric shock and fire dependent on which DER source type you are considering. So in the case of UL 1741, that's a safety standard for inverters, converters, and interconnection system equipment. It so happens that 1741 also has utility interconnection and grid support requirements directly built into it, and then the reference to the 1547 standard suite. So it's convenient in that sense that if you have that type of product, it's just 1741 the whole time. But if you have these other options, like a 9540 energy storage system, 9540 has the ESS safety requirements. It also references UL 1741 for the utility interconnection requirements. 9741 does the same thing. It references 1741 for the utility interconnection requirements. However, 9741 has unique safety requirements for EV power export. For example, the overcurrent protection requirements, the personnel protection requirements. The engine generator standard has rotating machine requirements under UL 2200. So you need the base safety standard to be applied based on the DER source type, and then all these standards reference 1741 for the utility interconnection. So just really important to keep in mind that linkage. Next slide. So I'm going to make a slight departure from 9741, talk about the UL 1741 SC effort that Tim Scanina has been leading for V2G AC certification. So I'll turn it over to Tim, and you can go to the next slide.
Hi, Tim Scanina. Thank you for the opportunity. In a perfect world, we'd have all of these requirements under the single standard that Scott has, 9741. We do have some, a longstanding relationship between UL 1741 and electric utilities across the United States, very particularly state of California. We work very closely together to make sure that the certifications and the requirements under 1741 meet the needs of California utilities. When Scott and I made a trip to Detroit quite a while ago, we were educated on how the automotive industry has been granted the ability to do self-certifications by the U.S. government, and it's been that way for a long time. So we quickly tried to find a way where we can kind of bridge the gap between these two, because the utility industry and the electrical inspection, National Electric Code, regulatory aspects of the United States look for a third-party evaluation to verify safety and performance of this equipment by a third party that's been accredited to do so. Self-certifying companies don't really fall into that, that group, and there's quite a bit of consternation over that. So that being the case, we thought best to have this special set of requirements developed under UL 1741, where we do have a really strong utility participation, as well as strong participation by other distributed energy resource manufacturers that have been complying since the late 90s with these requirements. And we wanted to find a place where we could have this conversation with the electric vehicle manufacturers, so that we can, find a middle ground and develop requirements that could have as close to, I would say, the same requirements, but very similar requirements for both technologies and both industries. So what we came up with is depicted on the slide here. This box in the middle is a bidirectional electric vehicle supply equipment / ISE, interconnection systems equipment. We can think of that as a protection relay function. Those requirements have been in 1741 for quite a long time. Was originally intended for voltage and frequency oversight, the different aspects that you typically use protection relay for relative to distributed energy resources. And the EV manufacturers we were speaking to were saying, we know how to do this. We've got a handle on this. We just, need the opportunity to do so. And the idea was that, okay, well, if the EVs have been properly programmed and are able to export in accordance with the local utility rules, that's great. In the event they don't follow the rules, we need some sort of protection device that's able to essentially shut down that EV and protect the utility grid and protect the local equipment around it. So in this drawing, I'll go through it real quick. So starting at the EV side, we'll just do a quick scenario. The EV drives up to these bidirectional EVSE ISEs, and it'll have a communications conversation using the SAE J3072 protocols, saying, hi, I'm a bidirectional electric vehicle. I'm available to export power if you need it. The bidirectional EVSE will have the communication with that EV and say, okay, you're in Southern Cal Edison territory, and these are our grid interconnect requirements. And if it's needing power or looking for grid export, it will give it a keep alive signal and authorize its export. In addition to that, it'll give it additional details as far as max capacity for that bidirectional EVSE as far as export's concerned. And in that event, if the EV is called upon to export power, it will do so. There's a keep alive signal from the bidirectional EVSE, so every second it's saying keep exporting, keep exporting, keep exporting. If there's an issue with the export, whether the EV is not following the protocols or something goes wrong, that bidirectional EVSE will stop the keep alive signal, and I believe we've got it set up so it will actually give it a command if it doesn't stop then to tell it to stop exporting. The utility connection on the right, very similar to all of our grid interconnection products listed under SB and many under SA, are going to have our interoperability through either 2030.5, SunSpec Modbus, or DNP3. This way the utility has very similar control to the inverters, where it can reduce output power, could retract permission to export, so it could shut it down if needed. So this combination of a self-certified EV plus the certified bidirectional EVSE ISE, we're looking at that combination as being able to meet the criteria of the local utilities and export to the grid. We're doing this under a supplement SC under UL 1741. We've got a very big and well populated group, very diverse group. Lots of experts from the EV industry, the EVSE industry, many utility members, as well as a lot of inverter manufacturers have been participating. So it's been a very good group, and we've been working very diligently over the last couple of years, meeting at least once a week for an hour and a half, sometimes 2 hours. And then for a period of time, we actually had 2 meetings a week. So most recently, we had a conversation with the 1741 Technical Committee to let them know about this new technology, let them know about this new proposal that's coming through shortly. I've got basically 4 or 5 different sets of thorough requirements. I'm merging all of them into one final draft, and we're going to get that off to the technical committee for comment. So we've made a ton of good progress. I think we've got a lot of really good alignment between these industries. So a lot of good relationships were formed between the EV industry and the utilities, as well as the inverter industry. National labs are participating too. So overall, it's been very, very positive. And that's pretty much all I had. I don't know if we've got a second slide after this.
Yep, there's one more.
Is there? Okay.
Then, yep. So,
okay.
So I know we're running short on time. Just wanted to introduce the last topic, which is what was being referred to before as the QIKP program. So you can go to the next slide. So think of this as an alternative way to do something very similar to what Tim was just describing for SC. But in this instance, we're evaluating a DER system, which is a term in IEEE 1547, in accordance with the UL 1741 SB supplement. This is a performance certification to evaluate that grid interactive grid support performance of the DER system, which is within this dashed box in this graphic here. So the concept is that you have off-board equipment, in this example, the BEVSE, that would be certified for safety to UL 9741, and in some cases 1741, if there's that, for example, vehicle to home backup only power option, the multi-mode requirements. But the pairing of the electric vehicle and the off-board equipment would be evaluated to the UL 1741 SB supplement by conducting this performance certification of the 2 devices evaluated as a DER system. So just going through the bullet point list here, again, it's a performance certification for grid interconnection utilizing UL 1741 SB for a DER system. The fire and shock safety evaluation of the electric vehicle on the far right, that's out of scope of this, but the pairings evaluated for the grid interconnection requirements. We would make sure that we tied on the software present in the electric vehicle's onboard converter during the DER system evaluation. This really makes a lot of sense where you have, for example, vertically integrated solutions where the offboard equipment is perhaps manufactured by the same EV manufacturer, but the pairing can be evaluated for this functionality. This would likely keep what's commonly referred to as the roaming EV application, where you have multiple bidirectional EVSE locations out of scope, but it would afford a parallel path if the EV manufacturer was agreeable to evaluating the combination as a DER system. And Tim and I are drafting a certification requirement decision, CRD, that would be added to 1741 to add clear definitions and formalize the requirements for how to evaluate these DER systems in this manner. But essentially what it will be is a, focused on adding these definitions, making it clear that SB is required, and some language centered around restricting the pairing, or I should say defining what the pairing is has been evaluated. So that should conclude our presentation. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Scott and Tim. You should see the faces of the people in the room right now. Mostly everyone has been super engaged, and a few people might have fallen asleep. But really, thank you. And Scott, just to confirm, and I saw it on the last bullet, and you just spoke to it, but just to double check, so you all are doing a CRD for that QIKP pathway. That's going to be sort of like a proper UL 1741 SB CRD.
That's right, yeah. So the CRD will be published. We don't have an exact timeline. We're hoping to make it somewhat quick, and then it would be proposed to 1741 for eventual direct inclusion in the standard as well. But it's about, I'd say, 60% drafted right now. We're working on it every day.
Yeah, I appreciate that. So just wanted to highlight that because it might be news to folks in the room because it's sort of a newer development, or it was news to me when I heard it. So thanks again, Scott and Tim, and John Holmes, would love to hand it over to you to speak to some of Honda's perspectives and sort of fly us from the UL perspective into SAE, IEEE, ISO, OCA, ABC, DEF, whatever acronyms follow.
Those who can do, those who can't teach. Those who can't teach do standards. All disparagement ignored there, two of the greatest heroes that we have before us today are Tim and Scott. Tim, 35 years at UL, making 1547 and 1741 a reality. Also making energy storage or grid integration a reality. Show up, join these standards committees, take part, contribute, be part of the solution. All right, today I'd like to talk about Honda's involvement in this space. Honda is all in on its commitment to 000 goals. Our objective is to create a carbon neutral environment where our products and our services are part of resource circularity as well as a clean energy solution that makes our ability to deliver products carbon neutral and having zero environmental impact by 2050. VGI is a challenging subject, and I wanted to maybe contextualize VGI from the perspective it's just as simple as allowing the vehicle to communicate with the grid. That's a very simple definition of what VGI is about. But that interaction requires a commonality. It's one thing to certify a widget that's safe, and it's another thing entirely to interoperate and to be able to make use of that in a used and useful manner so that it's providing benefit. And the challenge that we face today is in this integration step that we're all struggling to kind of cross this chasm and being able to rationalize common ways to do that. I'll point to this intersection in the center of the top of the chart here about common transactions. What do we do with these chargers? Parts of our process will involve programs that are consensus-based, that agree on use cases. That was operationalized in the Smart Inverter Operationalization Working Group that was convened for approximately a year and concluded in December, and then finally published its report in February of 2025. That's December of 2024. In the aspects of that operation, these common transactions could be essentially our script. At the very highest level, we're looking at price-based optimization. We're looking at demand response. We're looking at load flexibility. We're looking at being able to predict and preserve a reservation of flow, whether that be consumption or export. And we need to be able to also enforce demand and export limits. There are many episodes in California where we have too much renewable, and we need to reduce the amount of export from vehicles. And that's an important aspect that oftentimes goes neglected. It is, in fact, part of the Smart Inverter Operationalization Working Group's prioritized use cases is to be able to enforce an export limit. That's a critical element. I borrowed Zach's slide here on the bottom to convey the differences among these different types or flavors of VGI. So V1G, V2G for backup, for grid parallel, and then also for flexible service, and then being able to pair that with additional types of DER. One of the things that Tim is also working on in the background with Scott and other UL representatives is a way to conjoin these systems. Many of the adopters of distributed energy resources who occupy homes and properties are just adding to their DER portfolio. being able to manage the interaction between solar, storage, fuel cells, heat pump water heaters, other dispatchable devices, along with charging, requires a local control paradigm that's not yet formally introduced as a accepted process. And so it's not enough for us to think about VGI in a silo. We have to integrate with the other types of DER. In this space, CEC has produced a document that basically captures at a high level this alphabet soup of communications protocols that align with the EMS at the center of the diagram here. The energy management system that operates the distribution and transmission domains of our bulk energy system manages it using various types of communication through SCADA. Additional sub-control systems, DERMS and ADMS and other types of systems that have been used to control DER have been integrated, but the critical element in this next step is being able to embody a solution partner, the aggregator, with communications efficiencies that allow them to sit at the table and do a day job of connecting with all these disparate DERs and manage in a very methodical way how those systems are operated. That's a very challenging proposition, but it's fortunately ordained in communications protocols that exist today, but are not yet fully harmonized. And so we need to merge the aspects of DER with VGI communications so that we can have a single consolidated, unified approach to that communications infrastructure. How is it that DER actually going to deliver in terms of value? It's very important that Smart Inverter Working Group's phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 goals are adhered to. What that organization, convened by the CPUC, brought about was the introduction of what we call smart inverters. Smart inverters have the ability to be grid interactive and to deliver in various functions grid beneficial purposes. So these listings of the various functions that can be realized by these smart inverters operationalize our process by which we can deliver value to the grid, not as a nuisance, but as a grid stabilizing function. It's important that we understand this going forward as we look at these standards, because this standard body these standards bodies that we're talking through today are the only way that we're going to scale this. And so that's why it's so important to show up. Foundationally, how are we doing this? What are called operation models, which describe what is a DER, what's its capacity, what's its location, is it online, is it available to be dispatched, does it have 4-quadrant or 2-quadrant capability, is it part of a DER program? All of these characteristics essentially describing the footprint of that individual DER. That information can be automatically uploaded into DERMS, be provisioned, commissioned, and then enabled to join what's called a DERP, a DER program, which is a cluster of DERs that can be dispatched according to an objective by the utility. Those processes can be fully incorporated into both forecasting as well as optimization routines that the aggregator can lean in on. The ability for the OEM to leverage data that it has to be able to improve those forecasts is paramount. Our ability to help make this process more smooth and predictable is critical. That's why the OEM views itself as being a critical part of the solution, and we need to be able to work together with utilities to take advantage of leveraging this communications interface and the data history that's available so that we can appropriately predict performance and deliver an optimized user experience. These DER models are the mechanism by which we can do this. It's interesting to note that the 7420 models that are described here were actually developed in Europe as part of an IEC standard, migrated to the US to form the basis for the 2030.5 standard, and are now part of a repatriation, so to speak, in the OCPP standard, which is now being developed in Europe for grid interactive DER for VGI. 2030.5 and OCPP 2.1 are virtually identical, but they are two different paradigms of communication. And it's counterproductive to have two different communications protocols that are so similar but different in order to achieve optimized output. So this is a challenge that we've been trying to face in the EPIC project that Honda has been participating in with Edison in being able to realize this path of 2030.5 communications. It is not incorporated into the prior SAE standards or the IEC standards. 2030.5 is essentially grown up around being able to enforce methods for dispatching solar storage and other types of local DER, not vehicle charging. With the sub-metering decision, the decision included the use of 1511.8 capability and the use of CPP capability without giving regard to the interconnection processes that have already ordained DNP3, Subspec Modbus, and 2030.5 as the chosen standards for 1547 interconnection. We need to close that gap. It's been a challenge. There's no solution that we've found that allows, you could say, a multi-protocol router to achieve translation amongst these different communications protocols. It's not because 7420 doesn't exist. It does, but we need to create the translation or decide to agree on 2030.5 as the standard communications protocol. We heard from UL. They are a key part of California's solution for Rule 21. They rest on the focus that 1547 has delivered to DER integration. SAE has integrated with these as well. And in fact, for more than 20 years, SAE has maintained a portfolio of EV-specific standards that have been under development continuously since then. And I can point to some statistics here. We've got 1,348 communications membership individual participants, and the list goes on. I'm not going to read through all this small print here, but this is the place where individuals in this room should be, if they're not already engaging with SAE to make this VGI process more smooth. And in fact, if you were to look at these 11 dedicated task forces, each of them has a specific role enabling VGI at scale, not only from a customer perspective, but also from a utility perspective and the aggregator role. Use cases, power quality, first responders, a wide variety of different lenses through which SAE is approaching this comprehensively. So I've put a couple of live links here, and I've actually left the spelled out URLs so that even if you don't have a live link, at least it's spelled out here. Please investigate the opportunity to join these committees. EPRI has also done a great service by publishing a global guidebook to the standards that apply to VGI. This is a document that's available for free download, and I strongly encourage anybody that's wanting to understand comprehensively all of the standards that would apply to VGI to have a look at this document. It's a 40-page document, but it's also organized in a very understandable and digestible way. How has the authority having jurisdiction grappled with this new discussion of VGI and how interconnection permits can be processed? ANSI developed an EVSE roadmap, and NEMA contributed to that process. NEMA has developed a new standard, which has introduced an easy-to-understand kind of Cliff Notes version, the 40011 standard, which introduces a plethora of different standards in a way that the authorities having jurisdiction can get their arms around quickly. It's not a replacement for the other existing standards that have been promulgated throughout the industry, but it is a sort of a short path toward better understanding and getting a firm understanding of what's going on going into this process of standardized interconnection processes. I encourage you to take a look at this document if you haven't got it. It does require a paywall purchase, but it's a great document that consolidates the industry's focus in this area. I'll say thanks. I'm reusing the closing slide here from Zach here to talk about our ability for VGIC to leverage this. I sit as chair of VGIC as an elected board member, and I've actively engaged in this process through about 25 years of EVA involvement. So I'm looking forward to continuing that legacy of contribution and actively engaging Honda in that process.
Great, thank you, John. And while we pull up these next slides, I think, yeah, another theme that's come up today is engagement from OEMs. And so I think it's just really grateful, or I'm really grateful to have both Honda and Tesla here to speak to their perspectives. So with that, Ari, I'll hand it over to you to share some of Tesla's focus in this space.
Cool. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Everybody still with us? Last speaker of the day. On one hand, I'm a little bit bummed because I realized I'm probably going to get a parking ticket. And on the other hand, I'm very excited to talk to you guys today about sort of what Tesla's plans for V2G are, what our architecture is, what our product is, and sort of what we see as the most scalable way to get V2G in as many customers' hands as possible. And we sort of hope, you know, you guys appreciate this, and we sort of, the industry sort of follows in that path of really making V2G and V2X as accessible as possible for customers, because that will really make the grid value and benefit to all ratepayers and customers maximized. So PowerShare, this is a public product. Some of you might know it, some of you might have it, but wanted to sort of demystify it a little bit and what Tesla's product is that we, you know, sell today with the Cybertruck. I'm not going to go through definitions. It seems like there have been a bunch of slides earlier that have defined these things in different ways. So just going to skip that for now. But what is PowerShare? For Tesla, we sort of see this as any bidirectional power flow from the vehicle. And we leverage our existing onboard inverter, which is used today for onboard charging and vehicle auxiliary loads, to do this power conversion from DC to AC to the home. So today, if you buy a Cybertruck, this enables the following functionality. So vehicle to load, powering equipment from 120 volt and 240 volt outlets in the bed of your truck. You can do vehicle to vehicle. You know, if your friend is out of juice and you need to support them on the side of the road. And then home backup. So we have a break before make solution with off-board equipment, which you can see here in the bottom right, to fully disconnect the home from the grid, similar to our Powerwall solution, and back up the home. We've seen, you know, we have about 3,500 sites, you know, customers that have this product in the wild today across the U.S. So this is real, and it's starting to scale. And it's super exciting to see customers, you know, in hurricanes and in fire situations throughout the last year when we've had this product live, really love this product and value it, which has been great. But really the next big step, and what we've been talking a lot about this year, is being able to support vehicle to grid functionality in 2025 and really get this off the ground, not only with Cybertruck, but with other vehicles in our lineup in the future as well. Cybertruck will sort of be the first proof of concept for this type of a product, and I think we all sort of believe in V2G. We've done pilots in the U.S., in Europe. Industry has, I should say, not Tesla yet. But I think the next step is really proving this out and proving the value out for customers at scale. So next slide. Just to zoom out a little bit, there are probably some slides similar to this earlier in the day, but we all know that home and EV electricity demand will increase massively over the next years. Homes are electrifying your stove, your HVAC, your vehicle. The vehicle is the largest load in the home. And at least on the PowerShare side, the residential aspect here, you know, can really drive fossil fuel reduction, you know, and drive electrification in the home. So, you know, PowerShare, just like a Powerwall, is a really critical part of the solution to lower overall grid costs in the form of storage. You know, helps avoid transmission losses and network upgrades, you know, at the local or macro level. You know, these vehicles can participate in VPPs and like you said, Zach, behind the meter sort of energy arbitrage. The product that we have today protects against grid outages, and then we want to maximize the use of behind the meter renewables, you know, either with our Powerwall or with a vehicle. So PowerShare and sort of V2X is going to play a huge part in accelerating the speed that we can get storage onto the grid, and I'll talk a little bit about that in the next slide. Oh, I actually think I left that slide out. But so our approach at Tesla, similar to with our Powerwall products and our solar products, is to make this as lowest cost, as few parts, and as easy to install and affordable for customers. We really don't think customers, after buying, you know, a shiny new expensive EV, will want to buy all this extra equipment, off-board equipment, to be able to participate in V2G, even if the returns for them are high. So we've taken the approach of our AC architecture, which, you know, leverages that onboard inverter to reduce the cost of V2G by 40 to 50% versus DC V2G solutions. You know, you're basically deleting a bunch of boxes, a lot of installation complexity. and leveraging that existing equipment, which in turn accelerates the speed that we can actually get storage onto the grid. And stationary storage is awesome. You know, we have products like Powerwall residential storage and Megapack industrial storage. But we see vehicle storage as a complement to stationary storage and can be put onto the grid much faster and at a much bigger scale than stationary storage, and can sort of be a complement there. Next slide. So these are our products today that are out there in the wild, very similar to what we have for Powerwall, so it shouldn't be too new, but our PowerShare Gateway, which is our site control, which is sort of managing the site and managing the vehicle discharge when off-grid. There's site metering in here to give the customer sort of a visualization in the app and to help the site controller understand, you know, what's coming in and out of the site. You know, it's sort of a load center, and we also have grid disconnection and connection in that gateway. The universal wall connector is the charger that the vehicle would use, and today, you know, the vehicle that can do this is the Cybertruck, which will provide up to 11.5 kilowatts of continuous power, which is more than enough for most homes. This should be able to power 95% of homes with the vehicle. This is in line with our spec for Powerwall 3, and is really just a massive amount of energy. The full Cybertruck is about 9 Powerwalls worth. The average home in the U.S. needs just 1. So it's really a lot of power. It's really a lot of energy. Cybertruck is a bigger vehicle, but even, you know, vehicles like Model Y or smaller sedans, it's really a lot of energy for the home and can be used for home backup and then either, you know, energy arbitrage or exporting to the grid, you know, for customers. Next slide. Okay, so the colors actually on this screen are a little bit better. As Tim and Scott mentioned, the sort of QIKP approach, we've sort of stopped using that terminology and for our AC V2G system, are just calling our certification process the evaluation of a DER system to 1741 SB, which we all know and love. So the diagrams on the right are really showing sort of what we're doing with the V2G system and how we're planning to certify it this summer, and how that compares with you know, the Tesla Powerwall 2 architecture, which is very similar. And you know, we want to make sure it's clear that, you know, yes, this is a vehicle, yes, it can drive around from state to state, but we don't want to reinvent the wheel in terms of the certification process and you know, actually interconnecting this. So yeah, I think that the main sort of key points to take away here for AC V2G is even though the inverter that's doing the power conversion from DC to AC lives on the vehicle, which drives around, like I mentioned, the actual brain and site controller that you know, knows the local California grid code, that actually sends the control parameters down to the vehicle to, you know, tell it to react to you know, different functions and different grid fluctuations, sits on a stationary device that's, you know, for example, in your garage, that does not move and does not change. Similar to our backup gateway in the Powerwall 2, this is a stationary device that, you know, sits in your house, and you can, you know, remove one of the Powerwalls from the system and, you know, bring another one from another state and plug it in. I don't know why you would do that, but it's possible. And the site controller is what's actually dictating what all the storage units are doing on site. They can't act alone. For lack of a better term, the vehicle is sort of a dumb inverter, and it needs the stationary device to actually tell it what to do. We think sort of the architecture that we have today is great, and we're deploying this in the field. $2,500 for this equipment is still too expensive, and we really need to get this to sub 1,000, which we have a roadmap for, and we sort of encourage the industry to do the same, so that, you know, customers don't really have to choose between buying a charger, participating in V2G. They can have that sort of all in one, and the cost is really low. So, you know, the key here is we want to be able to meet 1741 SB at the point of interconnection. You can see that arrow right in the main panel. That is really what matters, and sort of the OEM following this UL QIKP 1741 approach sort of controls what goes on inside the box in terms of communication and how the two, you know, the vehicle and the stationary equipment interact. But as long as we can meet grid performance, that's all that really matters. And that's what we'll sort of be working on this summer. So I did want to address sort of the two main questions that we get are, number one, like I mentioned, like, I can drive in California, I can drive to Nevada. How do I ensure that the vehicle is following the right grid codes? And that's, like I mentioned, the stationary device is the boss and is actually, sending those grid code parameters down to the vehicle to tell it what to do. And then the second question we get is, this vehicle is bidirectionally capable. How do I know that it's not just discharging anywhere willy-nilly, whether I plug into a supercharger or a charge point charger or whatever you have at home? That will sort of be solved via, the cryptographic handshake between the vehicle and the EVSE. So they sort of mutually authenticate each other and make sure, I'm a charger, I'm a vehicle. Do I see a certified counterpart on the other side? Can I discharge? Yes, great. No, nothing happens. So that's sort of what we're thinking about. And I just want to reinforce, like, the vehicle itself isn't inherently bidirectional on its own. It needs to be a full system for it to actually work, which ensures, that it's not just discharging anywhere, and making sure that it's paired with a certified EVSE to do that. So I think there's one more slide. So I think just in closing, our mission is really to accelerate the world's transition to sustainable energy, and we think V2G is a really great way to get a ton of, gigawatt hours of storage onto the grid really quickly to complement stationary storage. What we urge utilities and all of you guys is, as we're working through this compliance, as more OEMs are developing this and deploying this type of technology, really want to make sure we have clear documentation and acceptance of AC V2G and how we are actually going to start, submitting interconnection applications to various utilities, how that's going to work, making sure that's smooth for installers and customers. We want to make sure there's sort of simple vehicle participation and not reinventing the wheel necessarily with new programs, but allowing these battery on wheels assets basically to participate in existing storage programs to make that simple for OEMs and installers and for customers. And then, we continue to urge the industry to focus on reducing cost obviously for EVs, and then for the off-board equipment, so that this is accessible to a broader swath of customers, and cost is really not a barrier to entry for V2G.
Excellent. So thank you, Ari. And maybe just to recap sort of what we've done here today, I think it's clear this was like a crash course in standards and technology for V2X. I think one thing it also was a really nice check-in, especially on V2G AC, because, even having this workshop like a year ago or even 6 months ago would have looked very different, right? We would not have had those developments on 1741 SC. And we heard earlier from Tim that's Tim and Scott both that's been now pushed out for review to committee and would come back this year and be published this year. Jose sort of considering that, put up a timeline for sort of when we can move forward on incorporating V2G AC into Rule 21 based on SC. And then we also just heard from Ari and also from Tim and Scott about this new CRD, formerly called the QIKP pathway, but now will be created into a formal UL 1741 SB CRD. So with all that said, and knowing we only have a few minutes left, maybe just two questions, and Ari, you kind of just answered this, but for the panel, including Jose and Scott and Tim, what's next for the 1741 SB CRD pathway? And then also what's next for the SC pathway? What are the next steps? Where do we go from here? So open question to whoever wants to take it, including Jose and Scott and Tim, and then John and Ari here in the room.
This is Tim. The SC document, I've gotten pretty detailed responses from about 4 or 5 task group members, and they went through the entire document pretty thoroughly. So I'm trying to merge the read the comments, address the comments, and merge the comments all into one final draft. And unfortunately, it's taken a little longer than I anticipated. So I'm hoping to get that wrapped up this week, then get it off to our standards person who needs to put it in the proper format, et cetera, to get it off to the technical committee. So I would know more probably next week when I get some feedback from her.
I'll just offer that there's existing equipment that's been operationally functional in laboratories that has realized this technology. So it's not a technology gap. It's a process that our need to adopt a formal certification process that's currently our task. And so, Jose, I want to commit to you that we as a committee are working as diligently as possible to realize these goals and get the Rule 21 activity concluded.
Thank you. That's all I'm waiting for. And once that gets published, it's in my hand to get the regulatory process, to take off.
Yep. And one other thing. So me getting the SC draft into the hands of the standards representative and then to the technical committee, there's a standards development process under UL's consensus program. So it goes out for comment. The whole technical committee that helped created that, the whole task group that helped created the SC draft will work together to address any comments that come in or review the comments. We'll readjust the draft to maximize acceptance and then send it back out for ballot. So if all goes well, we should, hopefully have a published supplement SC, Q3, Q4 later this year.
Great. I would like to add one thing, a piece of news, I suppose. California has invested a lot of time and resources, both through the CC and through EPIC funds administered through the CPUC, in V2G, in this AC pathway, right? And understanding that there's a need to support the AC pathway and the DC pathway. To Energy Division and CPUC folks in the room, not to stoke the competitive flames, but this Friday in Maryland, there will be a publication in the State Register of their new V2G regulations, which offer both pathways for DC and for AC, and then within AC, both the UL 1741 SC pathway, once it is formally adopted, and the UL 1741 SB-CRD, formerly QKIP or QIKP pathway. So I don't know if y'all are feeling competitive. You still have a chance to beat Maryland. It won't happen till Friday, and then formally, and then there's sort of another round, and it'll be actually mid-June. But California, after all of its investment, won't be the first to see V2G AC. It'll be Maryland. So anyway, wanted to leave with that competitive note and maybe drive, some more urgency. And I don't know if President Reynolds is still listening, but if you are, just a note. And with that, thank you to our panel. Oh, actually, sorry, audience Q&A. Do we have time, Brian, for a few minutes? Maybe one quick question in the chat, or?
We have a question from Ari Hughes, or I'll just read the question. Ari quoted AC architecture as being about 40 to 50% lower cost than DC. Is that consistent with what other panelists have seen? And if so, AC seems like an obvious future direction for V2G. Are there any downsides of AC relative to DC for V2G?
I guess from a customer use perspective, not having to worry about whether there's a charger wherever you go is an advantage, right? If you can carry your charger with you and all you have to do is connect to a kind of a level 2 interface, and that has the ability to support bidirectionality, that's a tremendous advantage. There has not been a clear pathway until now realizing this objective. Why is AC so much more challenging? I think most of the folks in the room know that distribution planners cannot predict the location of the vehicle on a daily basis and integrate that into their planning. And without the ability to understand where the charger is going to be, what capacity is going to have, it's virtually impossible to predict with certainty the forecast and availability to dispatch that unit wherever it winds up being on that day. So from a user perspective, charging, yes, discharging, yes, but from a utility perspective, it's a very untenable opportunity. And so clarifying how we can realize that roaming solution is really the challenge that we've been focused on in SC.
I'm just curious to understand more on the challenge that, can you go a little bit deeper on why that is actually a problem for utilities if there is a stationary device at the customer's home that is sort of predictably there?
Right, so any interconnection process today has a location, a capacity, and a capability of that particular DER device, and it's basically got to meet the requirements of California under the 1547 requirements and UL to date SB requirements. That has been predicated on a known location. For a non-known location, SC is not easily permittable until you can actually develop a communications interface that allows a known capacity to be communicated and for a permit to export to be issued for that episode of charging or discharging. And QIKP, or the CRD that's coming forth, what was proposed is that we used all those advanced inverter functions in the already approved and green-lighted SB capability, and at a particular location with an on-vehicle inverter, be able to discharge at a known location. Not anywhere, but at an approved location. So SC helps us to be able to expand that one location to any location.
I got it. So it's not necessarily AC versus DC, it's more the different standards that might be more challenging on the AC side.
And what the distribution planner has to evaluate the interconnection.
Yeah, that's interesting. I think there's definitely more research that needs to be done on the roaming use case and how, like, what of all V2G that happens, like what percentage of gigawatt hours that are sent to the grid will be that case versus customers at home where the majority of charging happens is level 2 AC charging. Yeah, so I think, you know, as long as the vehicle is sort of certified with a certain model of EVSE under the QIKP system, it can go from, you know, your house in California to your house in Tahoe on the Nevada side, and charge and discharge in both those locations and follow the local grid codes and be able to sort of roam. But I do agree sort of on the general, I'm a car and I can plug in anywhere and do into any EVSE and charge and discharge. There still needs to be, you know, more standards development on the ISO 15118 side, you know, for any car to be able to plug into any EVSE. I think the way we've sort of been approaching it is like, no one's really done V2G at scale yet. So we're sort of looking at the true interoperability question further down the road, and let's get this out there. Let's get customers used to it. Let's see how much value there actually is and how customers interact with it and just deploy it. And then sort of as these standards develop and get harmonized, not only in the US, but overseas on the interoperability piece to be able to sort of plug in anywhere and do V2G, let that, you know, sort of happen in parallel on the AC side.
Great, so plenty of fodder for upcoming V2G AC subgroup that may reconvene and to consider how to move forward. So thank you to the panelists, and thank you, Brian and Emily and the whole team for putting this together. Thanks all.
All right. Well, thank you, everyone, for joining us today. It's been a really long day, but hopefully lots of valuable conversations coming out of this. I think we've heard a lot of key themes and, you know, really lots of opportunities for us to continue to stay engaged on this topic across, you know, whatever our vantage point may be in this work.
So the IOUs are going to be putting together a workshop report as we did last year on this, and it'll be coming out through our service list in, I believe, around 60 days from now. So look out for that, and we'll also be putting out a video of today if anyone wants to look back or share with others. So thanks again for joining. We look forward to continuing to engage with you all on this topic. Thanks so much. Yeah, question from Nancy. Yes, sorry, yes, the slides and the video and everything will be posted on our website, and we'll put a notice to the service list. Thanks so much.